Business Summit stands as a very prestigious occasion in the Times Group's annual calendar, serving as a noteworthy platform to showcase India's potential and highlight its role as a significant driver.
आज इनके पास बादाम है, किशमिश है, पिस्ता है, वॉलनट है, अंजीर है, काजू है, खजूर है, मेरी मखाना है, तुम्हारे पास क्या?
And turned up as Asia's
और भी है?
where we have leaders, have experts meeting like we do today. Asia's and here we are, platform with this ability to deliberate global ideas leaders, we have experts for the future, and we're delighted today that all of you have been able to join us.
Now, I'm sure all of you already know that the theme for this event and the summit is disruption, development, and diversification. I'm sure all of you already know that the theme for this event and the summit is disruption, economic development, and the path to sustainability and innovation, reflecting the rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape, the economic disruption, and the path to sustainability and global leaders that encompass government officials, business titans, visionaries, technocrats, academians, economists, that encompass government officials, experts, business titans, for 2 dynamic visionaries. This assembly will engage in a collaborative brainstorming sessions and with subject matter experts into critical issues. For 2 dynamic days, this assembly will engage in a collaborative brainstorming sessions with shared insights into critical issues and future trends.
We've got distinguished speakers joining us. We have luminaries of the event from around the world, and we have this. They will address us, line up debate. They will seek. We've got distinguished, very important speakers joining us. We have luminaries from around the world before us, and later in the evening, we're going to welcome the Prime Minister himself, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is going to join us. He's the chief guest, and later in the evening, featured speaker we're going to welcome the Prime Minister himself, Honorable Prime Minister Global Business Shri Narendra Modi is going to join us. He's the chief guest. He's going to articulate his vision his vision for an India global against summit the backdrop. The Prime Minister is going to lay down. He's going to articulate his vision, his vision for a new India.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's mark the beginning of the much-awaited Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's mark the beginning of the much-awaited Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. Now, before we dive into the enriching sessions right here, I have an exciting announcement GBS and who doesn't love kickstart the social champ contest.
There's no doubt about it.
Right here,
there is a social champ booth. You may have noticed it as you walked in. It's at the Jahangir Hall here, and it has a QR code. What you need to do, there is a social champ QR code. You may have noticed it as you walked in. It's at the Jahangir Hall here, QR code, and it has a QR code. You get your golden ticket to enter this contest. We're telling you QR code that's displayed. And remember, it's all about spreading the message. You scan the QR code. And I'm reiterating it. It is to enter this contest we're telling you about. And remember, it's all about on LinkedIn. Spreading the message. What we'd like to do. The message amplify, and I'm reiterating it. That we're going to have disruption, development, on stage, and we'll be sharing this QR code on LinkedIn. Right here. That's what we'd like to do.
So I think everyone needs to get ready
all
to
the conversations that we're going to have over here
with any
on stage,
you may
and we'll
have,
be sharing this QR code
right
here.
We'd love to hear it all. So I think everyone needs to get very exciting gifts for all of you with any insights you may have. The more you share or inspiration, we'd love to hear it all. We've got some very exciting gifts for all of you.
That is
all the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the more you share,
it is now time
the more your
when
chances
we
to win
our
will
first
increase.
Guest speaker. So that's the man who has steered India here. But ladies and gentlemen, its highest ever it is now time of about welcome our first guest $776 billion. A man who has steered India in the year 2022-23 ever export. He has also led the signing of a free trade $776 with the United Arab Emirates, and fastest ever in the year 2022-23 anywhere. He has also led the signing of a free trade the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Arab Emirates, the fastest ever negotiated India's first agreement anywhere in the world, a developed country, and the one that Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement.
And Vikram, that's not all. He has also overseen the launch of the very popular PLIO production-linked incentive schemes to boost Make in India, and has achieved several milestones the launch of the very popular PLIO production-linked incentive schemes put your hands together to welcome none other and has achieved Shri Piyush Goyal, the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Government of India, Shri Piyush Goyal, the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Government of India.
And yes, to welcome the Honourable Minister, I do request Mr. Vineet Jain, Managing Director of the Times Group, to welcome him warmly. And yes, on behalf of all the Honourable Minister, I do request
he will be presenting
Mr. Vineet Jain, Managing Director of the Times Group, to welcome him warmly on behalf of all of us.
He will be presenting the Honourable Minister with a shawl. Thank you for that, and I would request Shri Vineet Jain to please take your seat. Thank you for that, and I would request Shri Vineet Jain to please take
We'd also like to invite Navika, Group Editor-in-Chief, Times Now, Navbharat, and Times Now.
Well, we ask the Honourable Minister to take the seat.
We'd also like to invite Navika, Group Editor-in-Chief, Times Now, Navbharat, and Times Now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Goyal, for joining us here at the ET Now GBS. In a new avatar,
thank you very much,
and Mr. Piyush Goyal, for joining us here at the ET Now GBS. In a new avatar, GBS is here, and we are very happy to have you commerce and industry, in your portfolio. Food and civil supplies, textiles. How many more ministries have you got in your portfolio, Mr.
The Prime Minister has just waved away all the evil.
Well, the Black Tika, clearly the honours have been done by the opposition, but that's not the note on which I want to begin this conversation. Well, the Black Tika, clearly the honours have been done by the opposition, but that's not the note on which I want to begin this conversation.
Everybody's talking about
Mr. Piyush
the 10
Goyal,
years
to set the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government versus the 10 years before that.
My question to you is, everybody's talking about the 10 years
of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government versus the 10 years before that,
doing very
and
well,
whether
and
we fared beaten the record
on
of
many,
the previous
on
governments.
many of these
Having
indicators,
said that,
we are definitely
when we
doing
look
very
into
well,
the
and
future,
probably we've
and
beaten the record
the next
of the
10 or 20 years, because that's
having
what
said
your
that,
government is known for,
when
a
we
vision
look
for a
into
longer
the
future.
future, what is the big picture
the next
that you
10
would want
or
to
20
paint
years, because
for
that's
Indians
what
and
your
India
government is known
and for the global
a vision
community?
for a longer
Thank
period.
you, Navika ji,
What is the
and
big
thank you,
picture that
Times
you
Now.
would want
Thank
to
you,
paint
Vineet ji, for that
for
very warm
Indians
welcome.
and India and for the global
Friends,
community?
first of all, I'll just correct the perspective a little bit. Times Now. Thank you, Vineet ji, for that very warm welcome. That the 10 years that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has served, first of all, I'll just correct the perspective a little bit. Have been years which have defined India, that the 10 years as a nation that Narendra Modi has served for 1.4 billion people, have been nations that have defined India, the development as a nation that part of India for 1.4 billion people, an important element as a nation that looks at the development as a period where part of India, the country took care of as the basic an important element of every single Indian. As a period where clothing, the country took care of the basic needs, education of every single Indian, needs like electricity food, at home, digital clothing, connectivity, shelter, water, healthcare, clean drinking water, education. Those basic needs like electricity at home, digital connectivity, water. I think this has been a period where those basic needs, the common man has been for years, the common man's distant dream, desires and aspirations been for a better quality of life. The common man has been empowered. His basic needs taken care of. Today, desires and aspirations for all those good things which he sees on his mobile phone triggered, available in the rest of the world, taken care of. And today, he aspires for all those good things which he sees on his mobile phone, available in the rest of the world. And that, in this 10-year period, has been our biggest achievement. Building up an aspirational India. 1.4 billion young Indians, our average age is less than 30 years, who will continue to be young as a nation. Next 30 years, India is expected to be a country whose average age will be below 30. And in this 30-year period, by any mathematics, by any projection, any trajectory of growth, when you compound the aspirations of the people, when you recognize that we already are an economy, the fifth largest in the world, expected to be the third largest in the next 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, an economy which will not only be a $5 trillion on a nominal US dollar GDP basis, but also which has a purchasing power parity, which is at least 2.5 times that. This has prepared the nation to aspire to add $30 trillion in the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years. And Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is working to a plan, working to ensure that every single action of government, every single rupee that the government spends goes towards meeting the aspirations of the people of India and to achieve transformational impact on the lives of the people.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, we've seen some of the impact of that. The spending on capital expenditure on infrastructure building is a very healthy trend. But the larger question that people end up asking, and let me remind you about famous economist John Maynard Keynes. When we were in college, we were always told what Keynes' theory was. And Keynes' theory was, in the long run, we are all dead. So let's look at the short run. And in the short run, what are we looking at over the next 5 years? Is the growth enough in terms of its pace to cover the population of this country and the economic income disparities, number one? And number two, are we doing enough to provide jobs and employment to people and actually exploit the age dividend that we have, the youth dividend that we have?
Navika ji, at the outset, since you did quote Keynes, the famous economist had built his whole theory around the 4 elements, starting from the basic needs right up to self-actualization. And I think this government has done honorably on each one of those 4, right up to realizing the dreams of 1.4 billion people to bring back Lord Ram to his birthplace. So in that sense, Lord Keynes' theory has actually been implemented in India best in these 10 years. And when he says that in the long run we are all dead, he does try to espouse a theory that before we are dead we should achieve all those 4 levels right up to self-actualization. But on a more serious note, I think leveling the people's growth trajectory, giving the less privileged, marginalized sections of society their rightful place, their right opportunities to look for a better future for their children has been the biggest priority of this government. Imagine, we've seen the Northeast for so many years. Tell me one other prime minister or one other government which has focused more on providing honest governance and development to the Northeast as much as Prime Minister Modi has. Think back and you will realize that a state like Uttar Pradesh, the largest state, 240 million people in one state, perpetually considered a Bimaru state, one of those weaker, like the nation was a fragile 5 economy, this was one of the most fragile states. People had almost reconciled to a life of deprivation or being migrant labor and serving Western or Southern India. Today, Uttar Pradesh is the most favored destination of global investors. We have the Bennett University in Uttar Pradesh. Today, Uttar Pradesh provides you the most industry-friendly policies, law and order, which is the envy of the rest of the country, and if I may dare say today the rest of the world. It provides decisive leadership. It provides people who are industrious, very hardworking, skilled, and lo and behold, and infrastructure. Infrastructure which is unparalleled. Electricity, the series of highways and expressways, the way industrial parks are coming up over there, the way tourism is being developed, the way new airports are being promoted. The whole story of Uttar Pradesh, in a way, captures the idea of making India an inclusive and equally developed nation across the length and breadth of India. There are other examples if one was to go beyond the BJP NDA ruled states. Odisha is making rapid progress. We've seen how, thanks to the transparent auction mechanism that Prime Minister Modi introduced in his very first year in government, today favored few do not get mines. Mines are auctioned out. The revenue of the auction goes to the state, and the state like Odisha, rich in mineral wealth, which for generations and centuries has suffered from deep poverty, is now coming out of that syndrome thanks to the great mineral wealth that they have, and now becoming a manufacturing base. So my sense is that countries seeing growth across sectors. We are recognizing the talent of our youth. We have focused on skill development. The new ministry was started by Mr. Modi. We have focused on the National Education Policy 2020 so that we don't make idiots out of our children. I think most of the Indian delegates in this important global business summit would have seen the movie Three Idiots. I'm sure we don't want Madhavans in this country where a wonderful photographer goes and becomes an engineer just because his parents wanted him to. I think it's time we started recognizing our youth for their skills, for their aptitude, for the vocation of their choice, and providing a platform and an opportunity rather than spoon-feeding them, empowering them to be good citizens of this country. And I think that's the journey India has embarked upon. Our young men and women make us proud. They are the citizens of tomorrow. They are going to be the architects of the new India that we are working for. And this young demographic dividend is going to take us through to become a $35 trillion economy when we celebrate India at 100.
Well, the growth story, very interesting, very promising, but let me quote a few critics, and you have many of them. The critics say growth rate not as fast as it should be. India getting to the 5th rank would have happened with or without the government. The 3rd position will happen despite the government, if not because of the government. These are what your critics say. And let me point out some numbers in terms of FDI. Do you believe we have miles to go before we sleep, and we will try and tap India's potential as an investment destination when we are compared with countries like Vietnam, the Southeast Asian countries, especially when many countries want to come out of China and are looking for a destination. Last year we've dropped in FDI. The year before that was a higher FDI. Though, of course, if you looked at the 10-year period, it's 100% growth. So how do you see this mixed bag, and what's the direction forward in the next 5 years?
First of all, Navika ji, thank God for the critics. Because if there were no critics, I would not have an impetus to work better, to work smarter, to work faster. So we welcome criticism. We welcome constructive criticism. We welcome ideas. And this is a listening government. I don't know how many of your participants are aware. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a remarkable listener. If I have a 1-hour engagement or a meeting with him, if I was to put an average over 10 years for every hour that I've spent with him, and as would anybody else who has had time with him, know, 55 minutes, he would listen to you. He would listen patiently, absorb whatever you have to offer him, and in the 5 minutes, he will deconstruct whatever you've said and point out 6 other elements which could make your work better, smarter, and more outcome-oriented. And I think that ability of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to think out of the box, to connect the dots, to see how each element of the work that we do can have an impact, a multifarious impact, an impact which is very multidimensional. That is what has led us to embark on many of the missions that are holding us in good stead as a nation today. Well, the critics are saying that growth should be less. I think that's absolutely welcome. The more they criticize us, the more power this government and particularly Prime Minister Modi gets. We are an aspirational government. We are a hungry government. Hungry as in not in the belly, but hungry for more. As they say in Hindi, ye dil mange more. Or dil jitna jada mangega, utni jada mehnat karega. The more you desire, the more you work hard for meeting those aspirations, those goals. And I think it's very fair to say that we have miles to go before we sleep. And I would think till the last breath of every human being, that should be the spirit. My late father, even after being detected with cancer, insisted that he will go to the factory every single day until probably the last 3 or 4, 5 days. And that kept him going, maybe added a few years to his life. So I think for all of us, we do not believe in resting at all. We believe that this is an opportunity to serve, to do more. And I can clearly tell you, we welcome criticism, we welcome new ideas, we welcome out-of-the-box thinking, and we'll continue to persevere, continue to challenge our own abilities, continue to challenge the ability of every single colleague to be able to get the best out of 1.4 billion Indians.
The FDI question.
Well, I think it's elementary, my dear Watson, is what I would have said. But since probably you want to get the technical
You just gave me the critics' license, so I said you're giving it to everybody.
We are all conscious that interest rates across the world have shot up dramatically. The United States, where Zareen Daruwala would tell us, you could probably see the Fed at what, 0.5% or 0.75%, 1%, went right up to 5%. And clearly, you saw the impact of flight of capital moving back to the developed nations. That was a period where one would have imagined a much deeper impact on the developing economies than what India witnessed. But the strength of demand in India, the strength of opportunities that people saw in India ensured that we didn't see the drastic fall that many of our other peer countries saw. The fact that we continued to have significant FDI coming in, the fact that a lot of reinvestment of earnings happened even during this period, when ideally I would have thought global balance sheets were very stressed and would have been looking to pull back every dollar they could from India. We continued to see traction, we continued to see money coming in. We may not have achieved the amount we did in 22-23, but I would think that that's not the material factor at all. The material factor is that it continues to come in, and very often when you see a very rapid growth on any statistic, you need some time for it to cool down also. A very continuous and rapid growth of money flow, liquidity, sometimes is very harmful for an economy also. So I think India has been able to create a very fine balance in our control of inflation. When countries saw 40-year highs of inflation, India is seeing 40-year lows of inflation. Our average decadal inflation over the last 10 years of Modi government has been the lowest India has ever seen in its history. And way back in 1970s, we went right up to 30%. 2012-13, many of us will recall double-digit inflation. Mr. Modi is the first Prime Minister who mandated the Reserve Bank to make inflation control as their duty, their primary duty. And apart from mandating them, we aligned both fiscal and monetary policy to work in tandem with the Reserve Bank rather than fighting with the central banker. So I think it's been a beautiful journey, a journey of political stability, a journey where we've made India fiscally strong, a journey where the macroeconomic fundamentals of India are better than ever before. In fact, the white paper gives out a lot of deep insights into what we inherited and how we've taken the country forward. I'll just focus on one thing since you've spoken about FDI. Many people tend to forget that August 2013, the Indian rupee had depreciated to nearly 68 rupees to a dollar. I'm talking August 2013. What did the then government, led by a so-called brilliant economist who studied at Harvard, unlike my Prime Minister who believes in hard work, and the economists could only come up with raising debt. They came out with a FCNRB policy to attract Indians, NRIs, to invest in India. We gave them almost 1.75 or 2% more than the market. We allowed NRI Indians to play the game of putting in 5 or 10% money of their own, borrow the rest from international banks, allowed them the arbitrage to have abnormal returns on small money, and artificially improved the rupee strength to make it about 57 rupees to a dollar. Now that 10 rupee improvement was on the strength of a debt that we took on the balance sheet, inherited by the Modi government, repaid along with the high interest by Mr. Modi and the present government. But on the calculation sheet, it may look as if the rupee has depreciated from 57 to, say, 83 in the Modi government. The reality is the depreciation is from 68 to 83, which is barely 1.25% on a CAGR basis. I think this has been a period of tremendous fiscal stability, and today's fundamentals of the economy will hold us in good stead in the Amrit Kal to give us a good level of growth, probably a double-digit nominal US dollar GDP growth, help us bridge the purchasing power parity potential that we already have in the country, and become a $35 trillion economy, a Viksit Bharat, a developed and prosperous India at 2047. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Piyush Goyal, I'll just ask the last question, which has to be a politico-economic question, considering we are heading into elections. I want to ask you the confrontation between opposition and the government, and on the financial front. And I even noticed when you talked about states that have done well, you only mentioned a friendly state, Odisha. You did not mention any of the states ruled by any of the opposition party governments. Is that deliberate, number one? And number two, when on the federal issues of share of finances that states ask for, with huge ads in every newspaper saying my tax, my right, how do you respond to these disparities and charges of not being very fair to them?
Well, at the cost of your colleagues telling me that time's up, for both the issues, it's not that I took the names of friendly states, but I think one of the principal focus of the Modi government has been our fight against corruption. And that's where some of the opposition states have really let us down. I mean, I'd have loved to talk about, let's say, Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. But what have they done? There's been absolute mismanagement of the economy. We see huge amount of corruption in those states. And they don't lend themselves to long-term stability and growth with the kind of fiscal profligacy that we see over there. Therefore, I had to mention states which were doing well. As regards your second question on the advertisements, I know that may be good for the media to get all those advertisements, though I'm not sure whether Times Now will get those advertisements.
We are a television network.
But I'll just ask you a very simple counter question. Suppose Jharkhand, Odisha and Chhattisgarh, the primary states which have coal, were to take the view that the coal is ours and we will decide how much power to give to the rest of the country, what to do with the power that we have. Could Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana have even survived as a state? Suppose Punjab and Haryana were to say, and Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, the northern areas, were to say we are the granary of India. The rice and wheat that we produce are ours to determine and ours to consume. What would happen to the rest of the people of the country? Where would they get their food grains from? Suppose Maharashtra and Gujarat and Karnataka were to say the ports are ours. Would all of the industry in northern India or large parts which are landlocked be left without an opportunity to be a part of global supply chains? And the worst, suppose all of these put together were to say all this is mine. Are they even suggesting that the Northeast doesn't belong to India? That we have no obligation to the Northeast? I think it's like the human body. If a pin pricks us in the foot, the mouth reacts with an ah. The hand reacts trying to pull it out. The mind is helping us in coordinating all these movements. That is the beauty of India. It is one homogeneous whole. It is one body and soul together. And this togetherness, this oneness is what defines the very idea of Bharat. Sadly, some people, some governments, some political parties, and even some old 100-year-old parties and their senior leaders propagating a north-south divide, or literally trying to suggest that the number of people will decide how much benefit each state will get. As the Yuvraj said, jo jitni sankhya utna hak, or something of that sort. Or a southern state also ruled by his illustrious family and party, trying to suggest that our taxes are ours only, is truly a very, very deplorable effort to divide the unity and integrity of India, something that every Indian holds dear, and we will give our lives to protect the unity and integrity of India.
2024, done deal?
I can assure you, Navika ji, we are never arrogant. We are confident in our abilities. We are confident in the people of India. We are confident that the people of India know what is best for them, their judgment, and we are confident that the work we have done to serve the people for 10 years will speak for itself. So there's absolutely no arrogance. There's no overconfidence. There's a courage of conviction reflected in our work, and we go into the election with that courage of conviction, the conviction that all of you will stand behind good over evil. Thank you.
Well, on that note, thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Goyal. A big round of applause for Union Minister Piyush Goyal. Thank you very much for joining us and for setting off the Global Business Summit conversation.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, thank you so much. Very insightful conversation, sterling discussion. Navika, thanks indeed. It's a pleasure to have you here. The Times Crew presents ET Now Global Business Summit.
And I can assure you that even though it said time's up, we would have loved to hear a lot more, those puns on Harvard, as well as the outlook when it comes to India's future. All right, before we proceed, I would just like to take time out to thank our partners, because without them, this event would not have been possible. We have our strategic partner, Darwin State Partner, the Government of Haryana, Real Estate Partner, Danube Properties, Logistics Partner, Ecom Express, our Digital Transformation Partner, Kendrill, the Experience Makers, Adobe, EV Partner, Joy E-Bike, Celebrations Partner, Diageo India, General Insurance Partner, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance, Industry Partner, Nelson IQ and GFK, NBFC FinTech Partner, L&T Finance, Ambient Media Partner, Khushi Gifting Partner, Izhar.
Thanks indeed for joining us with all of that. In case you're putting out details and videos of what's happening over here at the Global Business Summit, we have hashtags for you, and we'd like you to familiarize yourselves with them.
Yep, the hashtags go hashtag scripting a tomorrow, which is mentioned right there on the poster. There's hashtag GBS 2024, hashtag GBS, and of course, hashtag ET Now GBS. So click away. We'd love to hear your thoughts.
All right, now this brings us to the second session, and a very interesting one again. In an era that is defined by this rapid kind of technological achievements that we keep talking about, there are these geopolitical tensions going on at the same time, and we have the evolving consumer behaviors as well. And within that, the insurance sector finds itself at a pivotal crossroads. It's happening now, and it's happening now more than ever before. It's imperative for us in that context to embrace agility, to have foresight, to pursue innovation as well, as guiding principles in navigating what is clearly a very dynamic environment.
In fact, from harnessing the power of data analytics to anticipating emerging risks to even fostering cross-border collaboration to mitigate geopolitical uncertainties, there is an urgent need for actionable strategies to fortify resilience and drive growth in a sustainable manner to script a tomorrow. And to throw more light on this, may I please welcome on stage Mr. Debashish Panda, the chairman of IRDAI, and he will be talking about scripting tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Panda.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, industry leaders, distinguished participants, very good afternoon to all of you. It is with immense pleasure and great honor that I extend my warmest greetings to each one of you who have gathered here today and also those who are joining us virtually. Before I begin my address, I would like to place my sincere appreciation for the Times Group for organizing this grand assembly of minds, perspectives, and aspirations. As we convene under the theme of disruption, development, and diversification, I find it profoundly resonating with the transformative trajectory of India, where the economic as well as the social landscape is evolving with every sunrise. Friends, today's India operates with unparalleled zest and vigor, not merely participating in the global economy, but endeavoring to lead, innovate, and redefine the very essence of progress and development. With the infrastructure and intellect constantly evolving, India pioneers on the world stage as the fastest growing major economy. Our GDP is just not confined to numbers. It is a testament to relentless determinations, fostering a portfolio of passion, ambition, and transformation. Long-term vision fuels every policy and initiative. The strategic leap is being planned over decades. Unhindered by short-term perspectives, our trajectory is steered by the compass of long-term growth, which permeates to the last mile, to the last house, and to the last person. The resilience that India has shown in the face of global headwinds, be it the pandemic or the geopolitical situations, is notable and praiseworthy, and we are all proud to see the consequent global optimism towards India. The CXOs of the world are convinced that it is India's century. India is poised for even further growth. We are the world's 5th largest economy, and going by the projections, will become the 3rd largest very soon. Development is happening at a breakneck speed, catalyzed by the convergence of various factors, including policy reforms, regulatory reforms, infrastructure investments, and technological advancements. The growth of the Indian financial service in the last decade has been phenomenal. Major reforms like the UPI have changed the payment landscape of India. And friends, I must mention that such gigantic payment infrastructure, UPI, is just one piece of the puzzle. The JAM Trinity, the BharatNet, the direct benefit transfers, and various other initiatives have revolutionized the entire financial landscape and empowered citizens living even in the remotest areas. India Stack, Aadhaar, the account aggregator framework, and more are collectively changing the face of financial services. What used to take days before can now be done in seconds. As per a report by ASSOCHAM, India's consumer digital economy is on the roads to be $800 billion by 2030, a 10x growth from 2020. Hence, we are now proudly shifting from bricks to clicks with a fintech adoption rate of 87%, one of the highest in the world. Even Mr. Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft, has mentioned that no other country has built a more comprehensive digital infrastructure than India, and it can be example for other countries. This is the scale of disruptions we are witnessing. Ladies and gentlemen, India is emerging as the next great economic power, the base of which lies a very robust financial landscape. And the strength of this financial system gets bolstered with the existence of a robust protection ecosystem, and insurance being at the core of it. It not only safeguards individuals and businesses against potential risks, but also fosters confidence and stability, thus propelling India towards its economic zenith. Speaking of the Indian insurance sector, ladies and gentlemen, it holds significant promise. Currently ranking as the 10th largest globally, it is poised to climb to the 6th position by 2032, according to multiple reports, outpacing its peer economies and rapidly catching up with the developed nations. Demonstrating a sturdy growth, the industry has maintained a compound annual growth of 11% and achieving 14% in the previous financial year, with a premium income of more than rupees 10 lakh crore, which is $120 billion. With an assets under management exceeding 60 lakh crores of rupees, that is USD 720 billion, the insurance industry also provides employment to more than 6 million people. These numbers are big, no doubt, but at the same time, these carry enormous potential of becoming even bigger, backed on the evolving socio-economic landscape of India. My dear friends, we encompass a fifth of the world's population within India. Such is the diversity that we have multiple markets within one market. There comes multiple pocket sizes and multiple preferences. Our demography is favorable with a majority of young population. The middle class is widening and disposable incomes are rising. This presents an opportune moment to tap into the vast potential. We need to reach 140 crore people, offering protection to them, their loved ones, their businesses, their assets, their properties, while acknowledging the rich diversity that exists in India. A one-size-fits-all approach simply cannot meet the varied needs of our beloved nation. What is the solution? The answer primarily lies in technology, leveraging disruptions that not only drive development but also cater to the diversification needs that exists in India. Today, India is Digital India with over 850 million internet users and 750 million smartphone users and the millennial population mix. Every click, keyboard button press, swipe or tap is generating data. The digital footprints are available, and most importantly, today's customers do not shy away from sharing information in exchange of personalized experiences. Thus, any insurance company which is operating purely on conventional styles will find it difficult to survive against the ones that are predicting customer needs through tech-driven market intelligence and offering the right product through the right channel to the right customer. Today, blockchain-enabled smart contracts have enabled insurance claim settlement within seconds. Information obtained through telematics, wearables is able to rationalize the premiums. Even fraud detection have become more effective with the help of data analytics. AI, ML, big data, IoT are causing disruptions and changing the traditional fabric of the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, insurance, like practically every other business, is being redefined, reshaped around technology and around real-time data and insights. Recognizing the significance of technological disruptions and keeping pace with the relentless innovations in the financial sector, we have created a dedicated InsurTech mission mode team within the IRDAI, that is the regulator, which is working at full throttle to facilitate and enable technological advancements in the insurance sector. To foster innovation and experimentation, the regulatory sandbox has undergone a comprehensive revamp, allowing access 365 days a year, 24/7, compared to the earlier cohort-based half-yearly access. Furthermore, the experimentation period has been extended from 6 to 36 months, providing sufficient time to test and experiment the utility and feasibility of diverse products and processes. Many successful products thereafter have been launched. For example, pay as you drive or pay how you drive have emerged from the regulatory sandbox. Not just that, many Indian insurers today are leveraging AI, ML, blockchain, telematics, wearables, satellite imagery, drones, etc. in pricing, underwriting, and in claim processing. However, the question arises whether all of this is sufficient. Friends, IRDAI's objective extends far beyond establishing mere tech-led insurers. It is driven by the ambition to utilize technology to extend insurance coverage to every corner of India, including the hinterlands and the challenging terrains. The focus is on providing insurance solutions that are customized to the specific needs of the diverse segments of society, addressing regional, economical, and occupational diversities. The goal is to empower customers with choices, not only regarding insurance products, but also in terms of how they access and pay for them. While the extensive use of technology is crucial for achieving these objectives, the aim is to ensure that technology serves as a means, not merely an end in this pursuit. This leads to our grand vision of insurance for all by 2047, wherein every individual is provided with adequate health, adequate life, and adequate property insurance coverage, and every enterprise is supported with an appropriate insurance solution. This overarching objective compels us to introduce to another dimension to today's theme of disruption, development, and diversification, and add democratization, which reflecting the Indian philosophy of development, which is rooted in people and their upliftment. In line with our commitment to democratize insurance, the insurance industry is very passionately working towards creating one of a unique electronic marketplace for buying, selling, servicing, and claim settlement of insurance called the Bima Sugam. This will be a public digital infrastructure and would possibly be the game changer or the UPI moment for the insurance sector. You may ask how. The universalization of insurance would become possible with Bima Sugam, which will provide the reach and a bouquet of insurance services in real time at the doorstep of the customer, the prospect, or the policyholder. The tech-led e-marketplace would transcend geographical boundaries and income disparities. It would host all the necessary information and available offerings at a single place, thereby reducing the information asymmetry. It would be integrated with various data stacks, enabling seamless flow of information, making onboarding, processing, pricing, and underwriting more accurate and personalized. Access of such information would result in more choices and avenues, both for the insurers as well as the consumers, creating a win-win situation. The biggest highlight of the proposed protocol is that it would, of course, democratize insurance by making it available across geographies, across varied income levels, and across diverse sections of the society. It would also become the tech arm for insurance agents, the foot soldiers of insurance, through a plug-and-play model, making them more accessible, making them more productive, and making them more efficient. The assisted sales model of Bima Sugam would enable intermediaries to onboard their customers, sell and service the policies more effectively and efficiently. The digital capabilities would further enhance the reach of insurance agents who normally cater to localized areas, helping them acquire more customers with lesser efforts. All in all, it would empower, enable, uplift, and digitize the entire Indian insurance landscape. Not just that, we are talking of the Bima Wahaks, women-centric workforce. You can call them the Bima Didis, who will be the localized women-centric workforce who would add the touch of familiarity in the insurance transaction, as they would belong to the same village, the same taluka, the same district, enhancing trust and confidence. The Bima Didis would be proliferating. The proposed Bima Vistar, a simple and affordable benefit-based product with parametric triggers encompassing basic protection needs of life, personal accident, and property insurance. Furthermore, an attempt is also being made to involve every stakeholder to make inclusive insurance a reality, necessitating a more collaborative approach among the governments, among the regulator, the insurers, and the tech companies. In this direction, a state-level insurance plan has been formulated, wherein each insurer has been entrusted with the responsibility of increasing insurance inclusion in the assigned state or the union territory. The support that we have received from the state governments in this initiative is very encouraging, with many of the states formulating the state-level committees and the district-level committees. Working at the grassroots and providing protection to the most vulnerable would be the key to our vision of universal coverage of insurance before 2047. So the unique Bima Trinity, coupled with the state insurance plan, would not only enhance reach, but also amplify depth of insurance market, scripting a tomorrow which is truly inclusive. However, for success of such advancements, it's equally important to have an enabling regulatory framework that is supportive, that is facilitative, and that is forward-looking. The regulatory architecture should serve as an enabler, fostering growth, while simultaneously maintaining the stability of the sector. Friends, the insurance industry has matured over the last 2 decades of liberalization. The traditional rule-based regulatory framework may not be sufficiently equipped to harness the full potential of the sector, especially in this era of economic and technological advancements. Rather, at times, it may act as a constraint or an obstacle to growth. So keeping this in mind, a 360-degree evaluation of the regulatory framework has been undertaken to check for its agility, relevance, and adaptability, and it was found that many strict boundaries which were affecting the pace of the growth of the industry and stifling growth and innovation, and was also hindering choices for customers. A lot of approvals were required even for launching a simple product. There were a lot of compliance requirements and myriad of returns to be filed, affecting ease of doing business and increasing the compliance cost. The next step was to engage with the stakeholders, and following a consultative and a collaborative approach, critical insights and inputs were received, and thereafter, after multiple consultations, a new framework has been created, which is from a rule-based, we have moved to a principle-based regulatory approach with the build on the pillars of ease of doing business, more avenues for growth, more healthy competition, enabling innovation, and extensive technological adoption while keeping the interest of the policyholder central. Regulatory processes have been streamlined. The spirit of ease of doing business has been placed in the scheme of things. The distribution architecture has been opened. The overall expenses of management has been made flexible. All in all, the boards of the companies have been empowered to take all kinds of such decisions and offer the best possible product and at the best possible prices. We are also moving towards a risk-based capital regime for efficient utilization of capital, and also aligning with the global standards of accounting and reporting. Dedicated mission mode teams are working at full throttle, and we expect the RBC framework, the risk-based capital framework, and the international financial reporting standards to be adopted sometime in the year 2025. A lot of new risk coverages based on the market needs have also been permitted, like the title insurance, the insurance for warehouses, the performance guarantee insurance, surety insurance, and so on and so forth. The Data Bureau within the insurance sector is also being strengthened for better data analytics, so that they could provide better insights for better underwriting. A lot of customer-friendly initiatives also been undertaken in the last few months for a seamless journey of the customer, particularly in the health segment, and also in other segments similar efforts are on. It has become very easy for a new investor to enter into the insurance space, provided they come with sound financial standing and they adhere to the fit and proper criteria of the regulator. So if I were to sum up, I would say that the principle-based approach now would result in almost 80 regulations now going away, and we would have just 15 to 20 regulations which will govern the entire insurance sectors. And from about 1,500 odd circulars, will come down to 24 circulars, and that is the kind of ease of business that we want to provide to the insurance sector. And knowing fully well that there is huge potential, we are seeing a lot of investments coming to the sector, and I'm happy to inform you that in the last few months we have approved 5 new companies or new entities who have entered into the insurance space, and we see a lot of interest among the investors to enter into the insurance sector. And I'm sure going forward we will certainly see more and more investments and more insurance coverage and more deepening of the insurance inclusion. Our journey is a collective commitment to shape an insurance industry that is aligning perfectly with our vision of insurance for all by 2047. The vision signifies our dedication to make insurance available, accessible, and affordable to every individual and businesses, irrespective of their circumstances. By 2047, we aim to ensure that insurance stands as a steadfast companion on the journey to financial security and resilience for all. This encapsulates the core principles of the insurance sector as a guardian, enabler, and a stabilizer. Together, we can navigate the complex currents of change, ensuring a bright and sustainable future for our financial services, striking a right balance between development and regulation, innovation and security, growth and responsibility, while upholding the highest standards of trust and integrity. I would once again like to thank the Times Group for facilitating this platform, where leaders, thinkers, experts all have come together, sharing their insights, inspiring each other. By doing so, we collectively contribute to the progress and development of our nation. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Panda. That point you made about democratization, adding to our list of disruption, development, and diversification, well taken. Thanks indeed for joining us today. Now, our next session, this person we are going to be speaking to, Avan, he's formed the largest hedge fund in the world. He's been a global macro investor, and this for more than 50 years. And yes, he remains an investor. He's a mentor at Bridgewater. He serves on its board as well. He's the #1 New York Times best-selling author too.
Absolutely, and I'm very excited to listen into this one. Joining us right now, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than Raymond Dalio. He's the founder, CIO mentor, and member of the Bridgewater Board and Associates. And this conversation is going to be steered by Nikunj Dalmia, the editor-in-chief, ET Now and ET Now Swadesh. Everyone, a round of applause. And while Mr. Dalio could not join us due to some pressing commitments, it will be virtual, but not lacking in any way. So stick around and absorb this one.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the ET Now Global Business Summit. I always take a pride when I say anything with ET Now. So it's ET Now GBS. Now, my guest, Ray Dalio, I would say my colleagues Avan and Vikram, well, they've not introduced the real fact, which is that Mr. Dalio has made, as a practitioner, as somebody who's a historian, but is also a practitioner, highest amount of wealth ever for his clients. Are you interested in hearing how he's made the wealth? Should I carry on with this session? Highest amount of wealth ever been made by a hedge fund manager for his clients. Mr. Dalio, I guess that's a powerful introduction, right?
So glad to be here.
It's such a pleasure, Mr. Dalio, to have you on ET Now GBS. Mr. Dalio, you always look at world, sir, based on 5 factors: economy and credit, internal peace and conflict, external issues between countries, climate change, and technology. If you have to look at the mechanics of the world, rather than giving our audience a fish to eat, if they have to catch the trick, how to catch the next fish, how would you put your thoughts into play and explain some of these pointers? The #1 being, sir, economy and credit.
Thank you for asking me, and thank you for having me there today. Yes, you're right. My goal is to explain the mechanics of this, and then we can reflect on what's happening. As you say, I'm a practical investor who has to make macroeconomic investment decisions every day. And I learned in my life that many things that surprised me didn't happen in my lifetime, but happened many times in history. So there were three big forces that drew my attention to study history over the last 500 years, and then I discovered the other two of the five. But the first is to understand the mechanics of credit, money, debt, and economics. In other words, credit gives buying power. Credit also creates debt. Debt has to be paid back. That debt has to be paid back with hard money or soft money because they print more money. If that debt goes to create productivity, it raises living standards and it's successful. And so that dynamic has happened, but in a most important way in the United States, which is the world's treasury market that the interest rates all around the world are operating by, produced an enormous amount of credit and debt, and are continuing to produce an enormous amount of credit and debt that is having an effect on the interest rates and the money markets and the economy, which we will go into in a second. That very much relates to the internal political issues. So when we talk about internal, we're dealing with conflict internally. It's particularly important in the United States, but it exists in every country. That internal populism has emerged, particularly in the United States, in which there is a populist, meaning almost an extremist of the left and an extremist of the right, that have irreconcilable differences. And we're going to have not only an election, but a risk of unacceptable conflict in that political situation and the social situation that exists in varying degrees in different countries, but particularly in the United States, most importantly. Right. And then, of course, there's the third influence, which is the change in the global world order, the relative power of countries, and how the system works. In 1945, we created the world order that we're in. The way these world orders develop is there's a great war, and then the dominant power and powers decide how that works. And then there's a system. The reason that the United Nations is in New York and the World Bank and IMF are in Washington, D.C. is because of that dominant power. And that world shift is taking place, and India, of course, is right in the middle of that. That dynamic operating with the financial and the internal conflict creates a classic dynamic that we've seen repeat over time. And number four is droughts, floods, and pandemics, acts of nature, have caused more deaths and have caused more falls of governance systems, of orders, than any of the other ones. And we see that with climate change and the costs of climate change, just the financial costs of climate change, that's a big consideration. And of course, over time, number five, is the inventiveness of mankind, and that goes with new technologies. And we're seeing this dynamic play out. Right. And what I saw and covered in a study of mine, which is then written in a book called The Changing World Order. That right. The Changing World Order, I did a video also on it. You see these patterns happen over and over again. So when we look at them, that interrelationships, very important.
Right, sir. Mr. Dalio, you have your proprietary models in which you look at country, productivity, as well as you predict the growth. So based on your internal models, where does India stack up? From fragile 5, Mr. Dalio, India is now top 5 in the world.
in my book, and again called The Changing World Order, we use statistics that go back mostly for many, many, many years to predict the next 10 years growth rate. India is projected to have the fastest growth rate in the world of any sizable economy. And that's why the basics, what are the basics? You're seeing a combination of the development of a middle class. And with that development, you're seeing vast improvements in education levels and in infrastructure. And with those, you're also seeing capital formation, which enables that combination of education, efficiency, improved efficiency, and with that capital formation creates the opportunity of people to be very productive. At the same time, measurements like what is the cost of an educated person? This is across societies. Very attractive in India. Also, civility. Do you have order? There's great disorder now in a number of countries, and it's worsening in the United States. So there's this ability to have that population. Demographics play a role too.
Right.
Of a relatively young population. And so another factor is always key, and that is to be to be neutral, or to be not in the midst of conflicts, such as the conflicts that exist between the United States and China. So all of these are measurable, and they indicate a growth rate, and it can't be precise, but in the vicinity of per capita growth rate, and there'll be growth in the population. It'll be somewhere in the vicinity of 6.5%, give or take a little bit, and that will be the strongest in the industry, the large economies.
Mr. Dalio, in your book, you always refer to history as a benchmark, which is that there was a time in the world when guilder was the reserve currency in the world. Then that moved to franc, to the Great Britain pound, now dollar. But looking at the state of the US debt, what are the chances, and audience wants to really hear your views on that, what are the chances that US dollar could lose its reserve currency status?
I should say that what happens is, in the United States, if it should weaken its currency status, you'd see other countries also have weaker currencies, and then there would be an emergence of alternatives such as, most importantly, likely gold. Well, currencies tend to depreciate together, but it's true that what happens in the United States, or in history, there's a financial component. If you have a lot of debt, and the United States has a lot of debt that most importantly results in a lot of sales of debt, that money probably has to be printed, and there's a squeeze emerging which will tend to weaken the currency. And it goes along with the general level of power. And that power is an economic power and a military power. There are some pluses, of course. The United States and China both are very effective in technologies, the new technologies that are developing. And economically, that is a source of productivity. So the picture of the US dollar is one in which to lose its status relative to other countries would require another currency to become dominant. The fact that they all can go down relative to goods and service prices as there's printing of money is the more likely scenario. and that would mean a greater inflation rate.
Mr. Dalio,
I would pay attention. There's two in this world: bonds, debt of particularly over-indebted and fast-growing indebted countries should be avoided. Productivity should be invested in. That's the basic of that consideration.
Right. I'll not extend my appointment beyond a point to Mr. Dalio. You've been very generous with your time. So just last two questions. You always advocated the mantra of diversification. So for next 5 or 10 years, what should be the approach for investor where they can actually maximize returns?
Well, one of your 3 key words was diversity. I would say the important thing is, generally speaking, to invest in innovation and productivity, those productivity activities, and avoid indebtedness, debt assets, minimize the debt assets, and then to diversify into various locations. I would say that no one country should be, no one asset class, no one country, no one currency should be concentrated in because of the nature of that. So look at those good places and then look for good leadership. I must say that your leadership, particularly Prime Minister Modi's leadership and the stability and the support, the broad level of support, is a very important thing. So the 3 things I look at are, first, is the country, if I'm looking at a country, but it's true for businesses as well. Do they earn more than they spend? Are the financials good? Do they have internal competitiveness and cohesiveness so that there could be a healthy competition to raise productivity? And number 3, are they in the middle of an international conflict, the world order that becomes threatening to them in a type of war, or are they more neutral? Those environments in which they have their sound finances, productivity with people working together in a civil way, and those minimizations of the risks of international conflict are the fundamentals that I look for.
Mr. Dalio, you're bullish on India. Fundamentally, it's the good place to be in. Growth is enviable in the world. What will it take for your firm to come to India and invest either in the equity market or the real estate market or the debt market? What kind of regulations would you say are important for you to come here?
We're primarily liquid investors, and the markets, the public markets, have some issues to be dealt with. They're relatively illiquid. They're still over-regulated. There are issues about taxes. There are concerns about capital controls. And as a result, foreign investment in your government bond market, for example, is only 1% of the bond market. In terms of corporate bond markets, only 2%. That results, by the way, in interest rates being higher than they ordinarily would be if it was more open. So I think that there needs to be the development, the type of reduced regulations that you've seen in other aspects of the markets and the economy, reduced regulations, increased efficiency. All of those reforms would be very beneficial for that stock market, I think, or the bond market. So I think those are the things that are needed.
So I have time to ask one more last question, and I'm sure audience is ready for this last final question. Is Ray Dalio ready?
I'll do my best.
You're talking about demand and supply, and my question to you is that all my friends have one thing, which is that we want to work for Ray Dalio. He's not hiring. Why is it so difficult to get a job at Bridgewater?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that
I was just making
clearly.
a job application. You didn't hear me. My question is, why is it so difficult to get a job at your firm?
You broke up again where the connection isn't so good. Could you?
Really?
I apologize.
Okay. I'll try my level best. I'll go slow this time. And when you're making a case for a application, that's what the normal response is. So audience, don't be surprised. Why is it difficult to get a job at Bridgewater? Why is it so difficult?
We have the highest possible standards. I'm sure it's true for your universities, your best companies. We try to get the best, and the best is a small percentage, the top fraction of a percent.
I'm tempted.
But there's great talent. We welcome.
I'm tempted to share a secret. Are you guys ready for a secret of Ray Dalio? Ray Dalio meditates every day. Ray Dalio believes in the power of meditation. And Ray Dalio, I would encourage you to share your experience about meditation.
Meditation has had more of a beneficial effect on my life than I think almost anything. It has given me the equanimity, the centeredness, the clarity of thought to be able to approach all the issues in a much better way. And it's given me also health that reduces stress and so on. Meditation, I give meditation to people. I have teachers teach them because it's the best gift I can give anyone.
Well, Mr. Dalio, what a pleasure to have you as part of ET Now GBS. Thank you very much for time. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the man who has made the highest number of returns for clients as an hedge fund ever. Let's put our hands together. And we certainly hope to see much more of you, Mr. Dalio, in India next time. Thank you very much. With that, I'll give it back to my colleagues, Awan and Vicky.
Thank you, Nikunj, for that. From insights into meditation, to investing in productivity and innovation, to capital formation, we heard it all, Vikram.
Yes, absolutely. What an insightful conversation that was, and we hope to have many more of these.
All right, let's get a move on then. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got we are taking immense pride in our next speaker today. He believes passionately in the potential of young Indians, their capabilities, hard work, talent, and vision. In fact, his unwavering focus on translating our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of digital India into reality by expanding and deepening India's tech and innovation economy, building a robust ecosystem for electronics and manufacturing in India, involving startups as well as academic institutes, skilling initiatives, and researchers.
That's quite a rich legacy he's created. Please join us in extending this warm welcome to Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar, Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for the Government of India. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Chandrasekhar. He's in a moment. And of course, to welcome the Honourable Minister, we'd request Shri Vineet Jain to join us also on stage and present him with a shawl in our warm appreciation for his presence here.
Absolutely, and I believe that he is at the premises, so he will just be joining us very shortly. Remember, a lot of focus that has been on innovation as well as on India's tech story that we've seen play out so wonderfully, building a robust ecosystem for electronics manufacturing and clearly putting startup world at the forefront of all of that. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome none other than Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar, the Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, the Government of India. So please join us on stage. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I would also like to request on stage Shri Vineet Jain, the Managing Director of the Times Group.
May we please present him with a shawl appreciation of our love and admiration for all the work that is being done.
Thank you so much for that. I would request you, Mr. Jain, to please take your seat. And now I would request Mr. Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan, the executive editor at Times Now, to join us on stage for a fireside conversation with Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajeev Chandrasekhar, for joining us. First and foremost, I want to start by asking you about the Ministry of Skill Development, something that you've been very closely associated with. A lot of us are actually looking at how changing technology, the changing market conditions, how do you think that is going to impact on this area of skill development? And what do you think the areas are that India needs to focus on in coming years?
So thank you for having me, Madhav. I think it's a good question to start with. I think, it's clear and it's quite obvious to everybody that the digitization of the world, if you want to call it that, and most, particularly post-COVID, the acceleration in that digitization is, and on one hand, on the other hand, the really deep tectonic changes in technology that are throwing up new opportunities and certainly new challenges are increasingly pointing to the need for more and more talented people in areas like artificial intelligence, semiconductor, the future of the internet, and many of these areas. And there is clearly a recognition amongst countries of the world and corporate companies of the world that there is a talent shortage and the opportunities are running far ahead of where we are on the talent front. It has been our Prime Minister's view from very early on, since 2015, that we want to really take this so-called demographic advantage that we have of a young workforce and to convert that into a really potent, highly talented, highly skilled workforce for opportunities in India as well as abroad. And that is certainly what we've been focused on. There is a clear pivot or a clear change or a certain acceleration post-COVID in terms of what the types of skills that are now being prioritized. There's more and more of a focus on future-ready skills. Earlier, the focus was on industry-ready skills. And so I think that our ambition and our goals of really, in a sense, becoming the skills hub or the skill talent hub for this new decade of technology opportunities is the focus, and that is certainly the work that we are doing.
Right. Yesterday we had seen, for instance, the opposition bring out a black paper. They called it 10 Saal of Anyay, according to them. And one of the issues that they are concerned about or talking about is unemployment. As a skill development minister, are their concerns valid in your view?
Look, I think they were inspired by the imminent white paper, and it didn't take a lot of creativity for them to come up with a black paper. But look, it is one of those clear evidences of certain type of hypocrisy at work. Because one of the facts that needs to be told and told again is that in 2014, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji assumed office, the total workforce in India was about 41 crore Indians who woke up every day morning, went to work, earned a living and looked after their families. And out of that 41 crore Indians that went to work every day, 30 crore Indians had no formal skills or education. 65 years after independence, that was the situation of the Indian workforce. And the Prime Minister doubled down after 2015 and has really been focused on addressing the huge majority of people in our workforce that did not have skills and give them skills. Why? Because the job opportunities that are today coming and that are being created in our economy, this fast-growing economy, the fastest-growing economy in the world, require skills. There is really no opportunity today that can deal with or can be provided to somebody that does not have either an education or skill. So if anybody has done anything about providing the skills and enabling and catalyzing young Indians towards these opportunities that are being created in the economy, it is our government over the last 10 years. So for those who actually were in government for 65 years and left a legacy of having 3 out of every 4 Indians without skills or education and left them on their own to fend for themselves in a fast-changing workforce, fast-morphing workforce that were challenging people to come to work with skills, they certainly didn't do very much. So today for them to do a black paper or whatever shade that they are interested in is really, in my opinion, a sign of desperation because they're running out of things to say. And effectively, I believe very strongly, till the day we become a developed nation, let's assume it's 2047, these people will constantly be carping about something or the other, but they will not contribute to any new ideas, they will not contribute to the momentum of our nation, but they'll certainly come up with these half lies and half facts to create a narrative that is far from the truth.
All right, I have a few
And I just want to add one more thing, Madhav.
Yeah.
If you leave, okay, assuming for a minute that you thought that what I just said was rhetoric, and if you just want to go by data, the periodic labor force survey shows that the unemployment rate in India has come down from 6.2 in 2017, and except for a blip during the COVID pandemic, to 3.2% today. Number one. And I just want to add this just for your understanding and for your viewers to understand. The national average of unemployment is a weighted average of state level unemployment. And the states that have the largest unemployment today are states like Kerala, states like Rajasthan, states that just had these so-called black paper authors in government till very recently. So there is a tendency to bandy these numbers around, hoping that people will not get behind the numbers and get into the numbers. But the unemployment numbers that are talked about and that I showed is declining, is still a weighted average of very high unemployment in some states, which is the responsibility of the elected government of that state, and which in many cases are the same people who are the authors of the black paper.
All right. I want to take you across to something that you mentioned earlier about artificial intelligence being the greatest innovation of our lifetime. How do you see this impacting on jobs in particular? Because there are many doomsday predictors who look at, how it could perhaps impact on jobs. There are those who say the impact will be to the counter. How do you look at it as also the MOS?
Look, Madhav, technology in general is disruptive. Technology in general is accompanied by change. That was true when the PC came on the scene. That is true when the mobile device came on the scene, and that will be true when AI hits. That was true when the internet happened, and that is true when AI will come into our lives in a bigger and a deeper form than it is today. It is disruptive. There's no doubt about that. What it will do, according to me, and I'm certainly no prophet of AI or astrologer, but I certainly have a highly developed sense of intuition that AI will really create more and more opportunities in the workforce in terms of companies, enterprises, startups, etc., etc. It will certainly replace some jobs. It will certainly transform some job roles. And AI in its current form will certainly allow companies to do more with less. Which is not to say that the doomsday scenario that has been painted, that AI will certainly remove certain layers of jobs and therefore there will be, reduction in the workforce. I don't subscribe to that, and I certainly don't think anybody who has a reasonably highly developed sense of common sense about technology will subscribe to that. Yes, there is going to be disruption. Yes, there is going to be transformation. There are going to be new job roles created, which will require new skills, new talented workforce, new talent in the workforce, and there will be some changes in the in segments of the workforce today which can be replaced by AI.
But are we doing enough to safeguard ourselves against the perils of AI? There have been deep fakes, several celebrities. I mean, there's a whole host of celebrities who've talked about those deep fake videos. Are we doing enough as a society or perhaps from the government side to safeguard against that?
Look, let's be very clear. I think the responsibility of the harms, the criminalities that are on the internet, whether they are deep fake, whether there's misinformation, whether it is CSAM, whether it is other kinds of criminal content, we are very clear as a government of India that though the responsibility for that primarily is with the platforms, the intermediaries who connect the producer of these types of unlawful content to the consumer of these kinds of unlawful content. So we have since 2021 evolved a jurisprudence, evolved a framework of regulation that squarely ensures that the platforms and the intermediaries, as we call it in our law, are accountable for the safety and trust of the consumers of the internet. Now, whether it is misinformation powered by AI, which is deepfakes, audio, video deepfakes, or it is misinformation, which is text, or whether it is criminal content of some other kind, unlawful content, patent violating content, whether it's CSAM, these are all now squarely the responsibility of the platforms. And we have made it very clear, and recently we issued an advisory to them as well, that if their general counsel hadn't warned them yet, in their in-house lawyers hadn't warned them yet, about the consequences of having their consumers violate, their users violate these laid down 11 types of unlawful content, the consequences are pretty severe. And the consequences are not just about rapping their knuckles and saying, don't do it, bad boy. It'll be, consequences are going to be under criminal law. Because that is where these unlawful content, the adjudication and the solutions for those lie. So I think the platforms understand this, that we are living in a new world where the safety and trust of our consumers and users and digital nagriks, as we call them, are very, very important deliverable for our government. And that this is a responsibility of the platform. And the old model where platforms, in a sense, masqueraded as innovators and escaped regulation and left it to the government to solve these problems of harms, is being replaced surely and steadily by this new model of accountability.
Right. The Prime Minister speaks about four castes, how there's youth, there's poor, there's women, there's farmers. How do you leverage technologies such as AI or other emerging technologies to help these segments, which the government itself has now, through the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, stated time and again that these are the focus areas for the government?
No, look, I think if you look at it, I'm not sure exactly how to answer that question, but if you look at it, tech in India is very now heavily embedded in pretty much everything we are doing. In governance, this is the same country which just a decade ago was being described as a country which was a dysfunctional democracy, where 100 rupees left Delhi, only 15 rupees reached the citizen because of the levels of intermediation and corruption that the government represented. Now, this is the same country, the same system that today delivers that 100 rupees because we have embedded so much of technology into governance. And those tools, those platforms are now increasingly being recognized by the world, especially countries that have not gone up the digitization curve as much as other countries, as open source platforms that will enable their own digitization. So I think, Madhav, it is not so much about saying technology for the youth, technology for the women, technology for the farmer, and technology for the poor. Technology for our government is a decidedly fundamental way of transforming democracy and governance and making sure that even the most distant citizen is connected to government. There has been a narrative for many, many years around the world, especially in the Western world, that technology is exclusive. It excludes people. Digital excludes people. India is a classic case of a country that is demonstrating at scale that technology can be used to make democracy and governance inclusive. And I think that is what technology is being used for. It is absolutely a vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And if anything, in the coming third term of his government, we will double down and increase and accelerate the digitization of government and public services.
Right. You've spoken about the Digital India Act. You've spoken about the asymmetry between digital news publishers and the big tech platforms. Can you take us through what this asymmetry is at this point of time amongst the entities, and how do you sort of intend to address this asymmetry?
Look, I think everybody recognizes today that the internet that we all, I'm that old many years ago, that we set out to build, which was about connecting people, bridging distances, is no longer the internet that the utopia that we saw. This is now an internet that is being straddled by big, powerful commercial platforms that play the role of intermediating the consumer to the internet. And these platforms have taken on not just size and commercial power and other kinds of power, but they also have started distorting a fundamental characteristic of the openness of the internet, which is choice for the consumer, the ability for the consumer to select without having to worry about whether that choice is being distorted by some platform in between. And I think to maintain the openness, maintain the symmetry between those who create the content and those who distribute the content, there is a need for some sort of conversation and discussion, and if I dare say so, some form of a framework that will prevent these big platforms from exploiting the content creators, whether that's a large news organization or an individual content creator, just because they are the gatekeepers to the internet and the consumers on the internet. So this is a conversation that needs to be had. It is something that we have looked at very closely. We don't like the way ad tech and advertising and digital reach is being, in a sense, gate kept by a few platforms. We certainly don't like that it is not allowing a small content creator to be confident that his or hers content is being monetized fairly and he or she is getting the fair returns for that content. So I think this is a conversation which is a sign of our own mature thinking about the future of the internet and future of how these various commercial powers and forces will play out. And it's a conversation that is ongoing, and I hope with the third term of our Honorable Prime Minister, we will be able to enact a Digital India Act.
Right. On the issue of fake news, the government, of course, has announced the fact-check unit. Recently, the Bombay High Court has asked a third judge to opine on the same. And, of course, it's asked the government to go ahead and establish or empowering the central government to establish a fact-check unit. In light of what the Bombay High Court has said, there's been a lot of divided opinion as to what really constitutes the fact-check. There are those who are saying, how can the government sit in judgment about a news in which the government itself may be a party?
I think some of these issues, Madhav, the debate is driven by people who really haven't understood it fully and still dive in and opine. You know, the internet, as somebody said, is now become a place where the Nobel Prize winner and the village idiot both have to talk to each other as if they were equals. So there is a lot of that going on. The fact-check unit of the government was certainly not meant to be anything other than help for those platforms who wanted to label misinformation but did not have any other way to label the misinformation except with help from the government. So this was about simply a way of making sure platforms were getting the help from the government to decide what is patently false and what is not patently false.
But would you be okay with state governments, for instance, setting up? We've seen that happen as well recently.
Look, I mean, I'm okay with you setting it up either, as well. But my point is that under the law, the internet can be regulated by the government of India. And the statutory powers for regulation come only to the government of India. So if the state government wants to set up a fact-check unit which will advise platforms on what is right and wrong about its government work or some piece of information about the government, they are welcome to do so. We have independent private fact-check units even today. So there is nothing wrong with fact-check units. I think fact-check units are meant to help the intermediaries discern very clearly what is right and wrong as an advice. It is not mandatory. We never meant the fact-check unit to be binding on a platform. It would have just meant that the platforms label something as being disputed by the government. And so one judge felt that was okay and the other judge did not. So,
yeah, my last question to you is about the Paytm Payments Bank. A lot of startup CEOs written to the government. They've expressed concerns about the implications of this so-called regulatory action against the Paytm Payments Bank. Do you think their concerns are valid?
Look, I don't want to comment on what is obviously an intervention by a statutory regulator. The RBI regulates the banking sector. I have only made one statement on this issue, and I've said whether you're a fintech or a startup or you're iconic founder or whoever you are, the laws of the land apply. The regulators are the ones that oversee your sector. And if they decide something is wrong, you of course have the ability to appeal that. But that is the last word on it. And the sectoral regulators have absolute authority to oversee sectoral regulated entities. So, which is the case in the RBI. And I certainly, as a government, don't want to second guess the sectoral regulator.
All right. Thank you so much, Rajeev Chandrasekhar, for joining us. And
thank you so much.
Disruption and technology, two words that go hand in hand. That was a great discussion. Thanks very much, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for joining us. It's a pleasure having you with us, and Madhav for that discussion. Thanks indeed.
All right, let's get a move on. The banking and the finance sectors are clearly undergoing significant transformation in response to major structural and macroeconomic changes. In fact, they're challenged with managing risks across diverse markets, fostering resilience amidst economic uncertainties, and devising recovery strategies and geopolitical shifts along with unexpected disruptions.
This is true, and there is a need now, Avan, for banks to adapt their operations. Then, of course, leverage all the technology at hand and foster international partnerships to thrive in what is an increasingly interconnected world, and this while maintaining stability and sustainability. So, of course, we are looking at this discussion, and we are going to call Ajay to join us here on stage. Ajay Sharma, Senior Editor at ET Now, and let's get a thunderous round of applause for our esteemed guest, Mr. Bill Winters, Chief Executive Officer at Standard Chartered Bank.
Does focus on higher returns, and in fact, Mr. Winters has recently upgraded their own bank's outlook and guidance as well. Let's start from there. When a large bank chief like yours at an international platform says that the outlook for the bank is good, you are, kind of operating across geographies, and your earnings are sensitive to so much vulnerability. So, I want to understand what backdrop. In what backdrop have you raised your guidance, and you're sounding much more confident and positive lately?
If I could just say first, thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've been in Delhi now for a week. I come probably 3 or 4 times a year to India, see different parts. I got a chance to travel outside of Delhi on this trip as well over the weekend, and I must say this, the underlying momentum and the real progress that I see is just tremendous. Standard Chartered, we've been operating in India for 170 years, so I think we have a pretty good sense of what's going on in the country. There have been lots of ups and downs. Right now, it feels like a real up. And okay. Now, to your question of how do we look at our own outlook? If you sat in our risk committee, which we have once a week, and we have our board once every couple of months, you'd think that the world is coming to an end, because we talk about all the things that all of us talk about: geopolitical conflicts, concerns about inflation, interest rates, etc. We could get very, very desperate. If you then go from the risk committee meeting into the are we going to grow committee meeting, you sense tremendous excitement. Why? Well, it starts right here in India, and we heard from the commerce minister, we heard from Ray Dalio. that an economy that can generate sustainable growth, let's say between 6 and 8%, with a long runway, with 1.4 billion people. It's not a small economy. It's a very big economy. That's a fundamental driver. But, the rest of the world is okay as well. Not booming like India.
Sure.
But let's look at the U.S., right? Tremendous resilience in the face of an interest rate onslaught, if we could put it that way, and political dysfunction. Look at China. Now, we all want to be very desperate about China. We're not desperate about China. We see China going through one of the most profound industrial transformations that any country goes through. And inevitably, during those transformations, it's very, very painful. It's still generating 5% growth, not a disaster, but it's painful. They'll come out the back end of this. Obviously, they could make mistakes and not, but we don't think so. So the two biggest economies in the world, U.S. and China, I think are both looking okay with their problems. The fastest growing economy in the world, which is a very large economy itself, is just fundamentally bullish.
Yes.
And all of that supports the banking business.
So, okay, let me take a leaf out of your answer. You said that the two large economies of the world, which most of the people believe are in not a great shape. Actually, you have a contra opinion that US and China are doing okay. So the over pessimism around US and China is actually not right in your view? Is that the case?
I personally, I don't feel a lot of pessimism about the U.S. Certainly the equity markets are saying it's the best it's ever been.
Sure.
The credit markets are functioning perfectly. The corporate profitability is extremely strong. So I hear concerns about where things could go in the U.S. Of course, we've got concerns about a very high debt level. We've got concerns about political dysfunction. We've got concerns that the only way to bring inflation down to the Fed's target rate will be to induce a recession. But there are no signs of that right now.
Sure.
There are no signs of that at all. Now, China is much more complex, much more complex. And we all got used to 10% plus or 7% plus GDP growth in China. That's not in the foreseeable future. We're looking at 5% growth, which is really not enough to get them out of the middle income trap. But as I say, you've got segments of the economy, call it the new economy, that are growing in double digits.
Mr. Winters, I want to understand from you that a banker can see risk building in parts of balance sheets, corporate balance sheets, much ahead of, when it actually blows up, so that they minimize it beforehand. Are there any big risks building anywhere in China, in US or any other part of the world, which, this is the target audience, they are mostly financial market participants or even strategists who have an eye on global developments closely. Would you like to bring any such risk to the table or not yet?
I think we've seen a few, let's call them small bubbles that have burst, and then one big bubble. The one big bubble is the real estate market in China, and you could say that that's a global real estate, commercial real estate bubble, and it was on the back of very low interest rates for a long time. The bubble has burst in China. The Chinese leadership is trying to manage that bubble. It's been painful for participants in that market, including a little bruise, I would say, on Standard Chartered. Nothing material, but others obviously have been hurt. The U.S. commercial real estate market is going through decompression, but it's against the backdrop of a very strong economy.
Sure.
So, but you look at some of the other bubbles that have burst. The crypto bubble, right? Now, it was in the overall scheme of the economy, it was tiny. If your kid put all of his money into Bitcoin, or probably worse,
there was no
Dogecoin.
Contagion because of Bitcoin or crypto.
Right? But these are little bubbles. They're popping regularly. So as we look right now, we don't see tremendous bubbles in the global marketplace.
Smaller bubbles, but nothing to be really very wary of. Okay, let's come back to India.
I'll just give one. I mean, Ray Dalio, I thought, was gentle with his own view about the U.S. debt market. You got the question. Are U.S. interest rates a bubble given the level of U.S. government deficits? Possibly.
Okay.
That would be the one, and that's a big one.
Okay. Mr. Winters, I want to understand opportunities in India from your eyes. You've been operating here for a very long time. It's a very vibrant, market right now. Big M&As, mid-sized M&As, capex, green shoot of capex earlier visible. What kind of opportunity does Standard Chartered would like to participate here? Because local banks are also very aggressive. You look at the commentary coming from our banks. Is there big appetite for everybody to have their share of profits here?
Yeah, I think there's enormous opportunities. So we look at the national priorities as we understand them. First is to continue the build out of a national infrastructure. That's extremely capital intensive. There's not enough capital in the country alone to meet the ambition. It's working pretty well. But our job is to bring international capital together with local expertise to finance the building of highways and ports. renewable power, right? Along with China, the biggest investors in renewable power in the world. The investment is massive. The success is tremendous, right? To get to 45% renewable power.
And our government is very focused and very serious about energy transition.
Extremely focused. So that requires technical transfer and technical expertise, and it requires money. These are just two of the opportunities that are very clear. The most exciting thing to me that I've seen in India over the past 5, 6, 7 years has been the flow of capital from the large businesses in India, which historically had been focused on investing out, and now are focused on investing in. So they're bringing their money back in, and many of you are in this room. That's the strongest vote of confidence you can get. These are insiders who know the business well, and they see the investment opportunities in India, whether it's in renewable power or petrochemicals or infrastructure development. The opportunities in India are greater than any opportunities outside.
What about cross-border banking? What are the opportunities do you see here?
Now, India is still a relatively closed economy. So when I look at some of the other markets where we deal, we're one of the top 3 trade financing banks in the world, operating everywhere in Asia, Middle East, Africa, and obviously connecting through to the U.S. and Europe. And the import-export flows in India as a percentage of GDP are relatively low. Now, part of that is the fact that it's a huge economy. It can be very circular. But the export economy is not fully developed in India. That will change with these mass investments from companies like Samsung, Foxconn, Apple. I mean, that obviously will be domestically led, but export contributing. But it's also a willingness to import and an openness. So we've heard from some of the business leaders who are here from outside of India that it's still a little bit hard to get business done.
Okay, let me come a little more specific on that one, because we are financial journalists. We have to get a scoop out of you. There was a very large cement transaction recently done, and foreign banks played a very large role in that, and Indian banks perhaps couldn't. And some bankers were saying, we could have perhaps, funded that large transaction. Give us what industries are you interacting with? Where do you see big transactions happen in India? Are you looking forward to financing the growing ambition of Indian businessmen now?
Yeah, of course. That's our bread and butter is financing companies that are investing in India to develop jobs and growth. That's what we do. And I think a disproportionate share of the investments right now are in infrastructure, including sustainable power.
Sure.
It's just they're so capital intensive. The Indian banks are extremely strong and very competitive. So they've got a strong presence, very strong physical presence across the country, much more than a foreign bank could ever have, and they're well capitalized. So Indian banks are some of our biggest clients because we help them with their business outside. We help them with U.S. dollars, for example. But we also compete from time to time.
Yes.
But for the most part, we work together, and it's quite symbiotic.
How do you see, one last question with you, there's I would say the highest growth rate in affluent population anywhere in the world right now is in India. Wealth management, capital market related opportunities are opening up like never before. What are your thoughts on how things can take shape here?
I think it's very important, and it's happening, but it's very important that the wealth management industry in India continues to develop, and that Indians can build a good, strong, diverse portfolio of global assets within India. And what happens now is if you want a good, strong, diverse portfolio of global assets, you move your money outside of India and invest through Dubai or London or Jersey or Hong Kong or Singapore. That's okay, but that money should stay at home. It's more likely to find its way back into the Indian economy if it never left in the first place. And it's a work in progress.
Yes. Great, Mr. Winters. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon at ET Now GBS. Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Quick, pacey discussion. Mr. Winters, such a pleasure having you with us. Great conversation. Ajay, thank you.
All right. Shall we get a move on? And I hope all of you are busy. Do remember that we have the hashtag scripting a tomorrow, so we'd love to hear your thoughts. We've got a contest as well that's underway, so I hope all of you are participating. Well, let's get a move on. And now the traditional notions of employment and skill sets are undergoing profound changes in today's era of technological advancements, automation, and even the evolving job market. Both individuals as well as organizations must actively embrace the dynamic demands of the modern workforce to navigate this ever-evolving landscape.
Careful. Well, talking about disruptions, this requires a steadfast dedication, as it were, to this kind of continuous learning. There needs to be that within the workforce. We certainly work towards it. Skill development is part of it, ensuring the sustained relevance as far as the workforce is concerned, and proficiency when it comes to rapidly transforming industries, and you see a lot of transformations happening across the board. So let's start off this session. I believe the chairs are put and the disruptions are behind us. Our moderator for the session is Sunil Sharma. He's the founder and managing partner of Kirara Capital. Mr. Sharma, are you with us? Please step up. Mr. Sharma.
All right, there he is. And coming on stage, welcome. And let's also extend a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists, Vikram, for this discussion.
Yes, a discussion around upskilling, reskilling and learning for the future. Raghu Sundaram is the Dean at NYU Stern School of Business. He joins us here. Can we have you up on stage along with him? Jeff Magion-Calder, the Chief Executive Officer at Coursera. Joy Jones, also Chief Executive Officer for Graduate Management Admission Council. And Martin Reza is the Vice President, South Asia Region for World Bank. Gentlemen, great to have you with us. We're looking forward to a sterling discussion this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. We'll get started. I know the program is running a little bit late, but I promise I have a very, very fast set of speakers here. They're going to catch the train very fast. So we're going to try very hard. Having said all of this, this is a very important topic, as you just heard. As you think about what is happening in India and globally in most developed markets, even in most developing markets and even in the developed markets, what employers want versus what the students are learning today, there is a very, very big divide. And therefore, this topic that we have for today is what we are going to focus a lot around. We're going to talk about diversity, development. We're going to talk a lot about this from this esteemed panel that I have. I'm going to quickly introduce them and get going. Martin spent a lot of time in World Bank. He's been in the region, understands the region quite well, lived in a lot of the markets in the region, so we'll get his perspectives across different geographies. Jeff runs one of the most successful online learning institutions. I think from what I remember, 7,000 different globally recognized institutions. Courses are offered on Coursera. He's the CEO of Coursera. And Raghu is the Dean of the Stern Business School in NYU, and as of yesterday now, the Senior Vice Chancellor of New York University. So we are all very proud to have such an esteemed panel with us. What I'm going to do is, just to save time, I'm going to jump straight in. And the first thing that I thought we should talk about is what is happening in the world today. So if you look at World Economic Forum, they have been talking about 50% of what kids are learning today, students are learning today, is not very relevant from what the institutions and employers want. And it's not just true for everywhere else in the world. The National Skill Development Council is basically saying in India it's 65%. So there is a very, very big divide, and we need to bridge that divide. So my first question, actually, I'll request both Jeff and Raghu to talk about it, and then I'll want Martin's perspectives as well. But maybe we'll start with Jeff. Jeff, how is the landscape changing? What are institutions doing? Are you the two reputed institutions working in tandem, competing? It'll be very interesting to talk about it. And my request as we run this session is, let's think from four aspects. One is the government, what the governments globally need to do and India need to do. Second is from the employer's perspective. Third is from an educational institution's perspective. And the fourth one is the most important, which is the kids themselves, the people who are getting educated. So over to you, Jeff, first.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me. It's wonderful to be back. I was here in 2018, and it's a pleasure. The world has changed a lot since 2018. Those four stakeholders, I think, are all key players in this equation. This theme of disruption and development, I think, is spot on. The difference in disruption being a threat versus an opportunity, in my opinion, is the availability of high-quality education, so that more people have equal access to the opportunities that are created because of this change. What we see in India at Coursera is a model that we are taking and talking about with other countries in the world. And in a very quick sketch here, here are the forces at play. The businesses need people with skills who can deliver value to their enterprise and to their customers. The students want to get an education and credentials so that they can avail themselves of economic opportunity and get those jobs. So the students and the employers are quite highly aligned. The universities are finding a pace of change that's pretty rapid, and I think beginning to really see the value of collaboration. I mean, it's hard for any single institution to keep up with how fast things are changing. And the government is laying the policy, here with the new education policy, the University Grants Commission, the National Skills Qualification Framework, not only to allow other universities to collaborate and provide online courses for credit to college degrees, but through NASCOM and the NSQF, industry content, micro-credentials can now be integrated into college degree programs for credit with the quality assurance that comes from the new education policy. So I think all the pieces are in place, and I think that the Indian structure here is really a model for other countries.
Raghu, your views? Thank you, Sunish. I think Jeff has laid the framework out rather well. I just want to add a few points here. When we talk about things like skilling or reskilling or upskilling, the important thing is to keep in mind that, of course, at the start of your career, it's important to have the right skills, but increasingly, we have realized over the last 40 years how much skills get eroded over time. And for a long time, this was largely a blue-collar problem. In America, for example, all the auto jobs got sourced out, all the steel jobs. And there was this constant refrain from the time of President Reagan to the time of President Obama. The constant thing was go and get your skills refreshed, learn something new, and make yourself employable again. But it's not only a blue-collar problem. So I'll give an example from my own school. At Stern, we are located in New York City. A number of our students go to Wall Street. 30 years ago, on Wall Street, trading jobs, particularly currency trading jobs, were very popular for MBAs to get into. And currency trading was I think, about something like 40 students a year used to go into those jobs. 20 years later, currency trading was completely automated, which meant that if you had finished your MBA at the age of 25, at 45 you were unemployable. You were in a job that has been completely automated. Whatever level of job we are in today, we are in a world that is changing so much that constant refreshing of one's skills is needed. Now I'm going to make a second point. Jeff was talking about micro skills. I think it's a question, when one talks about reskilling, Sunish laid out all the institutions that are involved, and really I think it's not what each of these institutions can do separately, but rather what they can do together. And I'm going to give you just one example in this point. Prior to the pandemic, there were only two views about education. Whatever one thought of education, there were only two views about education. There were the Coursera's, the Udacities, who said everything can be done online, universities are redundant, they will die. There were universities who said nothing can ever be done online, you have to come here to study. The only way to study is with your friends in the classroom. The pandemic forced us all online, and very many valuable lessons were learned, but one of those lessons in universities particularly was we learned that neither statement was true. What we learned was there were some things that could be done very well online, some things that required much greater interaction, much deeper involvement of a classroom setting. So as we progress, one of the things that I've realized, I'm going to give a last example. I know I'm going on for a very long time, and I'm probably going to eat up everyone else's time. I'll give one last example of how reskilling works in partnership. Goldman Sachs has a magnificent program called 1 Million Black Women, where they're trying to identify black women entrepreneurs and provide them with the skills to succeed. Now, the program is aimed at black, what are called solopreneurs, single entrepreneurs. They have to be female, and they have to have a business with no employees. They're the sole employee of their business. The average revenue in these businesses, is about $30,000 a year, tiny businesses. But these are women who have been usually highly educated. Many of them have graduate degrees. They've gone to this as a second career.
Many times entrepreneurship is not a choice, it's a necessity. But they don't have business skills. They don't have the time to go to graduate school in their 40s and 50s and try to pick up business skills. So what Goldman has created is a three-way partnership where, so Stern is their academic partner in this program where we provide the academic classes in a micro, I should call it a nano MBA form. And then there are business advisors who then translate the lessons into the real world. And Goldman acts as a backstop, financing the whole program, but also providing capital for the businesses. This program has had enormous impact that you see on the ground between the three groups participating together. I think reskilling is really an issue of how it is done and how it is delivered.
Thank you, Raghu. Martin, as you think about this double disruption that a lot of people talk about, the pandemic and the changes in technology that are coming through, and you lived through this in Asia, in other geographies, what is your view? How does education need to adapt? You guys are also investing a lot in supplementing education, especially around the primary education. How does education need to evolve? And to this point around coexistence of the online-offline model, would love your views given you've seen it in several geographies in Asia.
I think I agree with everything my two co-panelists said. I would just add a couple of perspectives. The first is, we've talked a lot about what happens when someone goes out of high school and moves into the job market or maybe comes out of higher education. I think we need to remember that the foundations for education are actually laid in the first 1,000 days of a child's brain development. If you miss those 1,000 days, your chances of ever developing your full intellectual and cognitive potential are severely impaired. So for many developing countries, this is still a big issue. In South Asia, we have about 40% of children that are stunted. Right? So they get a bad start in life right from the bat. And then in primary schools, if they don't learn the foundations, they're not going to catch the basic skills. So in South Asia, about 50% of kids by the age of 10 do not know how to read a sentence or solve the level mathematical questions that are put in front of them. So again, you get a disadvantage. So by the time you reach the point where we're talking about the qualification institutes, etc., you're already significantly disadvantaged. Second point that I would make is that I think what we've seen with the shift in the demand for skills is that emotional skills, social skills actually become as important as the technical skills. But the traditional rota form of front learning in the classroom doesn't actually impart those skills very well, which is why the collaboration that you both talked about is so important to create more of an interaction between the demands of the business and what the teachers are teaching. And that also means that educational institutions cannot just rest on providing certificates. The content, the excellence of that content is not captured in the certificate. And that provides an additional challenge for educational regulators who need to enforce the quality assurance framework. Now in India, you mentioned the new education policy. I think it's a great framework. It now needs to be implemented. So what we're doing here, we're starting with the state of Maharashtra, is basically to develop a program to put these new policies into practice. And I think this is the right moment for India to really move forward strongly on this agenda.
It's very important, and I would only underscore primary education. I think you have to uplift that. As we think about what the recruiters are thinking, sorry, I'm running a little faster because of the time, and people want to hear your views because you guys have a very, very, very important view around this. They are publicly coming out and saying 60% plus of people who are graduating, they frankly don't even find them job worthy. They need to be upgraded, reskilled. There are studies which are showing now at the age of 40, you need a serious reskill that needs to happen. And luckily for all of us, we are beyond that. But at least, Jeff, I think it'll be very interesting, maybe starting with you, how you think about it, what you are doing, and we'll try and keep it brief because I want to spend a little bit of time on what you guys have to say to the kids. That's the most important in my view, that we need to keep time for.
Yeah, so again, change brings opportunity and threat. I think what's happening with generative AI is that a lot more people are going to be impacted. I mean, almost every job that involves decision-making, communicating, and any kind of language or media. That's a lot of jobs. According to EY India, they just put the business services sector and the financial services sector in India as the two biggest sectors that will be impacted by generative AI. And I think what you're talking about is going to be probably now applicable to many, many jobs. At least a chunk of those jobs could potentially be automated. What we're looking at really is a question of how do you keep up with the rate of change, make sure you have the content and the credentials from branded institutions to deliver it. Integrating that into existing institutions is huge. So the NEP, and I think you're right, the implementation of the University Grants Commission, who said that 20% of credits, so long as they meet certain accreditation standards, can be delivered online in a collaborative way. So I think making that policy real and giving students the ability to have access to those courses is critical. We do have a lot of employers that we work with who actually use Coursera as what they call a finishing school, where they say, we're going to take the freshers that come out and we're going to run them through a few programs in Coursera before they start at our company. And so it's a way of almost supplementing the curricular experience in college. But with the NEP, you can build that content into the curricular program of colleges, and the universities don't have to go out and try to figure out how to hire another 500 professors in data science, computer science, and now with generative AI. It's just another high demand skill. It's not only hard to learn them, but it's hard to find all the teachers to teach them. So I think this collaboration, is going to be the answer.
Martin, have you seen examples in other geographies that we as a country can learn from, who have been doing this upskilling and reskilling? Especially everywhere you read data sciences, actually, frankly, just communication skills are becoming more and more important as you go into the job market. Have you seen examples that we can learn from as a country?
The countries follow different types of models. We have a good experience in Malaysia, where they have a very close relationship between the skilling institutes and the private sector. We were involved in Brazil in changing their model, which used to levy taxes on businesses for training courses, but that were very not really meeting the demands of industry. They're now allowing the industry to use that money to offer training courses themselves or hire partners from the private sector to offer the kinds of skills that they need. So that's an interesting model where the government still provides the regulation, but it's very much driven by industry. Of course, in East Asia, we have a lot of training models that are run by the companies themselves. So you join a company early on, and then they invest very heavily in training you up. So there are multiple models, but I think India has its own policy direction. I think we need a variety of experiments because things are changing so rapidly.
You have been on the forefront of adopting technology. You were the first guys to come up with an MBA degree, which was a tech MBA degree. Today, technology a boon or bane? What's your view, and how should people prepare for it? And then in the end, just one last question for everybody.
So I think one has to be in a mode of constant learning, right? Because the world is changing so rapidly that lets one skills atrophy, then. So one of the things we started doing a few years ago is live streaming our courses. During the MBA program, our courses are live streamed to our alumni, who can register for free to take the courses. And every semester we find that it's increasing semester on semester. Hundreds of students are alumni registering to take these courses. Thousands have taken these courses already. And we're seeing this active interest in trying to keep pace with what's happening. You might have taken a course with the same title 5 years ago, but the material has changed dramatically. So,
very helpful. As we wind up, unfortunately, we're running out of time. What is the one advice you would give to students and younger kids going into primary school is too early, but I would say as they're thinking through what they want to do to come into this world where you have Gen AI, artificial intelligence, robotics, you name it, technology, evolution, everything happening, jobs that they think they want to try for are not going to be there, new jobs are going to get created. Maybe one advice that each of you have for these students would be very helpful from their perspective, because to me, that's the most important audience, to be honest. Whichever order you want to go. Maybe
I have 4 children. I tell them, follow your curiosity.
And I would say that what a lot of employers are looking for now is not a particular skill, it's learning ability. So stay curious, stay passionate, and keep your body and mind healthy so that you can learn your entire life.
I think Jeff said exactly what I was going to say. The most important skill that everybody wants, employers, is primarily the ability to learn. and the
Thank you, guys.
keeps to be kept fresh.
Thank you, guys. Absolute pleasure to have you, and thank you for the panel.
What an enlightening discussion. Thank you all so much for elaborating on the power of education combined with technology. Well, now let's turn our focus to the remarkable example of technological advancement. Haryana, a state that's known for its progressive steps, has been a leader in adopting technology in order to revolutionize government departments as well as public sector utilities. And this commitment to technological integration has made Haryana future ready, setting a benchmark.
It gives us great pleasure to welcome the gentleman who leads that entire power-packed punch that Haryana is delivering, the Chief Minister of the state, Shri Manohar Lal. Thank you for joining us here at the Global Business Summit. May we have you on stage, and to welcome him, may we request Shri Vineet Jain to join us on stage and present him with our token of appreciation. Let's get the applause going, ladies and gentlemen.
A round of applause. Thank you so much and for joining us today. And Mr. Jain, just request you to take your seat. I want to take a moment as well to tell everyone that we have translators into English. They're just headsets that are set by that table at the corner. So if you'd like one, please go ahead and pick up one and you'll be able to hear the conversation in English.
Right. So now let's get the conversation going, and to get this going, Dinesh Gautam is here, consulting editor at Times Now Navbharat. Great to have you with us, and let's have a great discussion. Go ahead, sir.
मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी, देश के उन राज्यों की तरफ जब आप देखते हैं जो इस देश के डेवलपमेंट में, डाइवर्सिफिकेशन में और कई बार स्थापित परंपराओं को हटाकर जो कहीं रूढ़ियां बन रही थी, उनको डिसरप्ट करके, ये चुनौती भरा काम होता है, ये आसान नहीं होता है, क्योंकि आपको वो काम करने होते हैं जिसके लिए कई लोग रेजिस्टेंट होते हैं। वो काम करके आगे बढ़ने में जिन्होंने एक एग्जाम्पल सेट किया है, वो हमारे बीच में मौजूद हैं। और आप भारतवर्ष की भूमि में इस वक्त बैठे हुए भारतवर्ष के डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं। गायन्ति देवाः किल गीतकानि धन्यास्तुते भारत भूमि भागे। तो सिर्फ इतनी तालियों से काम नहीं चलेगा। इस सेशन के पहले थोड़ा गर्मजोशी आप लोग दिखाइए। बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं इन तालियों के उत्साह के साथ आपके साथ बातचीत शुरू कर सकता हूं। सबसे पहले बहुत स्वागत है आपका, धन्यवाद, टाइम्स ग्रुप की जीबीएस में ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट। जब डेवलपमेंट मॉडल्स की बात होती है, देश में कुछ एक मॉडल की चर्चा होती है।
दिनेश जी, थोड़ा बीच में रोकना चाहूंगा। एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मंच पर आज मैं बैठा हूं और इस मंच का उपयोग मैं एक मन की भावनाओं से करना चाहता हूं कि आज का दिन बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण मेरे लिए है कि देश की 3 बड़ी विभूतियों को आज देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत रत्न से शोभित किया है, जिसमें चौधरी चरण सिंह जी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री, जिसमें हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री नरसिम्हा राव जी, जिसमें स्वामीनाथन जी, कृषि वैज्ञानिक, इन तीन विभूतियों को। और बड़ी बात यह है कि एक ही सप्ताह में 4 भारत रत्न, ये भी शायद एक बड़ा रिकॉर्ड होगा कि इससे पूर्व देश के पूर्व उप प्रधानमंत्री श्री लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी को भी भारत रत्न से सम्मानित किया गया। इस अवसर पर मैं देश की जनता को आपके माध्यम से बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। धन्यवाद।
और असल में जब आप इस तरीके से किसी व्यक्ति की तरफ कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करते हैं, उनको भारत रत्न चुनकर या तमाम दूसरे पुरस्कार देकर, तो आप दूसरों के लिए मिसाल बनाते हैं कि इनकी राह पर चलना है और देश के लिए वो करना है जिन्होंने किया, या इससे आगे बढ़कर करना है। मनोहर जी ने भी वो किया है जो बहुत लोगों के लिए मनोहारी रहा है, खासतौर से हरियाणा के मामले में सर। लेकिन जब डेवलपमेंट मॉडल की बात होती है, मैं यहीं से शुरू करना चाह रहा था कि गुजरात मॉडल लोगों की जुबान पर होता है, उत्तर प्रदेश मॉडल की चर्चा होती है, हरियाणा मॉडल को आप कैसा देखते हैं?
बहुत अच्छी बात आपने कही है। देखिए, मॉडल वही होता है जिसको लोग इंस्पायर जहां से हों, जिसको फॉलो करें, जिसकी गुड प्रैक्टिस बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस को अपने साथ भी जोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने की बात करें। ये निश्चित रूप से ठीक है कि गुजरात मॉडल और अन्य प्रदेशों के जो मॉडल हमारे सामने रहे हैं, कुछ प्रदेश है तो उसे ओवरऑल प्रगति करते हैं, कुछ प्रदेश किसी एक फील्ड में प्रगति करते हैं। हमने भी उस राह पर चलने के लिए अपने कदम आगे बढ़ाए। और मैं इसमें एक बात और उल्लेखनीय करना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो उनकी नीति है, उनकी जो नीयत है, उनका जो नेतृत्व है, क्योंकि मेरा बहुत लंबा एसोसिएशन के साथ रहा है 1996-1994 के समय से, और उनको मैं एक प्रकार से फॉलो करता हूं। जिसको देश के यानी गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री भी नहीं थे, संगठन में काम करते थे, फिर गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री बने, मैं संगठन में काम करता रहा, बाद में देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, उसी समय मैं हरियाणा का मुख्यमंत्री बना। तो बहुत चीजें उनसे मैंने सीखी हैं, फॉलो की हैं। हरियाणा में हमने एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी 2014 में जब आए थे तो मन बड़ा पीड़ित होता था, दुखी होता था कि लोगों में एक अवसाद, एक निराशा ये लगातार फैली रहती थी। जिसको शासन व्यवस्था कहते हैं वो केवल कुछ लोग राज को भोगने के लिए काम करते थे, लेकिन राज सेवा के लिए किया जा सकता है, शासन को सेवा के साथ जोड़ा जा सकता है। हमने उस लाइन पर चले, हमने पारदर्शिता लेकर के आए, हम लोगों के यानी एक प्रकार से करप्शन का जो एक युग था उसको समाप्त किया, कास्ट बेस्ड पॉलिटिक्स इसको हमने समाप्त किया, क्राइम हम उसको जड़ से उखाड़ के हमने फेंकने के लिए अपनी कोशिश की है। यानी 3 C's इसको कैसे समाप्त करना है, करप्शन, क्राइम एंड कास्ट बेस्ड पॉलिटिक्स। और उसमें भी हमने कहा कि जो मिशन है उस मिशन को क्या रखेंगे, मेरिट इज द मिशन, मेरिट पर सब काम होने चाहिए, मेरिट इज और मास्टर। तो इस प्रकार से चलते हुए बहुत बदलाव किए, व्यवस्था का परिवर्तन किया, डिजिटलाइजेशन का उपयोग किया, और हमने सर्विसेज को डोर डिलीवरी तक कैसे पहुंचे इसका हमने काम किया। तो इन चीजों से आम जनता उनको लगा कि अब ये शासन आया है, इस शासन का उपयोग हमको है, और शासन हमारी सुख की यानी चिंता करता, खुशहाली की चिंता करता, हमारी समस्याओं को दूर करता है। ये सारी बातें जनता के ऊपर आज भरोसा हो गया है।
ये असल में एक लंबी लकीर के बगल में और लंबी लकीर खींचने जैसा है। जब आप दिल्ली से गुड़गांव एंटर करते हैं तो आपको फर्क समझ में आता है, लेकिन मनोहर लाल जी एक दूसरी तरह की बात का भी ख्याल रख रहे हैं कि डिसबैलेंस ना होने पाए। ऐसा ना हो कि इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट बहुत ज्यादा हो जाए और एग्रीकल्चर कहीं पीछे छूट जाए। भारत कृषि प्रधान देश है और भारत में कृषि को साथ में लेकर चलना है। आपके बारे में यह भी कहा जाता है कि इनोवेशन सोचना आसान नहीं होता, आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स हर बार रैशनल लॉजिकल थिंकिंग हो, यह बड़ा चैलेंज होता है। और आपके कई ब्यूरोक्रेट्स इस मामले में आपकी बड़ी दाद देते हैं और कहते हैं कि ये हम नहीं सोच पाते, और कई बार सोचते हैं कि सीएम साहब के दिमाग में कैसे आए।
ये बात ठीक है कि एक काम होता है सोचना, कि लक्ष्य तय करना कि क्या करना है, और मैं उन अधिकारियों की, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स की प्रशंसा करता हूं कि जो उसको जमीन पर उतारते हैं। हमारा काम होता है विचार देना, एक नीति बनाना, कोई लेजिस्लेचर का काम है, कोई कानून में यानी प्रावधान करना कानूनी, कोई संशोधन करना, लेकिन जनता के सुख के लिए उसको एक नीचे तक उतारने का काम हमारी ब्यूरोक्रेसी करती है। बहुत काम हमने किया। हमने जैसे किसान की आपने बात कही, किसान की बहुत समस्या है। जैसे कभी उसका नुकसान हो गया, उसको मुआवजा टाइम पर नहीं मिलता, उसकी फसल है उसकी बिक्री ठीक नहीं होती, उसको बिक्री होने के बाद पैसा उसके घर में नहीं पहुंचता। इन सब चीजों के लिए हमने कहा भी एक ऐसा पोर्टल बनाएंगे, मेरी फसल मेरा ब्यौरा। हर किसान बुआई के समय अपनी फसल का उसमें जिक्र कर दे कि मैंने ये चीज की बुआई की है। उसका वेरिफिकेशन करना हमारा काम होता है, वेरीफाई करते हैं। उसके बाद कभी उसका लॉस हो गया तो उसको कंपनसेशन देना, तो उसको ट्रैक कर लेते हैं हम। उसकी लॉस को भी वो उसी में भरता है, वो अपने आप जानकारी देता है प्रोएक्टिव होकर के। हम उसको वेरीफाई करते हैं, उसका खाते में उसके कंपनसेशन चला जाता है। बिक्री होनी होती है, उसकी ई खरीद करते हैं। मंडियां हमारी ई नए मंडियां बन गई हैं। सब चीज जितना उसका अनाज है उसको बेचने के लिए उसको कोई समस्या नहीं आती। अनाज बिकता है, प्रोक्योरमेंट होती है, प्रोक्योरमेंट के बाद पैसा उसके खाते में चला जाता है। वरना तो पैसा पहले आड़तियों के पास जाता था, उनके साहूकार होते हैं उनके पास जाता था, किसान को जरूरत होती थी तो वो पीछे पीछे घूमता था। मुझे अपनी बेटी की शादी करनी है तो वो कहता था ठीक है तुम मेरे हलवाई के पास चले जाओ, वहां जाकर के उससे ले आओ। कपड़े वाले की दुकान के पास चले जाओ, कपड़ा वहां से ले आओ। टेंट वाले की दुकान पर चला जाओ, टेंट वहां से ले आओ। पेमेंट कौन करता था? पेमेंट आड़ती करता था। लेकिन आज किसान हमारा लखपति करोड़पति हो गया और वो सीधा पैसा अपना खर्च करता। अब तो उल्टा, कभी कभी साहूकार जाके किसान से मांगता है मुझे पैसे की जरूरत है, जरा मुझे पैसा दे दो। तीसरा काम किया हमने गरीब आदमी के लिए एक परिवार पहचान पत्र, एक यूनिक ऐसा काम किया कि जिसमें से हर परिवार का डाटा हमारे पास आ गया और उसकी आवश्यकता क्या है, उस आवश्यकता को पूरा करने के लिए हम गवर्नमेंट गोज टू डोर स्टेप, यानी G2D, गवर्नमेंट टू डोर स्टेप, हमने नया एक काम किया है जिससे लोग बहुत प्रसन्न हैं और उनकी आवश्यकताओं को हम पूरा करते हैं। प्रोएक्टिव होकर के लोगों की जरूरत क्या है, डिमांड बेस्ड कोई चीज हम पूरी नहीं करते, नीड बेस्ड एक्शन हमारे होते हैं। नीड किसकी क्या है उसको हम देते हैं, तो इससे हमारे यहाँ गरीब परिवार की चिंता खत्म हो गई, गरीबों को बहुत लाभ मिल रहे हैं।
डबल इंजन का कितना फायदा आपको दिखाई देता है?
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से जब एक इंजन गाड़ी को खींचता तो जोर ज्यादा लगाना पड़ता है, डबल इंजन होता तो वही काम करने के लिए जोर भी कम लगता है और पूरा जोर लगा जाए तो काम डबल होता है। एक विचार से चलने वाली, एक कार्य पद्धति से चलने वाली सरकार है, जो वहां ऊपर वो हमको दिशा देते हैं उसको हम जल्दी पूरा करते हैं। और कभी कभी तो हमारे यहाँ जो नए आइडियाज हमारे होते हैं, नई पॉलिसीज हमारी होती हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी तक पहुंचती हैं, क्योंकि कोई चीज ऐसा नहीं कि एक जगह हुई है दूसरी जगह पता नहीं लगता। प्रधानमंत्री जी के यहाँ पहुंचते ही हमारी अच्छी चीजों को अडॉप्ट करके वो आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने बहुत सी चीजें ऐसी, हमारे यहाँ लाल डोरा एक कंसेप्ट होता है गाँव के अंदर कि अंग्रेज ने रेवेन्यू के लिए तो अपना सब व्यवस्थाएं कर दी, लेकिन गांव की सीमा जिसके अंदर उसको कोई रेवेन्यू मिलता नहीं था वो गांव के जिम्मे छोड़ दिया। उसको कह दिया लाल डोरा की जमीन है, पंचायत विल टेक केयर ऑफ द सब जो अफेयर्स है उसके। अब लोगों के झगड़े, लोगों की मलकियत नहीं है, कुछ नहीं, हमने उसको खत्म करके सब रेवेन्यू के नीचे ले आए और उसको स्वामित्व नाम से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के कई प्रदेशों में लागू करा दिया। तो ऐसी चीजें हैं। परिवार पहचान पत्र, ये भी सब प्रदेशों के मुख्यमंत्रियों को उन्होंने कहा कि हरियाणा से एक ये चीज लेकर के आगे बढ़िए, परिवार पहचान पत्र इज बेस्ट कंसेप्ट। तो ये चीजें हमारी उन्होंने ली, कभी कभी हमारी तारीफ कर भी देते हैं, हम हर चीज उनसे सीखते हैं। तो ये जो डबल इंजन होता है इसमें परस्पर एक दूसरे से सीखने का बढ़िया मौका मिलता है। इसका बहुत लाभ प्रदेश को भी हो रहा है और हमारी जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो केंद्र को भी हो रही है। हमारे यहाँ जितनी, चाहे हमारी आर्थिक स्थिति अच्छी है, चाहे हमारा औद्योगिकरण अच्छा है, इन सब चीजों का लाभ हमारे जो फाइनेंशियल पैरामीटर्स हैं वो देश के बाकी प्रदेशों से कहीं अच्छे हैं। तो देश की जीडीपी में भी हमारी ग्रोथ हो रही है। तो डबल इंजन एक दूसरे को पूरक होता है।
तो ये इसके अलावा कौन सा और बड़ा डिफरेंशिएटर आप देखते हैं? ये डबल इंजन वाले कई स्टेट्स हैं और आपको उनसे बड़ी लकीर खींचने की स्वस्थ प्रतिस्पर्धा निश्चित रूप से आपके मन में होगी। किस मामले में सबसे बड़ी लकीर आप खींच रहे हैं?
देखिए, मैंने बताया कि कोई भी प्रदेश आत्मनिर्भर हो, अपनी जनता की जो सारी आवश्यकताएं अपने आप पूरी कर सके, ये एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। आज एक दूसरे की तरफ देखते हैं कि केंद्र से पैसा लेना है, केंद्र या माने दूसरे प्रदेश एक दूसरे की तरफ देखते रहते हैं। फ्री बीज का जो एक सिस्टम चल पड़ा है, हम अपने प्रदेश को आत्मनिर्भर बना करके और दूसरों के लिए एग्जाम्पल सेट करना चाहते हैं कि ये चीजें ऐसे भी हो सकती हैं। हर वर्ग का लाभ कैसे हो सकता है, किसान का भी लाभ हो, इंडस्ट्री का भी लाभ हो, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का भी लाभ हो, स्टूडेंट का भी लाभ हो, हमारी सोशल सिक्योरिटी का भी काम हो। इन सब चीजों में करने के बाद एक सेल्फ रिलायंट सिस्टम कैसे बन सकता है, हम अपने आप को इस नाते सिद्ध करना चाहते हैं। हम कभी भी केंद्र के पास ये नहीं गए कि हमारी इस चीजों को पूरा करने के लिए आप हमको कुछ दे दीजिए। यानी हमारे यहाँ तो देश की जो प्रगति की जो रेखाएं हैं उनसे ज्यादा बड़ी रेखा हमारी सब प्रदेशों से भी है और कहीं कहीं तो ऑल इंडिया लेवल पर भी हमारी ज्यादा है। मसलन हमारी जो आबादी है दैट इज जस्ट 2% ऑफ द कंट्री। हमारा जो एरिया है दैट इज 1.3% ऑफ द टोटल एरिया ऑफ द कंट्री। जबकि हम आज जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारा जो है जीएसडीपी में, और वो है 3.69%। 2014 में इट वाज 3.42% एंड इन कमिंग 5 years 2027 तक विल क्रॉस ऐसा मुझे लगता है 4%। यानी जीडीपी के अंदर हमारा जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है जीएसडीपी में, वो कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारा और बढ़ता चला जाए। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है, हमारी इंडस्ट्री बढ़ रही है, हमारा एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ रहा है और हमारे टैक्स कलेक्शन भी बढ़ रहा है। सो फार एज जीएसटी कलेक्शन इज देयर, पर कैपिटा जीएसटी कलेक्शन में बड़े जो राज्य हैं वी आर नंबर 1 जीएसटी कलेक्शन में। ठीक है, हमारी कंजम्पशन उतनी नहीं है, हमको शायद जीएसटी का रेवेन्यू उतना नहीं मिलता है, लेकिन इट इज नाउ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बेस्ड। तो इसलिए हरियाणा प्रदेश इंडस्ट्री के नाते इतना आगे बढ़ा है, जिसमें हम हरियाणा के ऑटोमोबाइल्स की इंडस्ट्री हमारी मोर देन 50% शेयर हरियाणा का ही है। इसमें बहुत चीजें और भी हैं। तो इस नाते से हम अपने देश को क्या कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकें, हमारा ध्यान इधर है। हर कोई चाहता है मुझे दे दो, मुझे दे दो। हम चाहते हैं तन समर्पित, मन समर्पित और ये जीवन समर्पित चाहता हूं देश की धरती दे जो और भी दे दूं। त्याग भाव से हम काम करने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं।
तन मन धन से देश की सेवा, राज्य की सेवा। लेकिन जब एक निवेशक को आप सामने रखते हैं, क्योंकि हम ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट की बात कर रहे हैं, एक इन्वेस्टर हरियाणा को सबसे ल्यूक्रेटिव स्टेट के तौर पर देख रहे, हालांकि 400 से ज्यादा फॉर्च्यून 500 कंपनीज जब हरियाणा का रुख करती हैं तो बात साफ हो जाती है कि आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आप क्या ऐसा पेश करते हैं कि इन्वेस्टर आपकी तरफ आए?
देखिए, एक तो इन्वेस्टर की अपनी जो शंकाएं हैं उसको हम दूर करते हैं, क्योंकि हर प्रदेश में जाकर के उनको कुछ कठिनाइयों का अनुभव होता है, वो हमारे सामने भी रखते हैं। हम उनकी डिफिकल्टीज को कैसे दूर करना है, हम पॉलिसी के नाते से जो बढ़िया से बढ़िया पॉलिसी उनके लिए हमेशा करते हैं। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में हमने अपने आप को सारे देश में तीसरे स्थान पर लेकर के आए रैंकिंग में, तो 3rd रैंकिंग में नहीं, अच्छा प्रदेश हमारा हरियाणा इज द बेस्ट प्रेफर्ड स्टेट फॉर ऑल द इन्वेस्टर्स। कुछ हमारा उसका एडवांटेज मैं कह सकता हूं कि लोकेशनल एडवांटेज भी हमें है, जैसे मुंबई को अपना लोकेशनल एडवांटेज है, हरियाणा को अपना एक लोकेशनल एडवांटेज है। तो हम गुरुग्राम है, गुरुग्राम के आसपास अन्य जिले हैं, फरीदाबाद है, पलवल है, झज्जर है, रेवाड़ी है, सोनीपत है, अराउंड यानी एनसीआर एरिया, ये एक प्रेफर्ड डेस्टिनेशन बन चुका है इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए। और खास करके इसमें एमएनसीज, जिसको आप कह रहे हैं कि 500 फॉर्च्यून कंपनीज में से 400 कंपनीज के ऑफिस हमारे यहाँ गुरुग्राम में हैं। और हमारे यहाँ भी पिछले दिनों में जापानीज बहुत आकर्षित हो रहे हैं। 50 बड़ी जापानीज कंपनी के साथ हमने अभी अपने रिलेशंस बढ़ाने के लिए उनके साथ एक सेमिनार किया। और अब तो जापानीज इतने आगे बढ़ रहे हैं कि उन्होंने अपनी एक कॉलोनी बनानी शुरू कर दी है, जापानीज स्कूल बन गए हैं हमारे गुरुग्राम में। तो ऐसे फॉरेन अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज, उनका बहुत आकर्षण बढ़ा है। तो इस नाते से हम इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए, चाहे उनके यानी ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का विषय हो, जितनी सर्विसेज हैं जहां के उनको कठिनाइयां आती हैं, उनकी जितने रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन चेंज करने की बात है, चाहे हमें उनको पावर के विषय हैं, पानी के विषय हैं, एनवायरमेंट के विषय हैं, उनकी क्लियरेंसेज हैं। हाँ, जस्ट फॉर वन थिंग, और वो है लैंड। लैंड क्योंकि बहुत लिमिटेड एक चीज है, वो उसको मैं सरकार की ओर से दे भी नहीं सकते हैं। और उसमें चूंकि कंपटीशन बहुत है, बाकी प्रदेशों में शायद सस्ती मिलती है, हमारे यहाँ उतनी सस्ती मिलती नहीं है। फिर भी जो मैं कहता हूँ मेगा प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, मेगा प्रोजेक्ट्स में कई प्रकार के कनेक्शन उनको देते हैं। हम जीएसटी जितना कलेक्शन होता है उसको कनेक्शन देते हैं। पावर यानी जो हमारे टैक्सेस होते हैं वो भी उनको हम कंसेशन देते हैं 15-15, 20-20 साल के लिए। हम हमारा जो लेबर है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट के नाते से एम्प्लॉयमेंट सब्सिडी वो देते हैं, कैपिटल की सब्सिडी है वो हम देते हैं, पर्याप्त मात्रा में सब्सिडी उनको देते हैं, जिससे इन्वेस्टर को लगता है कि फिर क्राइम फ्री स्टेट है हमारी, उस प्रकार का क्राइम नहीं है। और अब जो हम स्किलिंग के नाते भी उनको स्किल्ड लेबर फोर्स ये मिले, इसके लिए हम बहुत बड़ा प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं। तो कोई भी प्रकार का इन्वेस्टर की शंका, उसकी कठिनाई, इसको दूर करने के लिए हमेशा हम तत्पर रहते हैं।
एक जर्नलिस्ट के तौर पर हरियाणा के विषय में जानने पढ़ने का मौका मिलता रहता है। हमको ये भी पता चला कि एक बार मनोहर लाल जी ने इन्होंने ऐसी व्यवस्था की हुई है कि सारी सर्विसेज को एट अ ग्लांस ये देख सकते हैं। ये भी पता चल सकता है कि बिजली अगर नहीं है तो एक नजर में इनको पता चल जाएगी किस जगह पर नहीं है। यहां तक कि किसी तहसीलदार के विषय में मैंने सुना कि उन्होंने, महोदय ने अपने पूरे दिन का काम पूरा नहीं किया था, मनोहर लाल जी ने उसको रात के समय टोक दिया, फिर उसको नींद आई थी मनोहर लाल जी।
देखिए, नींद आई कि नहीं आई, लेकिन अगले दिन से सब तहसीलदारों के कान खड़े हो गए कि मनोहर लाल कभी भी पूछ सकता है। अब सारे तहसीलदार उसके बाद जो पेंडिंग काम है शाम का, उसको पूरा करने के बाद ही घर लौटते हैं। तो इस नाते से थोड़ा एग्जाम्पल होते हैं, कोई हर चीज को हम चेक नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन रैंडम कभी कभी चेक करते हैं।
सर, मेरे सहयोगी ये इशारा कर रहे हैं कि आपका वक्त बहुत ले लिया मैंने, लेकिन एक सवाल फिर भी आपसे चलते चलते पूछूंगा कि चुनाव कैसे दिखाई दे रहे हैं और श्वेत पत्र की इस समय बड़ी बात हो रही है, तो आपको कैसी लेगेसी मिली हरियाणा के लिए? 9 साल अब आप पूरे करने वाले हैं, जहां से आपने शुरू किया वो स्थिति कैसी?
देखिए, उस समय हमारी स्थिति जैसे मैंने बताया कि एक बहुत लोगों को समझ नहीं आ रही थी कैसे होगा, यानी हर चीज में करप्शन का जो एक पुट था उसको मैंने समाप्त किया। जैसे मसलन अपॉइंटमेंट्स, रिक्रूटमेंट्स, इसके अंदर हमारे यहाँ कहते नौकरियां बिकती थी, हमने देखी भी है, सुनी भी है, लेकिन हमने कहा कि ट्रांसपेरेंसी लेके आएंगे, मेरिट के ऊपर नौकरी देंगे, किसी को नहीं करेंगे। इवन ट्रांसफर्स, दैट वाज एन इंडस्ट्री। ट्रांसफर में भी 20,000, 50,000, 1 लाख, 2 लाख सीटें बिकती थी कि ये सीट मुझे दे दो और मैं जाकर के उसके ऊपर बैठ जाऊं। अब बहुत अच्छी अच्छी सीटों पर भी जो उस प्रकार के ल्यूक्रेटिव सीट जिनको माना जाता था, वहां जाने के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं होता, कभी पकड़े जाएंगे। तो ऐसी चीजें जो हमको विरासत में मिली थी, उनको सबको हमने ठीक किया है। हाँ, अभी काम करना बहुत शेष है। जो कहते हैं ना, स्काई इज द लिमिट। अगले समय में, फ्यूचर में भी हमारे पास बहुत एजेंडा हमारा है जो हम काम करेंगे। जनता को एक अच्छा, जिसको राम राज्य कहते हैं, राम राज्य की तरफ हम लेके जाएंगे। आजकल चर्चा बहुत हो रही राम राज्य की, तो हरियाणा में किसी को राम राज्य आके देखना हो वो देख सकता है।
तो सर, इसके बावजूद जब अविश्वास की बात होती है तो आपको उसमें एक विपक्ष का वो किरदार है, वो निभाएंगे, वो यही करेंगे, ये नजर आता है, या वो सच्चाई देखने के लिए तैयार नहीं?
नहीं, मुझे अच्छा लगता है जब वो कभी कहते हैं ना कि हम नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाएंगे। एक बार अभी हम 10 साल में पहले नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन फेस किया है, और उसमें मैंने कहा था, चैलेंज किया था कि आपको 6 महीने का टाइम पीरियड होता है, उसमें उसके बाद ही दोबारा ला सकते हैं। हर 6 महीने बाद दोबारा आप लोग नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लेके आइए, क्योंकि एक बड़ा लाभ होता है। जब कभी वो सामान्य रूटीन का सेशन होता है, उसमें अपनी बात कह जाते हैं, हमारी नहीं सुनते। लेकिन अगर नो कॉन्फिडेंस लेकर के आएंगे तो उनको अपनी बात कहने के बाद हमारी बात भी सुननी पड़ेगी। इसलिए हमारी बात सुनने के लिए बैठे रहते हैं। हमको उनको बताने का, सुनाने का मौका मिलता है, ताकि वो लोग भी उससे प्रभावित हो जाएं। और प्रभावित होने के बाद उनके कुछ लोग दाएं बाएं घूमते हैं, कहीं हमारे पास भी आ जाते हैं कि जी वहां हम ऐसे बेकार पड़े, आप हमको ले लो। हमने कहा थोड़ा रुको।
तो देश के लिए, इकोनॉमी के लिहाज से, कृषि के लिहाज से, दूध दही के लिहाज से, खेलों में मेडल्स के लिहाज से सबसे ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट करने वाले स्टेट के सीएम के साथ बातचीत समाप्त हो रही है, तो गर्मजोशी आपकी तालियों में दिखाई देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हरियाणा की जनता के लिए ये तालियां होंगी आपकी तरफ से। धन्यवाद सर, हमसे बातचीत।
धन्यवाद।
That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Chief Minister, Government of Haryana, Mr. Manohar Lal. Thank you, sir, for coming, and thank you so much for that discussion. Dinesh.
For the great strides that Haryana is making, we wish you great luck, and yes, we're all behind you.
All right, I just want to remind our audience yet again that we do have a contest that is underway. The Social Champ, that is at the booth at the Jahangir Hall just outside. There is a QR code that is placed over there. All you have to do is scan the QR code, and that will be your golden ticket to entering the contest. It's all about spreading the message, Vikram, of disruption, development, and diversification on LinkedIn.
That's right. That's exactly what we're trying to do through the contest. And of course, there is the amplification of conversations that you're hearing here, one of which was with Mr. Manohar Lal. And indeed, all these sterling conversations, if they make their way to social media like LinkedIn, we'd like you to put in that effort. Thanks very much for that. Meanwhile, we're now turning our attention to scripting tomorrow with artificial intelligence, exploring the dynamic interplay of technology, AI, and business in shaping an innovative future.
Absolutely. And for this, I'm pleased to invite and introduce on stage Mr. Ravi Kumar. He is the CEO of Cognizant, an expert, of course, in melding AI with business strategy. Mr. Kumar, welcome on stage. You will be enlightening us about generative AI's power to shape the future of work and its seamless integration with human efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to all of you. Always love coming to India. The energy, the enthusiasm, and the vibrancy just kind of rubs off as you get to India. So the first thing I would do is, I have 15 minutes to talk about generative AI. I know I'm not the first speaker speaking on generative AI in the last 1 year. I'm sure you've heard many of the speakers across the world talking about it. I'll pivot it in a direction so that you get some takeaways from today. What I'm going to do, talk a little bit about generative AI, but before that I'll introduce Cognizant. Cognizant is a Fortune 500, roughly $20 billion of revenues, 360,000 employees globally. 260,000 of them actually are based in India. So 70% of our workforce is in India. We're the second largest tech services employer in India. So pretty big in India. The heart of the company is in India. Tech services companies pivot on technology discontinuities which power human capital needs. And the generative AI discontinuity, which is going to be the next big one, is very different from the past. But it is going to actually power economic prosperity. It's going to change the anatomy of jobs, skills, tasks, occupations. It's probably going to create upward social mobility. So we're kind of going to pivot a little bit about that as I speak. And before I do that, what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about what happened in tech discontinuities of the last 40 or 50 years. If you go back to microprocessors in the 70s, and they all go through an S-curve. The microprocessors in the 70s, it took almost 20 years for personal computers to come in, and that was a slow start. Most tech discontinuities are general-purpose technologies. General-purpose technologies spawn downstream innovation. They are very pervasive, and they improve over time. That's what general-purpose technologies are all about. Generative AI is also a general-purpose technology, but it's very different from the past. If you go back to the internet started way back in the 80s, but the downstream innovation, which is on search engines, actually kicked off in the 90s. And actually, none of us actually remember the most popular search engine in the 90s. I'm quite sure many of us don't remember that. Alta Vista was the most popular search engine in the 90s. None of us remember because we all live in an era where the further downstream innovation which came from Google in 1998 was the one which actually powered the search engine story. If you go back to the mobile revolution, very similar. The mobile revolution started in the 70s, if you really look at it. But smartphones really became very popular in 2001. And in some ways, when the first iPhone version kind of got released, that's the time, it's almost 35 years since the mobile revolution started. That's the time actually the information age kind of got created. So if you look at tech discontinuities of the past, they went through this S-curve. It was a slow start. Then it actually accelerated, and then it plateaued. Generative AI is going to be a much steeper S-curve. It's going to be a much steeper S-curve. And why would it be a much steeper S-curve? It would be a much steeper S-curve because it kind of actually diffuses very fast. Why does it diffuse very fast? If you go back to the 70 years of computing history, you will realize that almost in every change in computing history, you would notice that humans wanted to understand computers. This is the first time computers would like to understand humans, and the interface is going to be natural language. And if the interface is natural language, it's going to diffuse really fast. Just imagine technology built in the Silicon Valley in generative AI will diffuse to a farmer in rural India at a rapid pace. A farmer in rural India who's actually going to speak in a local dialect which would access computers and create, in some ways, a creator economy in that rural economy. And that is the pace at which it will move. And therefore, this S-curve is much, much steeper. It'll be a slow start, a short runway, and then it'll take off. And it'll accelerate much faster than the past S-curves we've actually seen in the past. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is the jagged frontier of AI capabilities. What I mean by that is the blue line is actually a workflow. Most times, a discontinuity of this kind will actually impact tasks. It doesn't as much impact jobs. It doesn't actually impact occupations. These tasks are on the blue curve, but AI has the capability to sharply fall off and actually take off again and sharply fall off. What that means is, for some tasks, AI will be very efficient, and for some tasks, it's not going to be as efficient. So you need a human in the loop. So in some ways, it's going to be very jagged. And that's why, jobs are not going to get disrupted immediately, but tasks within jobs are going to get disrupted. And what's really going to happen is you need a human in the loop. There was a scientist in the 50s called Alan Turing who actually spoke about how machines should be more efficient than humans, which can replace humans. And that's a trap. It's a trap because computers and machines should not be built to replace humans. They should be built to amplify human potential. They should be built to augment and enhance human potential. So I actually believe that as you go through this curve and as technology improves, these curves are going to look different, but you always need a human in the loop. Some tasks, for example, if you want to run an ad campaign and brainstorm on it, AI will do it very well. But if you want to point to data, or if you want to do, say, for example, a very precision-based task, you need humans in the loop. And therefore, I think it's going to be a curve which is always going to have humans in the loop. Cognizant and Oxford Economics ran a study for 18,000 tasks, 1,000 occupations. And what we really did in that process is to understand every job and every occupation and what the tasks in that occupation have an exposure to AI. We took each job, we cut it down to tasks, we looked at the significance of those tasks. Some tasks are more important, some tasks are less important. Based on the importance of the task, we created a weighted average. And then what we really did was we looked at the exposure score for every task. We also calculated something called the friction score, which is about identifying tasks which get automated, and can you actually reskill the people who are working on this task. If you can reskill, the friction scores are lower. If you actually cannot reskill, the friction scores are going to be very high. So some jobs which have tasks where the friction scores are very high, you need to actually put a lot of effort to reskill, and some tasks you have to put lesser effort to reskill. This is also one of the few discontinuities which has happened, which is going to disrupt a white-collar worker more than a blue-collar worker. It's going to disrupt knowledge workers much more than blue-collar workers. So what we did from there is we actually found out what is the impact it does. In the US economy, it impacted $1 trillion by 2032. Because this is a general purpose technology, it'll actually spawn downstream innovation, it'll improve over time. So over a period of time, the exposure scores go up. 90% of the jobs get disrupted. Only 10% of the jobs don't get disrupted. 90% of the jobs have an exposure score of more than 10%. 52% of the jobs actually have an exposure score of 25%. What that means is 25% of the jobs will actually go through a disruption. The tasks in the jobs will go through a disruption. So we created a bubble chart of exposure scores and friction scores for all professions, all jobs, and we actually identified the tasks in those jobs which have an exposure to AI. It kind of expands from the year we are in today all the way to 2032, where the disruption will continue on AI. Some will get disrupted more, some will get disrupted less. Some already have a level of disruption today which is very high. So that's how we kind of looked at the impact of occupations and the impact of jobs and the tasks underneath it. So the next big difference is generative AI is going to be an equalizer. It's some kind of a leveler. It's interesting. Every technology which has come so far has always impacted the less productive workers. This is a technology which will impact the more productive workers. However, the less productive workers will actually get the most benefit out of this. So it's some kind of a leveler. The less productive workers will get more benefit out of it. The more productive workers will get less benefit out of it. We did a study and we found out that the bottom 50 percentile get affected by 43%. So you get much higher productivity using this. The Upper 50 percentile only get 17% benefit. And what that means is it's kind of going to be a leveler of sorts. What it also does is it's going to hand over expertise on your fingertips. If you have expertise on your fingertips, the entry barriers for specialized jobs is going to go down. If the entry barriers for specialized jobs will go down, you can actually do a breadth of capability using AI, enhancing your skills, but you could potentially have a capability which is not necessary for that particular job. As an example, if you're an equity research analyst, analytics and mathematical skills are very important. You don't need them to enter that job because you could actually have expertise of mathematics coming from an AI algorithm on your fingertips. So we're going to transition from an information economy to a creator economy where you can actually have that expertise on your hands. So that's the kind of change we're going to see as we go forward in this space. So it is also going to create upward social mobility, because as you actually use this technology in a more mature way, you're going to access jobs which you did not have access to, and therefore create that accessibility for jobs. So what next? So as we go forward in this journey, reskilling is going to become very important. Some of the panelists spoke about it before. As evolution of this technology happens, you're going to move from task automation to reorganizing businesses, reorganizing process, and then it's going to be deeply embedded into organizational muscle. Safety, trust, and equity will make it very responsible. If you don't want to fall into the Turing trap, as I spoke about, you will have to responsibly navigate it. Responsibly navigating it means you don't replace the humans in the loop, but you enhance human potential by doing this. And finally, what I want to say is humans care for humans. I'm in India. I'm going to take an example of cricket to wrap up my conversation. You're never going to see a machine bowling in cricket to a human batting, and you'll never be excited to see that. You'll always use a machine to amplify the human. You'll always use it to practice yourself. You'll always want a human to bowl to a batter who's also a human. So humans will care for humans. The context of machines is always going to be in the context of humans. So AI will always be a powerful tool to amplify human potential. And that's the power of this new discontinuity we're going to see in the future of work and future of jobs. Thank you again.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ravi Kumar, for giving us that deep insight into generative AI and the kind of power that it has to shape the future for work. And do remember, Vikram, that there's a lot going on social media as well. Yes. We've got a special QR code and a contest.
A contest indeed. And this is the one I want to again remind you about. It's right outside, this QR code. It's a social champ booth that we are talking about. And it's at the Jahangir Hall right outside. This QR code over there, all you need to do is scan it, and then you participate in the contest. It is about getting your golden ticket to enter this contest. All you have to do is spread the message of disruption, and a lot of it is being talked about over here. A lot about development, a lot about diversification, and we'd like to put it out on LinkedIn, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. So there's many hashtags. Hashtag scripting a tomorrow, hashtag GBS 2024, hashtag GBS, and hashtag ETNowGBS. So ignite your LinkedIn profiles with all your insights, your ideas, and inspiration. Very exciting gifts as well lined up for the winners. And do remember that we've got a wonderful evening lined up. Of course, you have the most amazing session that's lined up at the end of today's GBS, and that is none other than the Prime Minister himself, Mr. Narendra Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister, who will be joining us to talk about disruption, development and diversification, and India really leading that global march. So you don't want to miss that.
Viksit Bharat is what we are talking about, and the kind of form that it's going to take is the center point of the discussion. How does the Prime Minister envision a Viksit Bharat? That's the subject of his speech, and we are so looking forward to that. It's going to be exciting.
We've got some wonderful sessions as well lined up ahead. We will be getting in a view then from none other than Mr. Nitin Gadkari later on. We've also gotten a view on the markets from Peter Maguire as well as Ritu Arora of Allianz Investment Management. We have Madhusudan Kela, who will be enumerating his views as well when it comes to alpha in an imperfect world, along with A. Balasubramaniam of Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC. So wonderful speakers that we have lined up for you for the rest of this evening.
Yes. And now we're going onwards to our next session. Well, this session, we're talking about India not being too far from becoming the strength that we are all aspiring for, a strong footing to undertake indigenous defense production. We want to see our might in the defense universe, and we've started off on a strong footing already. The fourth largest military spender in the world, ahead of several advanced defense manufacturing countries. You talk about UK, you talk about France, Germany, among several others, and we boast an ever-growing defense budget as well. So India has the financial muscle to sustain a relatively autonomous defense industrial base, and that's what we're working on.
Absolutely. We've made so many wonderful strides in this sector, haven't we? So how really this leverages its purchasing power to develop credible arms industry is a different matter altogether. So next up, we have with us none other than Michael Schoellhorn, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Airbus Defence and Space. He'll be shedding light on the entire defense sector, the significance of leveraging global partnerships and programs for India's defense sector. He'll also be delving into the strategic benefits of these alliances, highlighting how they can improve technological skills, boost innovation, and strengthen national security measures. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Mr. Schoellhorn, great to have you with us. Looking forward to your speech. Welcome, sir.
Honorable Ministers, senior officials of the Indian government, colleagues from industry, ladies and gentlemen. I caught a cold on the flight here, so I apologize right out of the gate for my voice, but I will hold on. It's a pleasure to be back in India. I was in Delhi last June as part of the German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius' delegation. Much of the discussion then centered around the importance of a rules-based world, a rules-based world order, and the intensification of defense collaboration and partnership. I'd like to touch on both points again here. The world today has a stake in the success of India, this growing and new India, an economically successful India that will be a stabilizing factor in the fractured geopolitical world and an alternative supplier for many goods and services. Today, India is not only a bystander in global politics, but an active and integral part when it comes to shaping the face of the world in the 21st century, politically, strategically, and economically. Developments over the past 2 years, like the war in Ukraine, the terror in the Middle East, and the withdrawal from Afghanistan, have shaken democratic societies, complicating how we think about deterrence, grand strategy, and defense production. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in a world that is changing so quickly and tremendously, it is essential to have partners you can trust and rely upon. I see the relationship between India and Airbus as one such partnership of understanding, trust, and symbiotic growth. For more than 60 years now, technology and know-how from Airbus have not only catalyzed the growth of India's civil aviation sector, but also supported the modernization of its armed forces. We at Airbus take pride in the fact that we have been and continue to be a partner in the Indian growth story. For Airbus, India is a key focus, both as a fast-growing market, but as well as a strategic resource hub. We recognize, leverage, and develop the remarkable local talent through our Airbus engineering, digital, and innovation centers in Bangalore. That apart, we are constantly increasing India's contribution to our global procurement through high-quality procurement from our Indian partners. Airbus annual procurement from India surpasses $750 million and is soon set to double to $1.5 billion. As a company that's keen to developing an ecosystem in India focused on aerospace and defense, we realize a manufacturing push is nothing without accompanying skill development. Last month, Airbus entered into a 50-50 joint venture with the Tata-owned Air India to launch a world-class commercial pilot training center in Gurugram, Haryana, to train 5,000 new pilots over the next 10 years. Thus, we proudly say we make in India, we design in India, we innovate in India, and we skill in India. It is understandable that a country such as India would want to be self-sufficient as far as its military requirements are concerned. We support this and have embraced this as a core of our business strategy in India. The C295 India program is a telling example. In September 2021, India formalized the procurement of 56 Airbus C295 military transport aircraft to replace the Avro fleet. 16 of these aircraft will be delivered by Airbus from Spain. The remaining 40 will be manufactured and assembled by a partner, Tata Advanced Systems Limited, TASL, at the Tata Airbus C295 final assembly line, Gujarat. The C295 program is a game changer for defense manufacturing in India. It will evolve the full development of a complete industrial ecosystem, from manufacturing to assembly, from testing to qualification to delivery and maintenance for the aircraft. This project will generate 15,000 high-skilled jobs directly and another 10,000 for small and medium companies and in the Indian industry in the next 10 years. Last month, coinciding with the visit of the French President Macron to India, we also announced the setting up of a second Airbus final assembly line here in the country, this one for the H125 civil helicopter, already a leader in the Indian market. Indeed, Airbus is open to exploring deeper industrial cooperation and collaboration as part of its support to the modernization of the Indian armed forces. For instance, with the Airbus A400 transport aircraft and the A330 MRTT tanker aircraft, to optimize the effectiveness of the military operations as a whole and in concert with existing aircraft. Looking out into the future, reimagining possibilities, we see connectivity and multi-domain warfare becoming key for future of armed forces. With our partners, we are currently developing a future combat air system, in short FCAS, a sixth-generation fighter aircraft teaming with various drones and embedded with what we call the combat cloud as the data backbone of the overall system. That is a project we've never done before at Airbus Defence and Space at that scale, in terms of size, in terms of volume, but also when it comes to the technological and human skill required. One sector that is on the cusp of greater things is space. The sector is now open to private investment, thanks to the recent decision taken by the government and Prime Minister Modi that will unleash the true potential of the space industry in India. And allow me to say, we at Airbus already have a rich history of collaboration with Israel. We have jointly designed and developed and built communication satellites in India for European operators. We use Indian launches to put our satellites into orbit, some examples being Spot 6, Spot 7, and DMC-3. Airbus put a majority of the Indian INSAT communication satellites in orbit in association with Arianespace. In the future, we look forward to the opportunity of working with the Indian private space companies to industrialize our space technology in the country to meet the requirements of both defense and the civilian sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, India is taking a place among the leading nations in a transformed international order. What India says and thinks is more and more relevant to a wide range of governments across the world. At Airbus, we have strong affinities and ties to India and a keen will to weave our strong interests together. Make in India is at the heart of our business strategy, and we will continue to contribute towards building an Atmanirbhar Bharat. I hope that was somewhat understandable. We are confident that India is well on its way to achieving its ambitions in the aerospace and defense sector, and Airbus is privileged to be a keen partner on this journey with India. Thank you very much and enjoy the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Schoellhorn, for that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sumit Lakhotia, and my co-host is Meghna Dekka. We will be taking the sessions ahead. Let's move on quickly to our next exciting session. Our next session is Fissures, Fault Lines, and Future in Search of an Equilibrium, which encapsulates the current state of the global economy, highlighting existing divisions and challenges while exploring pathways towards a balanced future.
Absolutely. In fact, this theme underscores the complexities of contemporary economic dynamics, acknowledging the presence of fissures as well as fault lines that threaten stability and prosperity. However, it also instills hope by emphasizing the quest for an equilibrium, indicating a collective endeavor to address disparities, to mitigate risk, and even foster inclusive growth, Sumit.
Absolutely, Meghna. So it's going to be an exciting session. To moderate the session, I'd like to invite up on stage Nikunj Dalmia, Editor-in-Chief, ET Now and ET Now Swadesh. Nikunj is here, and I'd also like to invite the group of panelists comprising Bill Winters, Chief Executive Officer, Standard Chartered Bank, Ravi Kumar S., Chief Executive Officer, Cognizant, Jenny Johnson, President and CEO, Franklin Templeton, along with Rizwan Sajan, Founder and Chairman, Danube Group.
And surely we can have a louder round of applause for them. Please give it up. Ladies and gentlemen, do join us on the panel here.
I think Mr. Winters will be joining us in a bit, but I'm sure, Nikunj, you can start off once we're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder, I know you are tweeting and putting up posts on LinkedIn and social media. Remember the hashtags, that is GBS 2024, hashtag GBS, hashtag ETNowGBS, and hashtag scripting tomorrow.
Absolutely. Those are the hashtags. We'd love to hear from you. If you are tweeting out, putting anything out on social media, definitely use these hashtags so that we can continue to connect with you after this as well. Always great to get some feedback. Very shortly, Nikunj is going to be taking it forward with our panelists. I think we are just about ready.
Yep, and it's been quite an exciting day. Mr. Winters will be joining us shortly. So, Nikunj, I think you can start off with the others till Mr. Winters comes. The audience is eager to hear all the panelists. Thank you. Over to you. Check. You know, we talk about stifling the media. That was not the intention here. So sorry about that. We don't stifle ourselves. But over to you, Nikunj, and we'll get the panelists some mics as well.
Good evening, everyone. When you are a professional television anchor, you start talking even without the mic. I just realized that I need to start talking only when the mic comes in my hand. So sorry about that. We'll just start in a minute. Thank you all. Ravi, I'm going to start with a very basic question. Everybody is confused about, you know what? Can you guess my question? AI. Okay. What is the real world? If you have to connect AI into what it means for India, what it means for world, there are naysayers who say we've seen it before, and there are some, new gen AI developers who say that you've never seen something like this before. So what is the real world, and how will India and IT move because of AI?
Does this work?
Hello.
You'll have to start it.
Okay.
This is still analog, so it's not AI.
Sorry?
It's not AI driven. You'll have to start the button.
Yeah, Franklin Templeton will help cognizant with their technical needs.
So thank you, Nikunj, for that question. I mean, it's certainly different to the past tech discontinuities which have happened. The past ones mostly helped the ones who had the skills, because technology needed digital skills for you to equip yourself. I mean, mobiles really were in the hands of end users, but they always gave you information. They didn't give you jobs. They didn't create more jobs. This is technology where you're going to use. It's going to be in the hands of the end user. You don't need any other skill except natural language to talk to it. You can talk to it in your own dialect, in your own vernacular. And because you can do so, I think we'll create some kind of a creator economy. Why is this going to be fascinating for India? India is actually a data economy. A lot of data is actually in the hands of the users. India will therefore leverage this much better than anyone else. India is also an economy which wants to be a creator economy. It's very entrepreneurial. So you're going to actually offload it to the end user. There's been never a technology in the past where humans were trying to understand computers. Computers are going to try to understand humans. So our ability to absorb that, diffuse it very fast is going to be very high. Because India's the national digital infrastructure is very strong, it's very inclusive, you're going to diffuse it much faster. And therefore, I believe it's going to be very, very powerful to the future of India.
Can I just make a comment on that? So I have 5 children, and my 3 daughters are a singer, an actress, and a documentary filmmaker. So when my son became a computer science major, I was really excited because I thought finally one of them is going to support himself. And now I realize that the better job will be the creative job, because you can go to GitHub and do your programming for you. It completely switches it.
And 40% of the code can be written by AI algorithm, which means the 21 million developers the world has is not necessary. Anybody can write code. Today, forget about the development of AI for the future. Today, people can write code on GitHub. 40% of the code is ready. So you are going to see the future where finding new purposeful problems will be the human endeavor, and solving problems will be done by machines and humans together.
So AI is real, it's here to stay, and her son will get a job.
Sorry,
AI is not going to eat into the manpower job. Her son will still get a job.
He makes rum.
All right. Mr. Winter, they say that in India, if 1980s it belonged to Japan, 1990s belonged to US, if the last decade was dominated by China, well, the next century will be dominated by India. And I'm saying century on purpose. Would you agree with me? Will you strongly agree with me?
I think the audience has given you the answer. I must say, as I sit here in Delhi, and as I mentioned earlier, I come regularly. I've never been more encouraged. In fact, I've been coming for 40 years regularly, so I've seen a few ups and downs. I've never been more encouraged about not only the potential of India, but the reality today of India. It's amazing what's been accomplished. So I think India has everything to play for. But the biggest mistake India could make is to be complacent and to assume that it's done. We've arrived. We've put the structural reforms in place. The population is becoming increasingly educated, et cetera. These are necessary conditions, but it's not enough to take India to that vaunted status of being the economic driver of the world over the next, call it 50 years, which I think is a reasonable time frame. And I think we could spend a lot of time talking about what India is doing, what it needs to do more in order to cement that position. But I have no doubt that what you set out it is for India to take if we get the program right.
Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, I'd like to just build a construct for the audience here about the real economy and the financial economy. The financial economy in America is actually higher than the real economy. In India, the real economy is actually at par with the financial economy. Do you see that in coming decades and coming years, both for your firm and for Indian financial markets? Sky is not the limit, but space is the limit. That is the space which we are aiming at. It's going to grow exponentially.
Well, so if you're defining the financial economy as markets,
yes,
investment
financial
markets, right? So, there's always, it's sort of like we talk about investing in technology, that sometimes the technology is really exciting and a great opportunity, but there's not a good time to invest in it. Like it's a harder thing to invest in. So separating those things, I think there are a lot of interesting risks, say in the US market, where you have 7 stocks, they call them the Magnificent Seven, driven by great growth in technology and are great companies, but have accounted for 71% of the returns. And so, you look at it and you say, well, that could be a risk. They're trading at something like, I think, 49 times earnings or on average. So there could be some risk there. On the other hand, you look at it and you say the economy in the U.S. seems like it's doing pretty well and is pretty strong. And whether you'll get the kind of earnings growth that you've had over the last decade, probably not. I go back to kind of Bill's point on India and just say, and a lot of people ask, is the market expensive for for the growth opportunities? I just, to emphasize Bill's point about the economic opportunity in India, if you look at the last decade and you say the last decade was China, why? Why was it China over India? You've got a young demographic, independent rule of law, some of the best education systems in the world, graduating more engineers. I think it's 6 times the number of engineers than they do in the U.S. Why did India lag China in the last decade? And you look at it, and honestly, it's because you'd argue it was an unorganized economic policies. And so if you think about it today, of any economy, India's probably got the greatest opportunity, and you're starting to see genuine optimism because of coordinated economic policies that are very specific, like Gift City. Bill and I were talking about this morning. If you think, okay, we want to get foreign investment into India, you create an economic policy like Gift City, and to the extent that it's executed well, capital goes where capital's treated well. It will come in. If you need to spur the domestic economy, you create policies such that you spur that kind of growth to get the outcomes that you want, and growth begets more growth. So I think that it's, if you think about walking in each country as a kitchen and you're a chef coming in creating economic policies, there's no better stocked kitchen than India for opportunities because the fundamental tailwinds behind it, provided it continue to get it right.
So for India, I started a SIP, systematic investment plan, very early part of my life.
Franklin Templeton brought that to India. I will point that out.
No, I actually started in Franklin Templeton. I must share it.
You did.
It's a 25-year-old scheme, started with a modest amount of 2,000 rupees. But if I have to start a scheme for my son, what should I tell him now?
First of all, the most important thing, we were talking about it earlier, compounding. So if you start investing at age 25 and you put $5,000 away for 10 years every year and you get a 7% return, you will have more money than a person who starts at 35 and saves $5,000 a year for 30 years. So the most important thing is that your son gets in the market and invests in the market, and then from a time horizon stays invested. And the reason I love SIPs is because you actually buy more stocks when the market goes down. That's when so many people retreat. And often they're selling when the market's down and buying when it's high. Just consistent, every paycheck, making an investment, you will do just fine over the long run in the market.
Well, power of compounding, we always talk about that. Rizwan, let's talk about the real estate market. You understand the real estate market. You've excelled in the Dubai market. What prompted you to go to Dubai? Why have you excelled? And what is unique about Indians doing very well in Dubai?
Well, I went to Dubai almost 30 years ago. And when I went to Dubai 30 years ago, what I liked about Dubai is they welcomed the people like me who are very simple people, not that educated people. Like, I would give you an example. The first time when I landed in Dubai, after the immigration clearance, you need to go and show the passport to the one police officer over there. The police officer tells you, kaisa hai? He's a local guy, and he tells you, kaisa hai aap? And that, what actually impressed me, because before going to Dubai, I was in Kuwait for the 8 years, and I've never found a local guy or a Kuwaiti guy telling me in our own language, Indian guy, either this is the place I want to be, and this is the place I'm going to make my career. Now, this is not the case only of me. Many Indians like me who have made their base or made themselves big in Dubai or UAE, because the way they make the business so easy, friendly, they allow people like us to work without any bureaucracy, and there is a lot of harmony between all of us. And today, touchwood, alhamdulillah, you all know that Danube Building Material is one of the most famous or the fastest developing real estate developer in Dubai.
What is the size of land bank you have in Dubai? How much are you planning to develop?
At the moment, we have so far developed 30 projects, and hopefully another 4-5 projects this year. So every year we are talking about a turnover of about $3 to $3.5 billion.
Bill, I'll throw this point wide open, which we discussed with Mr. Ray Dalio, which is that if you consider the construct of the global economy, there is United States, which has a debt, Europe, where growth is anemic, China, where growth is confusing, India is where growth is visible. How would you characterize the big block for us when things are not really moving up in a synchronized manner post-COVID?
You're right that things aren't moving in a synchronized manner, but they're not uncorrelated either. So at the end of the day, the U.S. has surprised, I think, most observers with its resilience. You had a shock interest rate adjustment on the back of some inflation, and U.S. growth hasn't really faltered. Job growth is very strong. Consumer optimism is good. So the U.S. is in good shape. China's the other way around. The rate of growth in China is a little bit less than 2 times the rate of growth in the U.S., but the level of confidence is zero. There's no confidence amongst Chinese investors or amongst international investors investing into China. Why? Because it's confusing, exactly as you say. I think it's confusing because China is going through that enormous transition that every country goes through when it moves from effectively whatever the old economy is at the day to the new economy at the day. The China new economy segment, which is a third of the economy, is growing super fast, right? Double digits. The old economy is shrinking, led by the property sector and infrastructure. So the average is 5.2% growth. Not a disaster, but not exciting either. So it's confusing. When will we come out of this? When they're well into the transition. I'd say another year or two. Europe is a wonderful place to live. It's not a great place to grow, but exporting technology, exporting human capital, and Europe will be there for a very long time. But the global economy overall is going to grow at about what the IMF would say is potential. So we can say that things are very, very bleak, and we can all point to the geopolitical risks that are concerning all of us. Shifting trade flows, high interest rates, inflation. I mean, these are all real, and they could manifest themselves in quite a severe economic shock at some point. But it's not happening today. The global growth the global economy is growing pretty much where it's supposed to, and the outlook, I think, is relatively bright. So I think it's time to be aware of the risks out there, but keep on investing. Where does India play into that? Geopolitically, perfectly positioned, I would say. Of course there are tensions. You've got some problems on both sides of your border, but the geopolitical positioning of India is very strong right now. The economic foundations are good. Growth at 6.2, 6.5, maybe going to 7% is good, but you shouldn't be satisfied with that. It's well below India's potential, in my opinion. And so the focus has got to be, how do we get that 6% growth up to 10, 11, 12? Which is what we need to do to get GDP per capita up to a level that's consistent with other countries that are similarly well endowed.
So I have the last round of questions, and Bill, I'll start with you, with your thoughts on the Indian financial sector. When I say financial sector, the banking sector, because we feel very proud when we look at the Indian banking sector. Extremely well regulated, open architecture, open to innovation, is saying all the right things in the fintech, and perhaps it's really the governance which has made all the difference when it comes to the growth here. Would you agree with me?
I think the Indian banking sector is extremely strong. And certainly in my time operating in India, I started off 30 years ago with a joint venture with an Indian bank, a little bank called ICICI. When I was at JP Morgan at the time, and JP Morgan had the technology, and ICICI had the local operation. And we had a joint venture, which eventually JP Morgan bought, which was a construct at the time. You fast forward 30 years, ICICI is a global bank. It's world class in terms of its capabilities. There's nothing that ICICI, and I use that as an example, it could be any of the big Indian banks, there's nothing that they can't do given the resources, technology, and regulatory framework. That said, the capital markets in India are not fully developed. It's not a truly international market. The rupee is not an international currency. It's not a currency of trade. These are all necessary components for India to become a truly global financial player. India doesn't have to be a global financial player, but typically global powers accumulate that position over time. And I think this is a huge opportunity for India over the next decade or two.
Can I jump
yes,
in
please.
Answer something in similar lines? So if you go back again to 40, 50 years, the world has seen a period of change or a period of uncertainty. The very few times change and uncertainty have come together. And this is one of those times.
Change and uncertainty
coming together.
That's a beautiful part. Change and uncertainty coming together.
Okay. And to navigate that, India probably has a lot of things lined up for it. And that's why I think India is going to be very successful in the next 1 decade. And I'll say quickly 4 things which will help India. First, because we are in a slow economy across the world is pretty much flat. 2% global growth, inflation adjusted is 0. A lot of slow growth means operations of the world in a demographic dividend India has. A lot of operations is going to move to India. It's not just technology and IT. So the 5 million people who work in IT and IT-enabled services will probably be 10 million or more in the next few years. That's the first one. So as the world slows down, we're going to see a lot of human capital powered by good education, not just technology, but ops. Second, India's per capita is only $2,000, which means it's the right time for discretionary consumer spend to take off. That means India is also going to be a consumer economy as we go forward, which is actually going to propel growth. Now, the world is actually moving from a bipolar, China-US to a multipolar world, which means, again, the manufacturing capacity, supply chains will get distributed. As they get distributed, if India invests heavily on skilling, manufacturing can actually be a significant part of the GDP of India. So that's the third piece in the mix. Remember, even the pyramid which India has, only 5 million households earn more than $35,000, which means if the pyramid really goes into a diamond and the middle of the pyramid gets to spend more, there is a forecast which actually says that 5 billion will probably be 5 times more in the next 10 years. The last is it's also a very inclusive economy because the digital infrastructure allows you to make it transaction-based, low cost, high volume, which means it can again diffuse to the bottom of the pyramid very fast. So the digital infrastructure can actually again create a flywheel on consumption. So these 4 things in a period of change and uncertainty makes India almost the office of the world, you can call it, or the ops center of the world, the factory of the world, and the consumer of the world, if I may. And that makes it.
Such a brilliant point. You've really sketched the architecture for us so beautifully. Energy transition, per capita, manufacturing, and being the back office of the world. I just want our audience to write this number. Just write this number. $250 billion. Now, why am I insisting on $250 billion? Well, that's the size of Indian IT exports last year. $250 billion was the total oil export from Aramco. So Indian IT industry now is actually equivalent to the total amount of oil actually which has been exported. That's something which we don't realize. But $250 billion, and this is last year's data, and we'll have to add another 7-8% here.
And in fact, Nikunj, what's going to happen is, it's not just IT services companies like us. There's 1,600 global capability centers,
which we don't add up,
set by American, European, global corporations in India to run their ops. And that's a much bigger universe. Running ops is literally 30% of the, of the profit and loss of every company, versus technology being a small portion of it.
So a very quick answer from you. For Indian IT industry, where the size is $250 billion, do you think the next 5 years will be better than the last 5 years? Just a quick answer.
100%, because big tech companies are going to set up shop here. Tech services companies like Cognizant will add more. And our own clients will actually set up shop here, because they will insource technology as much as they outsource. They will insource ops as much as they outsource. And their own insourced ops and insourced technology will be based in India.
Cognizant is listed, guys, remember. Cognizant is a listed stock. The CEO says next 5 years will be better than the last 5 years. It is not a tip. It is not a tip. It is just an indication that which way the IT industry is moving. Do you want me to ask you a question, or you want to say something about India more?
Well, I was just going to say, Franklin Templeton has 20% of our global workforce in India. At one point, we had 30%. We ended up outsourcing, but we outsourced to people in India. Yep. And if you think about things like AI and the technology investments that it's going to take to compete, it's going to get more and more expensive. And as long as you have the talent and the value here, it's going to grow in India. So I completely agree with your points.
I have a time constraint, and the timer is shamelessly saying time up. But I have some question for you. अब आप दुबई में क्या करते हो? इंडिया कब वापस आओगे? इतना बता दो. दुबई में क्या कर रहे हो? इंडिया वापस कब आओगे?
इंडिया कब आएंगे? इंडिया जब बुलाओगे तो आ जाएंगे. फिलहाल दुबई में है. लास्ट 30 ईयर से दुबई में हूँ. और वहाँ पे अच्छा ग्रोथ मिल रहा है, तो वहाँ बैठा हूँ. किसी ने मुझे पूछा when are you going to come to Dubai? India, of course, we have an operations in India. We have a Danube home operations in Hyderabad and Bangalore, which we are running. But the real estate portfolio we have in Dubai only. And what I have seen that the Indians love to invest in Dubai because of the culture, because no taxation policy, because of the India and Dubai. We have almost 200 flights from all over India to Dubai. They love to come over there, setting up a business very easy. They are very happy over there. I know here we are talking about on a GBS platform where we are talking about the Indian, but since you have called me and talking about Dubai, so I need to talk about Dubai. But Dubai is a great place to come.
Dubai में भी Indians ही real estate ले रहे हैं ना? Dubai में भी Indians ही real estate.
Dubai में Indians, actually 40% of the Indians are buying real estate in Dubai. They are the highest number of real estate buyers today so they are contributing a lot to the Dubai, and because of Sri Narendra Modi ji coming to Dubai in the last 10 years, he has come almost 10 times to in UAE. That has strengthened the relationship between UAE and India so much that everybody, I mean, if I'm sure you must be knowing there is a Babs Mandir which is being inaugurated in Abu Dhabi. I mean, can you imagine in an Arab world, Arab country, a mandir to be inaugurated, and that is possible only because of Sri Narendra Modi and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. So this is the relationship, we have developed between India and Dubai, and I'm happy that Indians are loving Dubai, and we also, at Dubai, UAE people also love to come to India and invest over here.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being part of this panel, and thank you very much for telling us that indirect indication that Cognizant and Indian IT industry is headed. Next 5 years will be better for Indian IT industry from last 5 years. Jenny, Mr. Winter, Ran Bhai, thank you very much. With that, I'll give it back to my colleagues. I think Sumit and Megha, they both are ready. And I know when we talk about India, even my partners sometimes they just listen so much about India. So it's okay, Sumit, it takes time because that's the India story we are talking about right now.
Didn't mean to disrupt you there, but then I think we are talking about disruptions in Nikunj. But enlightening speech that was, and a very interesting panel conversation. I think we should give them a loud round of applause for that. In-depth analysis of that, not just that, but also the way forward, the future.
Thank you for that to the panelists. Now, as we navigate a world that is rapidly evolving through artificial intelligence, robotics, and the gig economy, and in fact globalization, Meghna, we face urgent questions about the future of our economy, jobs, talent flow. How can we prepare students for these transformative changes and align education with the future workforce demands?
Well, absolutely. In fact, today we are privileged to have none other than Jeff Maggioncalda, the CEO of Coursera. He will be addressing these challenges. He's already spoken earlier in the day. He's told us about what the way forward is going to be, education as well as innovation. He will now be offering his insights into the future of learning and work, guiding us through the complexities of adapting education for a rapidly changing world.
But before we invite him up on stage, Meghna, just another reminder, we've been getting a lot of traction on social media. This audience, you can see the hall is full. There is so much interaction. They've been tweeting. To the people that haven't been tweeting, or you use the hashtags, which is scripting tomorrow, hashtag GBS 2024, hashtag GBS, or hashtag ETNowGBS. Of course, we'll be joined very shortly by Mr. Nitin Gadkari, and after that by the Honorable Prime Minister. So without further ado, let's invite up on stage Jeff Maggioncalda, the CEO of Coursera. Can we have you on stage, sir?
Until he joins us on stage, a quick reminder also that there is a social jam booth. This is right outside at the Jahangir Hall. So for all of you who haven't so far done it, all you need to do is step out there at the Jahangir Hall. There's going to be a QR code which is going to be displayed on the screen there. All you need to do is scan that QR code, and that will be your golden ticket to enter the contest. So if you haven't done that,
are we allowed to do that? We have to check. Are we allowed to do that? I want to go do that.
Because there are good gifts coming up if you
manage fantastic. We should do that. Quick thank you to our sponsors, strategic partner Darwin, state partner Government of Haryana, real estate partner Danube Properties, logistics partner Ecom Express, digital transformation partner Kyndryl, experience makers Adobe, EV partner Joy e-bike, celebration partner Diageo India, general insurance partner Bajaj Allianz General Insurance, industry partner Nielsen IQ and GFK, NBFC fintech partner L&T Finance, ambient media partner Khushi, and gifting partner is Har. Wow, that's interesting. We've got so many partners who have helped us make this session ready. And Jeff is here. So ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Jeff Maggioncalda, CEO of Coursera. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be back. I was here in 2018 and talking a lot about the demographic dividend. I think this theme is very, very fitting. We're in a period of disruption, and that disruption can create opportunities. That disruption can create threats. And I believe the difference between this change being an opportunity or a threat for India depends upon the degree to which individuals have access to digital education. And what I'd love to do is talk a little bit about how Coursera is seeing around the world a transformation in access to education and a transformation in access to job opportunities. I'll start here with the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. It's a vision for what we want the world to become. And for me, one of these goals, SDG 4, sits above the others: quality education. Quality education is the root cause of human progress. I believe that access to quality education will be the key to unlock all the opportunity that the last panel just talked about with respect to where the future of India lies. Today, only 41% of people who graduate from high school even start any college experience. You can see India is at 27%. There's been a bold and visionary plan to get this rate up to 50% by 2030, 2035. And access to digital education will be the key way to do that. And one of the gifts of COVID was actually laying the groundwork not only for online education, but also for remote work opportunities. And as Ravi said, generative AI, I believe, could be a great equalizing force and a differential advantage for the people of India. Here's a chart I like to show. It's the likelihood that certain jobs get automated. These are the blue-collar jobs, people with lower wages, no formal education. Those are the jobs that historically have been the ones most at risk of automation. These blue bubbles here are college degrees, people who have higher wages, historically not very at risk due to automation. But generative AI is really changing this. According to the University of Pennsylvania and OpenAI, they found that about half of all jobs will have half of their job tasks exposed to GPT, and higher wage individuals will be more impacted by this technology. Here's a chart from McKinsey. If you're wondering, is this going to happen fast? Are companies going to adopt generative AI quickly? I believe the answer is yes, because of the economic potential that could be unlocked. $4 trillion, and if you want to know where, customer operations, software engineering, product R&D, sales, and marketing. If you zoom in to a recent report from E&Y India, they say that by far the largest impact on India's sectors in terms of value creation from generative AI is in business services and financial services. This will be a reskilling opportunity like we've never seen before. This is a chart that Ravi actually alluded to. It's a study by BCG and Harvard Business School. They looked at task completion by BCG consultants without GPT and with GPT. Couple things I just want to point out. Number one, the average jumped up for the low performers by 43%. Number two, and by the way, anyone saying maybe people won't really adopt this, if you are an above average performer in this study and you chose not to use GPT-4 to perform your tasks, you suddenly become way below average compared to the rest of the group that has shifted to the right. Another thing you find is that the distribution of performance has narrowed, so you have much higher reliability of performance. And interestingly, the gap between the lower performers and the higher performers closed. And so this is why, borrowing from Ravi's recent comments in the Economic Times, Gen AI could reshape the world and make it a far more equal place. But in order for this to happen, people need access to education. That's going to be the key that unlocks all this. So now, a little bit on Coursera. We were founded in 2012 by a couple of Stanford professors. We've been around for quite some time now. Our ecosystem basically includes about 300 university and industry partners who publish online content. It's made available to learners around the world, 140 million now. We also serve institutions with business, campus, and government services. If you zoom in and say, where are these learners? There's 23.4 million learners in India on Coursera. 100,000 learners shy of every country in Europe combined. And the number 2 country behind the United States in terms of number of learners, growing faster. There will be more learners on Coursera in India within a couple years than any other country in the world, and all of Europe by far. Now, that's the learner side. The other thing that's happened since the last time I was here in 2018, 18 of the top universities in India are now publishing courses on Coursera, not only for learners in India, for learners all around the world. And it's not just universities, it's also some of the largest industry players coming in India now, playing on the global stage to not only import education, but to export it as well. We put on with BITS Pilani, Bachelor's of Computer Science, is online, with IIT Guwahati, a Bachelor's of Data Science and AI with honors, and also a really great leadership training program from IIT Ahmedabad. I won't read through all the numbers, but what you can see is very wide distribution of access across metros, across cities, and far higher representation of women in these programs online compared to the same degree program on campus. Now, what's going to be the impact of AI on education? I'll briefly go through this. So, first of all, it's going to have a big impact on jobs. And because AI will have a big impact on jobs, it's going to have a big impact on education as well. The good news is, as AI creates a need for upskilling and reskilling, it will also dramatically change the effectiveness and the accessibility of education globally. So it will make learning far more effective. I'll show you how in a moment. It also allows people to create content at very high quality, at very low cost, in a very short time to keep the content up to speed with how fast the world is changing. And then finally, it really increases accessibility. It used to cost us $10,000 to translate one course into one language. It now costs us $20. Today we translated 4,200 courses into 20 languages. I was here in Delhi just a few weeks ago, the day after National Hindi Day, announcing that we've translated virtually all of our courses into Hindi. So language will no longer be the obstacle for people accessing high-quality education. In terms of what Coursera is doing, we've launched a Generative AI Academy. This helps businesses train all their people. I'll show you a little bit more about that in a sec. A career academy. A lot of people are going to have to reskill and redeploy into new jobs. We've launched something called Coach. This is a personal AI tutor that sits in the courses on Coursera. So someone taking a certificate program from IIM Ahmedabad, they're learning from the experts at IIM Ahmedabad, but they're getting the tutor to actually give answers based on the expert professor's course. It's not just going out to the internet, it's grounding the answers in the expertise of the instructor. We are about to launch something called Course Builder. This will allow businesses and faculty on campuses create custom-tailored courses using outside experts. And I just mentioned the machine translation. I am proud to say that I just launched a course that is on reskilling for CEOs and leaders in generative AI. And I just want to wrap. I'm going to go through this. This is Coach basically giving you personalized tutoring in course. Coach, by the way, speaks English. Coach speaks Hindi. Not only is the course available in all languages, the tutoring is as well. I don't think I have time for that video, but I'll finish with a couple important statements. First of all, India is the main player in the field of AI talent. I believe that the key thing is going to be talent agility. How fast can the talent here move to seize these opportunities? Because I think other companies like Coursera are going to be looking to India as their future workforce. In 2024, 2/3 of every employee that we hire at Coursera is going to be here in India. Trust in AI will grow when its ethical, economic, and social aspects are addressed, and the fundamental unlock is going to be digital education and reskilling. And it's an honor for us to work with and to serve the people of India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you so much for that session. Moving now from digital to, well, infrastructure and what's happening in the physical world. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will address us on the transformative journey of road infrastructure and the development of that in India and its profound impact on the nation's economy. Under his leadership, India has witnessed unprecedented strides in the expansion and modernization of its road and highway network.
In fact, under his vision and relentless efforts have not only connected remote areas to urban centers, but have also catalyzed some of the economic growth across all sectors. Today, we eagerly anticipate his insights into the symbiotic relationship between robust infrastructure and a thriving economy and the innovative strategies driving India's road to prosperity.
Please join us in welcoming Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, the Government of India. Round of applause as the Minister joins us up on stage. I'd also like to request Mr. Vineet Jain, the MD of the Times Group, to join us on stage to welcome the Honorable Minister this evening here at ET Now Global Business Summit. Let's keep that applause going, ladies and gentlemen.
Namaskar, sir.
Well, may we request Shri Vineet Jain to also welcome the Honorable Minister with a shawl, a small token of our gratitude.
Thank you for that, Mr. Jain. And I'd now like to invite up on stage Navika Kumar, Group Editor-in-Chief, Times Now Bharat and Times Now, for an engrossing fireside chat with the Honourable Minister.
Well, Navika, we'll leave it up to you to build it from here onwards.
Thank you very much, Meghna and Sumit, for this opportunity. And thank you, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. I wouldn't be wrong if I introduce you as the rock star Mantri of the Modi cabinet. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rock star because think Nitin Gadkari and you think of highways as smooth as I wouldn't use Lalu Prasad Yadav's old term, but you know, smooth and very, very well-made highways. Where you've given me a challenge that we are going to drive on one of those new highways where we'll have a cup of tea and not a drop will fall from the cup. Nitin Gadkari ji, what drives you in this mission to build infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure?
Actually, one thing is very clear. If we need capital investment, development in industry, we should have good infrastructure, water, power, transport and communication. Without that, we cannot develop our agriculture, without develop service industry, with the infrastructure, we cannot develop tourism. And there is the most important thing that after 2014, when Modi ji became a Prime Minister of this country, he has decided to giving highest priority for the development of infrastructure in the country. And previously, when I was minister in Mumbai, I got opportunity to construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway, Worli-Bandra Ceiling Project, 55 flyovers in Mumbai. That reason, when he asked me, I tell him that if you can give me the road transport, by this old experience which I have on the basis of that, I will try to work. And he gave me the opportunity. And today, our network is supposed to be I am talking to the people that in the end of 2024, our national highway road network will be equivalent to the road network of USA. And
you've already beaten China.
Yes, but I am telling you one incident. One of the US person coming to me and he meet me, you are wrong. Sir, what is the thing? He was telling me, now presently I just get opportunity to go by your road and it is to be proved to be better than USA, he was telling me. Now I'm just telling you the example. From Delhi to Dehradun, 2 hours. Delhi to Jaipur, 2 hours. Delhi to Mumbai, 12 hours. Then Chennai to Bangalore, 2 hours. Bangalore to Mysore now is 1 hour. And we are making 36 express highway, even from Delhi to Chennai. We are going to reduce the distance by 320 kilometers. And after express highway going to Surat, there will be connectivity to Nasik, Nasik to Ahmednagar, Ahmednagar to Solapur, Solapur to Kurnool, and Kurnool to Trivandrum, Cochin, Kanyakumari, Hyderabad, and Chennai. So this distance is going to reduce by 320 kilometers. And for Chennai, you don't need to go to Mumbai and Pune.
Fantastic. Is there competition between ministers? Because I think you're going to be competition for the railways minister, the civil aviation minister, because everybody will then begin to use your roads.
No, there is no competition. They are doing also their job. I am doing my job. I have a slogan in my office. There are 2 slogans. One is, I like people who can get the things done. And the second slogan is from American President John F. Kennedy, that American roads are not good because America is rich, but America is rich because American roads are good. When we have decided to make India as a developed country, we are the fastest growing economy in the world, and the dream of the Prime Minister to make Indian economy the 3rd largest economy in the world. For that reason, we need to develop world standard infrastructure in the country, and we are trying our level best to actually
up to that mark, we will try to make it.
Mr. Nitin Gadkari, as far as road construction is concerned, you have achieved 90% of targets that have been set, and in 1 year, I think 2021, the COVID era and the COVID was at its peak, and that era was the time when you even surpassed your targets. I want to ask you, how do you manage to do that, given the fact that all this while, people have said it's difficult to do the job of building infrastructure because land acquisition takes time, compensations take time, states are involved, there are farmers, there are people who are displaced, and then litigation was a huge part of the problems in building roads. How have you managed to get past all of these roadblocks?
Actually, frankly speaking, still there are problems. I am telling you the example, when I taken charge as a minister, we have 406 projects costing 3,85,000 crores. And at that time, because of that project, there was an NPA in the Indian banks of 3 lakh crores. It was really a very, very big challenge. But we organized the meeting with all stakeholders, with the bankers, with the consultants, with the contractors, concerning officers. We resolved the issue. 40,000 crores of project we terminated. And we saved the Indian bankers from the NP of 3 lakh crores. But now, one thing which I want to tell you very clearly, what highway we are making, it is not only because of me. This is not my credit. The credit going to my engineers, my contractors, my officers, everyone is working day and night. I am always talking to the people that either it is business, either it is politics. Everywhere, the most important thing is the human relationship is the biggest strength of politics and business and everything. So we are working as a team. And I'm just giving them the example that A person works A square, B person works B square, the total work is A square plus B square. But when A and B comes together, thinks together and works together, A plus B bracket square equal to A square plus B square plus twice AB. And that's twice AB is a result of collective team spirit.
Well, I hope you are understanding the politics of the algebra and the manner in which work can be done. Nitin Gadkari ji, you're also very passionate about fuel. You're passionate actually about everything you do. You're passionate about road safety. You're passionate about alternative fuels. And every day we see you in Parliament, once in a hydrogen-powered car, once in an electric car. Today we've seen you in a ethanol-powered car. What is your long-term vision as far as alternative fuels are concerned? And how far have we reached? Rasta kitna baki hai?
Actually, the most important thing with the Indian economy is agriculture growth rate is very important. And today we have an import of fossil fuel of 16 lakh crores. I am farmer. In my area, we have 3 sugar factories. And particularly in my area, 10,000 farmer suicides are there. So our policy is very simple. The diversification of agriculture towards energy, powers, and particularly now, once upon a time, we call Kisan as Annadata. Now it's really a great thing for me. Kisan is not only Annadata, he is Urja Data. He is not only Urja Data, he is Bitumen Data because we are making bitumen from rice straw, parali. And third is, now Kisan is making Hawaii Indhan Data. The sustainable aviation fuel, we have already started the project in Panipat with Indian Oil, and they are using parali, rice straw, having capacity of 1 lakh liter of ethanol per day, 150 ton of biobitumen per day, and 76,000 ton per year bio-aviation fuel. That is sustainable aviation fuel. And in the Davos,
I think this deserves a bigger round of applause, especially for lungs that are under stress in the city of Delhi. definitely alternative fuels is something we need to look at.
And actually, now we are making ethanol from sugarcane juice. We are making ethanol from B molasses, C molasses. Now we are making ethanol from corn and rice and all the food grains. Now in Numaligarh in Assam, we have started a factory where they are making ethanol from bamboo. And the new MD who was appointed, previously he was in Nagpur, when he was coming to me, I gave him suggestion that you have a pipeline from Numaligarh to Bangladesh for taking petrol and diesel there. You add 20% ethanol of bamboo in that petrol. It will reduce the cost of petrol 2 rupees to Bangladesh, and your whole northeast bamboo, it will create job opportunities for the youth of that area. They will cut the bamboo. Bamboo is grass. They cut the bamboo, transport it and give it to you. So now we are making ethanol from biomass, ethanol from bamboo also. The other important thing is, in Punjab and Haryana, majority projects are there. They are making bio-CNG and bio-LNG from rice straw. And now we are, actually the policy is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. I am doing work of 65,000 crores around the Delhi. Delhi is facing the crucial problem of air pollution. Every time when we come to Delhi, there is an infection. So this is the time, the 40% of the pollution is because of my department, transport department. So after changing this fuel, we will reduce the logistic cost. The most important thing which I want to tell you, that presently in the world scenario, the logistic cost in China is 8 to 10%. Logistic cost in European countries and the USA, it is 12%, and India, it is go to 16%. By changing fuel and by making good roads, I am confident that in the end of 24, our logistic cost will be single digit. It comes to 9%, and by which we will increase our export at least 1.5 times. And that is to be most important thing. And by already in G20, biofuel alliance is there. Alternative fuel, lot of things, methanol, ethanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, and electric, and hydrogen. I have got hydrogen car. The name of the car is Mirai. And that hydrogen car is so beautiful. And actually I am convincing the people that day by day, we want to reduce pollution, you should use alternative fuel. Now I am giving you the example of this hotel. Many times I am coming to many programs like this. People are asking me if we use electric, and suppose if the problem, the charging is closed, then what will happen? Now there is no problem like this. I am telling you with the confidence within 5 years, we will have 100% electric buses in the country. Now there is a waiting list in the Indian companies for electric car. And now there are 400 startups started. They are making electric two-wheeler. And now 50% of the two-wheeler we have export. The size of automobile industry when I taken charge as a minister, it was 7.5 lakh crore. At that time our number was 7. And this is the industry which is giving maximum GST to the state government and central government. This is the industry which creates 4 crore 50 lakh jobs. This is the industry which is giving maximum export. And today I am telling you, now after 7 years, our number is 3rd. We just surpassed Japan. Now the first number is China, second is USA, and third is India. And as a transport minister, my mission and my ambition is, within 5 years, India will become a #1 automobile manufacturing hub in the world. We have all type of brands are present in the country, and automobile industry will give majority strength to our Indian economy, and we will be Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we will be the 3rd largest economy in the world.
नितिन गडकरी जी, 10 साल का तो शासन हो गया. 2024 तक आपने इतना अचीव कर लिया, आपने 2029 का भी टारगेट सेट कर दिया। वहां प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं अब की बार 400 पार, आपने 29 का टारगेट सेट कर लिया है। चुनाव की जरूरत है या ये सारा पैसा जो खर्चा होगा ये रोड बिल्डिंग में ही लगा दे?
ये मुझे बहुत बार लोग प्रश्न पूछते हैं, तो मैं सरकारी पैसे पर डिपेंड नहीं हूं और मैं ये सब बिजनेसमैन है। मैं आपको एक इंसिडेंट बताता हूं कि अभी मुंबई स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में हमने हमारा बॉन्ड इशू इनविट बॉन्ड का लॉन्च किया। 7 दिन का टाइम था और मैं मेरे फैमिली के साथ गोवा में गया। पहले दिन 7 घंटे में 7 आवर्स इन फर्स्ट डे, नॉट 7 डेज, हमारा बॉन्ड इशू 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ। और अब मैं आपको बताता हूं, मुझे धनवान लोगों के पैसे से रोड नहीं बनाना है। मैं जो छोटे लोग हैं उनको 8.05% इंटरेस्ट एश्योर्ड पर ईयर उनको दूंगा और मंथली जो रिटायर्ड लोग सभी लोगों के अकाउंट में मंथली इंटरेस्ट जमा करूंगा। तो 8.05 इंटरेस्ट दूंगा। तो मेरा AAA रेटिंग है NHI का, मुझे कोई जरूरत ही नहीं, पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं। मैं आपको एक प्रश्न पूछता हूं, क्या मुझे बताएंगे कि 10 साल में मैंने जो डिक्लेयर किया, जो कहा, वैसे एक भी बात नहीं हुई? क्या कोई हिंदुस्तान का पत्रकार मुझे बता दे? और अब मैं आपको बताता हूं, ये जो हुआ ये ट्रेलर था, असली फिल्म तो शुरू होना बाकी है। अभी इसके बाद
पिक्चर अभी बाकी है।
अभी मैं
अभी बाकी है।
200 रोपवे, केबल कार, फेनाकुलर रेलवे बना रहा हूं। 10 के अवार्ड अभी कर दूंगा आचार संहिता के पहले। और अब मेरा सपना है, ये धौला कुआं से ये रोड में कितना जाम था आपको पता नहीं। मैं मंत्री बना, मुझे दिल्ली मालूम नहीं थी, यहीं आधा घंटा रहता था, तो मैंने पहले ये रोड बनाया, ये धौला कुआं का। अब मैं यहां से पूरे मानेसर तक एक हवा में चलने वाली 40 सीटर की बस चला रहा हूं, सोच रहा हूं। दिल्ली से मुंबई मैं इलेक्ट्रिक बस चला रहा हूं। अभी मैं जेकोस्लाविया स्कोडा के फैक्ट्री में गया था और वहां मैंने 3 बसेस को जोड़कर ट्रॉली बस देखी। और दिल्ली से जयपुर मैं ये बस शुरू करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, जिसमें ये बस में एयर कंडीशन होगी, इसमें बिजनेस क्लास होगा, लैपटॉप पर आप देख सकेंगे, 2 घंटे में जयपुर पहुंच जाएंगे और बस का किराया डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम होगा और पोल्यूशन 0 होगा।
Well, that is true empowerment. अगर अच्छी सड़क हो, अच्छा सफर हो और सस्ता भी हो, तो शायद देश के आम नागरिक के लिए इससे बेहतर कुछ नहीं हो सकता। एक और एरिया है जो कंसर्न का है, जो है रोड सेफ्टी, जहां एक्सीडेंट्स रोड पर जो होते हैं, हमारे जो हाईवेज होते हैं, our highways sometimes even have speed breakers. We have animals coming on them. We have all kinds of transport on it, and risk of accidents and accident numbers are high. How do we plan to address this issue?
Actually, frankly, मैं एक्सेप्ट करता हूं कि 10 साल में ये एक ही सब्जेक्ट है जिसमें मुझे सफलता नहीं मिली। 1,68,000 1,68,000 मौतें होती है, 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं और मरने वालों की संख्या जो है 18 to 35 इस ग्रुप के 60% लोग मरते हैं। और इसका कारण है एक रोड इंजीनियरिंग, ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग, दोनों में हमने सुधार किया। तीसरा एजुकेशन और एनफोर्समेंट और इमरजेंसी, इसमें भी काम हुआ। हम लोग सभी की मदद करते हैं। आदरणीय स्वामी जी भी बैठे, इनको भी हमने अभी कल मैं अमिताभ बच्चन जी के साथ, सुधा मूर्ति के साथ हमने कार्यक्रम किए। स्वामी जी ने को भी पिछले साल अमिताभ बच्चन और हम सब उसको प्रचार करते हैं। पर एक बात जरूर है कि हमारे हिंदुस्तानी लोगों का माइंड सेटअप, ह्यूमन बिहेवियर जब तक नहीं बदलेगा कि रेड सिग्नल है तो रुकना चाहिए, अगर स्कूटर चलाना है तो हेलमेट लगाना चाहिए, मोबाइल फोन कान को लगाकर गाड़ी ड्राइव नहीं करनी चाहिए, स्कूटर नहीं चलानी चाहिए। ये छोटी छोटी बातों के बारे में हम लोगों को समझाने का प्रयास करते। मेरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, मैं जब महाराष्ट्र में लीडर ऑपोजिशन था तो 4 जगह मेरा पैर टूटा हुआ है, 2 साल मेरे गए। और जिन घर से कोई मृत्यु होती है वो कितना भयंकर उसके ऊपर संकट आता है मैंने देखा है। पर अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी रोड इंजीनियरिंग में हमने ब्लैक स्पॉट 8,000 निकाले, 4,500 दुरुस्त कर दिए। अभी ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में हमने स्टार रेटिंग लाया, इसके कारण हमारे स्टार रेटिंग के कारण 6 एयरबैग्स भी लग रही है सब जगह, उसमें जितना होने लायक है वो भी हमने किया। इन्फोर्समेंट में हमने नया मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट भी लाया, फाइन भी बढ़ा दिया। पर अब हमारी आवश्यकता यह है कि हम कैसा भी करके ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को बदले, जिसमें मीडिया का, एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन का, सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का सहयोग से हम लोगों का माइंड सेटअप, उनका जो ह्यूमन बिहेवियर है वो बदलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कानून भी कड़ा किया है, कैमरे भी लगे हैं, पर लोगों में सुधार नहीं होता, ये एक प्रॉब्लम है। पर सबके सहयोग से अब इसको सुधारने की कोशिश करेंगे।
Well, as a media group, we are with you in creating awareness and bringing standards of road safety, education. As a media group, I can say that we will all be committed to this. ये सब तो हो गई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, आपके पैशन की बात। अब कुछ ही हफ्ते रह गए हैं, चुनाव का अनाउंसमेंट होने वाला है। रिजल्ट पहले से पता है?
देखिए, मैं भी लोकसभा लड़ा हूं 2 बार, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम लोग जब अच्छा कार्य करते हैं तो कास्ट, क्रीड, सेक्स, रिलीजन, लैंग्वेज, इसके ऊपर उठकर लोग मतदान करते हैं। पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ प्रोग्रेस एंड डेवलपमेंट, ये हमारे राजनीति का भाग है। और आपको सही बताता हूं, मैं तो 90% पॉलिटिशियन हुई नहीं, मैं मैक्सिमम सेवा का काम करते रहता हूं, हमारे क्षेत्र में काम कर रहता हूं। और मेरा विश्वास, और इस बार मैंने कहा भी है कि मैं ना पोस्टर लगाऊंगा ना बैनर लगाऊंगा, मैं आपका आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए आपके पास जरूर आऊंगा। और मेरा विश्वास है कि जो अच्छा काम होता है, पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट का काम होता है, गरीबों के लिए काम होता है, वो जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा की दीवारों को तोड़ देता है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 10 साल में इस देश की प्रगति और विकास जो हुआ है, जो आप सबके सामने है, हमारा देश कहां था और कहां है, तो मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर से एक बार हमें बहुत अच्छा समर्थन मिलेगा, मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी, और हमारा सरकार निश्चित रूप से चुनकर आएगा।
एंड नितिन गडकरी, व्हाट इज योर पर्सनल विजन फॉर योरसेल्फ इन द नेक्स्ट 5 years?
वो तो प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऊपर है कि वो मुझे कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट देंगे, वो काम मैं करूंगा।
On that note, well, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Mr. Nitin Gadkari.
Thank you.
Well, there is a standing ovation coming in for the work you have done, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, and you know that speaks volumes for the work that has been done. Thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, and thank you, Navika, for a very engrossing and interesting conversation.
And thank you so much for the standing ovation. However, a quick reminder, security protocol has it that no one's going to be allowed to stand. We already have the Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana, who's right there in the Darbar. We'll have, of course, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, also joining us. The security protocols insist that no one will be allowed to stand. So if someone does not have a seat, we'd request you to please go to the next hall, the Jahangir Darbar. There are several seats there. The Shah Jahan Darbar. I stand
outside. You can shift there if there are no seats here, because as per the protocols for the Prime Minister, we will not be allowed people will not be allowed to stand during his session. Let's move on to our next session now. In a global context where many nations are grappling with economic challenges, Guyana emerges as a success story, offering insights into navigating the complexities of the global economic landscape.
So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Brigadier Mark Anthony Phillips, the Prime Minister of Guyana. Let's get some round of applause there. Surely we can make it high.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers of Government of the Republic of India, Excellencies and visiting dignitaries, Mr. Vinit Jain, Managing Director of Times Group, participating delegates, thought leaders, visionaries, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, and greetings from the beautiful land of Guyana. It is an honor to stand before you today at this gathering of the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit hosted by the Times Group. On behalf of the people and government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, I extend my gratitude to the organizers for providing me with this opportunity to address such a distinguished gathering. I'm particularly pleased to be here in the Republic of India, a nation that has consistently championed the cause of sustainable development and has been a global leader in addressing the pressing challenges of our time. My presence here is as a result of the 2024 World Sustainable Development Summit. And now, I'm pleased to join you for this most fittingly titled event, the Global Business Summit. The occurrence of these two critical global events within proximity of each other solidifies India's commitment to fostering meaningful international dialogues on critical issues. Our presence here is certainly no coincidence. India leads the way in renewable energy, already ranking 4th in the world in renewable energy installed capacity, and has great plans for greater expansion. India is unanimously recognized as the world's pharmacy hub and is a global supplier of talent and resources in major industries. As you are aware, India is the fastest growing major economy in the world. Therefore, against this backdrop, there is no conversation about global business without including this massive and progressive state, India. So I thank the organizers for leading the charge in championing dialogue about global business and inviting us all here to be part of that discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, in our current global landscape, our world grapples with myriad challenges that transcend borders. From geopolitical tensions to persistent inflation and extreme weather events. These and other issues pose challenges for global growth post-pandemic operations, leading to a dip in the global economy's estimated growth rate. These conditions are expected to persist into the year with a projected 2.4% growth rate for 2024 compared to 2.6% in 2023. As such, the urgency for sustainable development has never been more pronounced, and the need for collaborative, innovative solutions has become imperative due to the interconnectedness of nations in a globalized world. Environmental issues, economic challenges, and social crises transcend borders. Our collaborative efforts towards sustainable development will facilitate international cooperation, helping address shared global challenges such as climate change, public health crises, and resource management. So, as we consider the theme, disruption, development, diversification, it certainly could not be more timely or relevant as we collectively seek solutions to achieve these objectives towards a sustainable and prosperous future for all. In the simplest of terms, global disruptions essentially change how the world operates. In today's world, primary disruptive forces such as technology, globalization, and economic and demographic change are constantly occurring. As a result, businesses, governments, and individuals must be able to prepare, adapt, and respond to these changes effectively. These transformative trends define the present and shape the future by impacting businesses, economies, industries, societies, and individual lives. And while these disruptions pose many challenges, they offer considerable opportunities. A key example can be seen right here in India through its vaccine Maitri diplomacy, which provided COVID-19 vaccines to countries around the world, including Guyana. Stands out as a shining example of creating opportunities out of disruptive situations towards propelling domestic manufacturing and helping vulnerable countries to get the doses they needed. A similar example can be seen in the disruptions in the food supply chain in recent years, which has propelled my country, Guyana, to become a leader in the Caribbean region's food and nutrition security agenda, which aims to reduce the region's food import bill by 25% by the year 2025. As in the case of vaccine Maitri, this response to the disruption aims to incentivize local growth through regional food security and sustainability. As I stand here today, I can proudly state that the relationship between Guyana and India is not just one of diplomatic ties. In the ethnic makeup of our country, Guyana, 40% of Guyana's population comprises people of Indian origin. The bond between Guyana and India is forged by blood over 2 centuries through shared values, a commitment to progress, and an equitable world. Today, over 45 Indian private sector companies are at present operating within Guyana's economy. This enduring friendship continues to develop even today as India continues to share its talent, technical capacity, and values with Guyana and the world. So once again, I am pleased to be here to partake in these discussions. I believe that our presence further solidifies our ties with India and presents an excellent opportunity for fruitful dialogues with all participating countries towards achieving global development goals. This unique platform allows experts and thought leaders worldwide to collectively deliberate on innovative ideas and strategies for navigating the complex challenges and opportunities in the global business landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Global Business Summit is certainly an exciting showcase of the power of collaboration and exchange of ideas in shaping the future of global business. In an era marked by transformative shifts, including post-pandemic realities, geopolitical changes, economic disruptions, and a heightened focus on sustainability and technology-led innovations, fostering a global dialogue becomes imperative. It is encouraging to see India's dedication to sustainable development, a cause that resonates deeply with Guyana's commitment to environmental stewardship and inclusive growth in the face of the ever-evolving global landscape. We are excited to establish new partnerships, foster dialogue, and contribute to collective efforts to build a more resilient and sustainable global economy. I thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here, Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana, Brigadier Mark Anthony Phillips. Thank you so much for joining us here and gracing this occasion. A quick reminder now. So the security drill necessitates certain protocols before Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, comes inside the hall, which is why a silent period now is going to be initiated. So I'd like you to request not to move out. The doors are now going to be closed. No one can stand up. So please be seated. And also a quick reminder, after the Prime Minister exits from the stage, we'd request you not to get up from your seats till there is a security clearance which comes in. Thank you so much for cooperating with that. Also, during this silent period, may we request you not to move out, to keep your phones, of course, on silent mode, and also be seated throughout the course of the session.
Hello.
From here onwards, the silent period will commence.
Hello.
पानी वहाँ भी लगवाएंगे ना? हाँ हाँ लग गिलास रखो, एक वो रखो, टावल रखो।
ये रखो सर, इसके ऊपर
हाँ हाँ। लाइट वाइट भी कुछ नहीं आ रही, प्रॉपर है ना? हाँ ये ठीक है, ये बंद ही कर दी है बिल्कुल। ये तो बंद ही कर दी। उसके हिसाब से। हाँ ठीक है। तो दोबारा किधर बंद है?
सर ये अगली पानी
ये लाइटें थोड़ी ये पहले तो बंद थी ना, दो लाइटें।
हेलो पारस,
ये तो बंद थी ना।
लाइट वाले के पास
हाँ पीएम से बोल रहे हैं।
सबसे कोने में।
अरे इसको भी करा।
हाँ ये भी कम अभी हो जाएगी। मेरी बात वहाँ पे लगा। अच्छा एक सेकंड सर, वो कह रहे हैं वो टेबल ना सेंटर में नहीं है, थोड़ा सेंटर में भाई सेंटर में कैमरा वाइज कर सेंटर में तो रहती नहीं, वो पीएम की है, मैंने ये कहा था उसके लिए अलग से लगा। अरे वो कहाँ जा नहीं है क्योंकि उसको जो लगाएगा। हेलो हेलो अरे यार
इसके साथ तुम जाओ, मुझे पता कुछ नहीं। और इसको यहाँ पे इसको कराओ ना, लाइट को लाइट लाइट जल्दी कराओ यार, इतनी टाइम हो जाएगा।
अर्जेंट विदिन अ मिनट, विदिन अ सेकंड।
ये वाली लाइट हाँ इसको टिम कराना।
हेलो ये पीएम से लाइट एडजस्ट करो सर, आप चेक करो कुछ कर कराना।
हाँ डिम ये वाली डिम,
ये सुनो ये वाली लाइट डिम करो। ये वाली लाइट डिम करो। कम करो फिर पूरी बंद कर दो। अभी थोड़ा कम नहीं सुनो ना, पहले कराई होगी लेकिन अभी वो कह रहे हैं तेज है, इसको एक लेवल कम करो। नहीं हुआ अभी आपको हुआ। हाँ बस ठीक है अभी ठीक है। ये भी चल उसके अलावा ठीक है। और उससे भी कंफर्म करिए जो कैमरा मैन सामने बैठा है ना, उसको शॉट नहीं आना चाहिए। इधर वाला डिसाइड किया मतलब क्या ठीक है सर, ठीक है आप बोलो।
पता कर लेंगे, कर देंगे।
ठीक
हाँ
पक्का। पोडियम बंद।
उसको बोलिए चेक करे एक बार। लाइट्स आंख पे कुछ नहीं पड़ रही, बस वो जो क्लोजअप है वो प्रॉपर आना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने जो क्यों नहीं किया। ओके,
बढ़िया लग रहा है,
परफेक्ट है, डन है, ठीक है। आप इसको चेंज नहीं करिए। देखिए एक बार, चेक किया उसने मेरा? नहीं कोई इशू नहीं है सर, बल्कि ये भी क्लियर है मुझे जो पढ़ना, हाँ पढ़ना है ना। हाँ कोई इशू नहीं है सर, क्लियर है बिल्कुल मुझे टीपी में। डन डन डन।
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all the delegates to this very special session that is going to be addressed by the one and only Prime Minister of India, the Honorable Narendra Modi ji. As I invite each one of you, I'm reminded of a very, very great poet of India, राष्ट्रकवि दिनकर की ये पंक्तियां मैं आपको सुनाना चाहती हूं। वसुधा का नेता कौन हुआ, भूखंड विजेता कौन हुआ, जिसने न कभी आराम किया, विघ्नों में रहकर काम किया। मैं ये किसके लिए कह रही हूं, आप सब इसे अवगत हैं। भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिन्होंने अपनी पूरी प्रतिबद्धता, अपनी कमिटमेंट और अपनी डेडिकेशन से देश की सेवा में पिछले 10 साल जिस तरह से काम किया है, वो हम सब के सामने है। अभी कुछ ही दिनों पहले G20 का बड़ा सफल आयोजन हुआ और दुनिया में भारत आज कहां पड़ा है, हर नागरिक को इसका एहसास हुआ। दोस्तों, जब प्रयास अथक हो, प्रयास पूरी पवित्रता से हो, तो सफलता का रास्ता खुद ब खुद बनता चला जाता है। अभी हम सब ने मिशन चंद्रयान 3 और गगनयान के मौके पर इसे देखा। अब हम सपने चांद सूरज के भी देखते हैं, उसे भी हकीकत में बदलते हैं और इस धरती पर जो सपने हैं वो भी पूरा होते हुए देख रहे हैं। जितना काम हुआ है आर्थिक जगत में, जितना काम हुआ है राष्ट्र विश्वास में और जितना काम हुआ है भारत को विश्व भर में एक ऊंचे स्तर पर पहुंचाने का, वो हमने 10 साल में देखा है। और एक ऐसे शख्स जिन्होंने हर चीज पर एक हैंड्स ऑन अप्रोच रखा है, वो हैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, जिनका मैं स्वागत करूंगी। और हमारे टाइम्स ग्रुप के एमडी विनीत जैन जी, जो पहले आएंगे यहां और प्रधानमंत्री को एस्कॉर्ट करेंगे। ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Vineet Jain, I'd request you to be on stage, but I just want to read out. मैं सिर्फ 4 पंक्तियां जो दिनकर जी की मैंने आज सबको सुनाई है, प्रधानमंत्री जी आपको फिर से सुनाना चाहती हूं। दिनकर जी ने अपनी पंक्तियों में लिखा, वसुधा का नेता कौन हुआ, भूखंड विजेता कौन हुआ, जिसने ना कभी आराम किया, विघ्नों में रहकर काम किया। और इन 4 पंक्तियों का मैं यहां बैठे दर्शकों से पूछना चाहती हूं, नाम किस पर फिट होता है? Inviting on stage MD of Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain, to come and welcome our Honorable Prime Minister, our chief guest for this evening.
Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, esteemed ministers, excellencies, and distinguished guests. At this August gathering, it is my honor to welcome you all to the ET Now Global Business Summit 2024. Over the years, this platform has become a meeting ground for the brightest minds, driving a convergence of visions and setting the agenda for seminal changes for our great country. As we stand at this juncture of a new chapter in India's history, let us acknowledge the profound significance of this moment. Today, the world is gazing at India, a nation that has not only weathered difficult storms, but is well on the way to emerging as the world's 3rd largest economy in the next few years. Today, we see the country as a source and a guiding light in the complex narrative of global growth and development. The dawn of 2024 marks not just the beginning of a new year, but the onset of a breakthrough era for India. Our markets are reaching new highs. Our economy is going from strength to strength, and the footprints of progress are visible in every corner.
India in 2024 is a narrative of triumph. It fills me with pride as I have been witness to India's growth story and now its march towards becoming the world's third largest economy and a beacon of hope in an uncertain global world order. And this optimism surging through the people of our nation, Honorable Prime Minister, is a direct result of your government's strategic initiatives taken under your guidance. From Make in India to Startup India and Digital India, to name a few, the country has not only grown, but has positioned itself as a global leader in development and digital innovation. The interim budget has given a boost to entrepreneurship and innovation in sunrise sectors with a corpus of 1 trillion rupees. Under your G20 presidency, India has not merely participated. It has led with a vision that transcends borders. The concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, articulated during the G20 summit, resonates as a rallying cry for global collaboration. The Prime Minister is also enhancing the spiritual and cultural legacy of Bharat. Take Ayodhya, for example, which is undergoing a cultural and infrastructural renaissance. The ancient city is now a living testament to the fusion of tradition and modernity. The vision of Ayodhya as a model for economic growth rooted in cultural identity is not just a dream. It is a tangible reality unfolding before us. Respected Prime Minister, your commitment to inclusion, captured in the mantra of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, is the heartbeat of a nation on an unstoppable march towards progress. India is also using its military power for the greater good. There is now greater capability within the Indian Navy to execute complex anti-piracy operations. This reflects India's stronger commitment to ensure the safety of commercial shipping and freedom of navigation through vital waterways, so critical in our world today. India's digital infrastructure has undergone a remarkable transformation. With over 880 million internet subscribers, India ranks second globally, just behind China. Leveraging this connectivity, India has pioneered a digital public infrastructure model admired by other nations. In a mere 8 years, Made in India's UPI has evolved from a promising initiative to a universal tool reshaping the transaction landscape. From the simplest roadside purchase to the complexities of IPO stock acquisitions, and now even to purchase a ticket to the Eiffel Tower, UPI has become a tool that other world leaders have experienced, only to wonder why they did not think of it first. When it comes to the economy, India has been a major player on the global stage. India is projected to chip in a hefty 16% to the world's growth as per the IMF report. Indian economy has been growing at a fast pace and is now the world's fourth largest equity market. It is in the second position in Global Retail Index and has the world's third largest startup ecosystem. And guess what? Wall Street investors are taking notice too. Billions of dollars are shifting from other developed countries to India, with foreign institutional investors betting big on India's future. India is set to grow by over 7% in the current fiscal and become the world's third largest economy with a GDP of $5 trillion in the next 3 years. What's been the secret? Well, since 2014, the country has been strengthening its economic fundamentals in a big way. Take merchandise exports. For example, they hit a record high at around $450 billion in FY23. Sure, there are challenges ahead, like geopolitical tensions and the global demand slowdown, but India has shown resilience like no other. The last 10 years has been transformative for India, with its economy undergoing significant structural reforms, boosting its macroeconomic foundations. As we embark on Amrit Kaal, I want us all to envision a futuristic, inclusive, and prosperous society rooted in a human-centric approach. This will be our India. The next 2 decades belong to India, where initiatives like Make in India, Create in India, Serve from India, and Startup India converge into a majestic narrative, transforming the nation into knowledge, innovation, and a manufacturing hub. This vision aligns perfectly with the theme of this year's ET Now Global Business Summit: disruption, development, diversification. An intricate tale echoing your vision to craft India as the Vishwa Guru. During this time of change, there is no better guide than you, Prime Minister, to set the course. Your address tonight is not just an inspirational speech. It is a compass that will guide us through the uncharted waters of global shifts and will galvanize us in staying the path and achieving the dream of a $30 trillion economy. Distinguished guests, with immense pride, I present to you the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji.
And before we call him up on stage, we'd like you to welcome the Prime Minister with the presentation of a shawl.
क्यों विनीत जी आप मैदान छोड़ रहे हैं? मैं आपको वादा करता हूं मैं ऐसी कोई कमेंट नहीं करूंगा जो आपको तकलीफ दे। गयाना के पीएम श्रीमान मार्क फिलिप्स जी, श्री विनीत जैन जी, इंडस्ट्री के लीडर्स, CEOs, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, फ्रेंड्स, ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट की टीम ने इस बार समिट की जो थीम रखी है, मैं समझता हूं वो थीम इटसेल्फ बहुत अहम है। डिसरप्शन, डेवलपमेंट और डाइवर्सिफिकेशन। आज के इस दौर में ये बहुत ही चर्चित शब्द है और डिसरप्शन, डेवलपमेंट एंड डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की इस चर्चा में कोई इस बात पर सहमत है कि भारत का समय है? दिस इज इंडियाज टाइम। और पूरे विश्व का भारत पर ये विश्वास लगातार बढ़ रहा है। हमने अभी दावोस में यानी एक प्रकार का वो इस प्रकार के लोगों का कुंभ मेला होता है वहां लिक्विड कुछ और होता है गंगा जल नहीं होता है वहां। दावोस में भी भारत के प्रति अभूतपूर्व उत्साह देखा गया है। किसी ने कहा कि भारत एक अभूतपूर्व इकोनॉमिक सक्सेस स्टोरी है। ये जो दावोस में बोला जाता था, दुनिया के नीति निर्धारक बोल रहे थे। कोई बोला कि भारत का डिजिटल और फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नई ऊंचाई पर है। एक दिग्गज ने कहा कि दुनिया में अब कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है जहां भारत का दबदबा न हो। एक बड़े पदाधिकारी ने तो भारत के सामर्थ्य की तुलना रेजिंग बुल से कर दी। आज दुनिया के हर डेवलपमेंट एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप में चर्चा है कि भारत 10 साल में ट्रांसफॉर्म हो चुका है। और अभी विनीत जी वर्णन कर रहे थे, उसमें काफी चीजें उसका जिक्र था। ये बातें दिखाती हैं कि आज दुनिया का भारत पर भरोसा कितना ज्यादा है। भारत के सामर्थ्य को लेकर दुनिया में ऐसा पॉजिटिव सेंटिमेंट पहले कभी नहीं था। भारत की सफलता को लेकर दुनिया में ऐसा पॉजिटिव सेंटिमेंट शायद ही कभी किसी ने अनुभव किया हो। इसलिए ही लाल किले से मैंने कहा है, यही समय है, सही समय है। फ्रेंड, किसी भी देश की डेवलपमेंट जर्नी में एक समय ऐसा आता है जब सारी परिस्थितियां उसके फेवर में होती हैं। जब वो देश अपने आप को आने वाली कई सदियों के लिए मजबूत बना लेता है। मैं भारत के लिए आज वही समय देख रहा हूं। और जब मैं 1000 साल की बात करता हूं तो बहुत ही समझदारी पूर्वक करता हूं। ये ठीक है कि किसी ने 1000 शब्द कभी सुना नहीं, 1000 दिन का नहीं सुना तो उसके लिए तो 1000 साल बहुत बड़ी लगती है। लेकिन कुछ लोग होते हैं जो देख पाते हैं। ये टाइम पीरियड, ये कालखंड वाकई अभूतपूर्व है। एक प्रकार से वर्चुअस साइकिल शुरू हुई है। ये वो समय है जब हमारी ग्रोथ रेट लगातार बढ़ रही है और हमारा फिस्कल डेफिसिट घट रहा है। ये वो समय है जब हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है और करंट अकाउंट डेफिसिट कम होती जा रही है। ये वो समय है जब हमारा प्रोडक्टिव इन्वेस्टमेंट रिकॉर्ड ऊंचाई पर है और महंगाई नियंत्रण में है। ये वो समय है जब अपॉर्चुनिटीज और इनकम दोनों बढ़ रही है और गरीबी कम हो रही है। ये वो समय है जब कंजम्पशन और कॉर्पोरेट प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी दोनों बढ़ रहे हैं और बैंक एनपीए में रिकॉर्ड कमी आई है। ये वो समय है जब प्रोडक्शन और प्रोडक्टिविटी दोनों में वृद्धि हो रही हो और ये वो समय है जब हमारे आलोचक ऑल टाइम लो है। फ्रेंड्स, इस बार हमारे अंतरिम बजट को भी एक्सपर्ट्स और मीडिया के हमारे मित्रों की खूब प्रशंसा मिली है। कई सारे एनालिस्ट ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा करते हुए कहा है कि ये लोक लुभावन बजट नहीं है। मेरा तारीफ का एक कारण ये भी है। मैं उन्हें इस समीक्षा के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं, लेकिन मैं उनके आकलन में कुछ और बातें भी जोड़ना चाहता हूं। कुछ मूल बातों की तरफ ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। अगर आप हमारे बजट या ओवरऑल पॉलिसी मेकिंग की चर्चा करेंगे तो आपको उसमें कुछ फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल्स नजर आएंगे और वो फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल्स हैं स्टेबिलिटी, कंसिस्टेंसी, कंटिन्यूटी। ये बजट भी उसी का एक्सटेंशन है। फ्रेंड्स, जब किसी को परखना हो तो उसे किसी मुश्किल या चुनौती के समय में ही परखा जा सकता है। कोरोना महामारी और उसके बाद का पूरा कालखंड भी पूरे विश्व में सरकारों के लिए एक बड़ी परीक्षा बनकर आया था। किसी को कोई अंदाज नहीं था कि हेल्थ और इकोनॉमी की इस दोहरी चुनौती से निपटा कैसे जाए। इस दौरान भारत ने सबसे वो दिन याद कीजिए आप, मैं लगातार टीवी पे आकर के देश के साथ संवाद करता था और उस संकट की घड़ी में सीना तान करके देशवासियों के सामने हर पल खड़ा रहा था। और उस समय प्रारंभिक दिनों में मैंने कहा था और मैंने जान बचाने को प्राथमिकता दी थी और हमने कहा जान है तो जहान है। आपको याद होगा हमने जीवन बचाने वाले, संसाधन जुटाने में, लोगों को जागरूक करने में पूरी शक्ति लगा दी। सरकार ने गरीबों के लिए राशन मुफ्त कर दिया। हमने मेड इन इंडिया वैक्सीन पर फोकस किया। हमने ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि तेजी से हर भारतीय तक ये वैक्सीन पहुंचे। जैसे ही इस अभियान ने गति पकड़ी, हमने कहा जान भी है, जहान भी है। हमने स्वास्थ्य और आजीविका दोनों ही डिमांड को एड्रेस किया। सरकार ने महिलाओं के बैंक खातों में सीधे पैसे भेजे। हमने रेहड़ी पटरी वालों, छोटे उद्योगपतियों को आर्थिक मदद दी। हमने खेती किसानी में दिक्कत ना आए इसके लिए सारे उपाय किए। हमने आपदा को अवसर में बदलने का संकल्प लिया। मीडिया जगत के मेरे साथी उस समय के न्यूज़पेपर्स निकाल के देख सकते हैं। उस समय बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स की यही राय थी कि मनी प्रिंट करो, नोट छापो, ताकि डिमांड बढ़े और बिग बिजनेस को मदद दो। इंडस्ट्रियल हाउस वाले तो मुझे दबाव डाले, वो तो मैं समझ सकता हूं, वो तो आज भी डालेंगे। लेकिन सारे नोबेल प्राइज विनर भी मुझे यही कहते थे, दो बस यही चल रहा था। दुनिया की अनेक सरकारों ने ये रास्ता अपनाया भी था, लेकिन इस कदम से और भले कुछ हुआ नहीं, लेकिन हम देश की इकोनॉमी को हमारी मर्जी के हिसाब चला पाए और महंगाई, उन लोगों का हाल ये था कि आज भी महंगाई को कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। जो रास्ता उन्होंने चुना उसके साइड इफेक्ट आज भी है। हम पर भी दबावने के बहुत प्रयास हुए थे। हमारे सामने भी ये सरल रास्ता था कि जो दुनिया कह रही है, जो दुनिया कर रही है, चलो हम भी उसमें बह चले। लेकिन हम जमीनी सच्चाइयों को जानते थे, हम समझते थे। हमने अनुभव के आधार पर अपने विवेक से कुछ निर्णय किए और उसका जो नतीजा निकला, जिसकी आज दुनिया सराहना कर रही है, दुनिया उसका गौरवगान कर रही है। हमारी जिन नीतियों पर सवाल उठाए जा रहे थे, वो हमारी नीतियां साबित हुई और आज इसलिए भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी मजबूत स्थिति में है। साथियों, हम एक वेलफेयर स्टेट है। देश के सामान्य मानवी का जीवन आसान हो, उसकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ सुधरे, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। हमने नई योजनाएं बनाई, वो तो स्वाभाविक है, बल्कि हमने ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि हर पात्र लाभार्थी तक ये योजना का लाभ पहुंचना चाहिए। हमने सिर्फ वर्तमान पर ही नहीं, बल्कि देश के भविष्य पर भी इन्वेस्ट किया। आप ध्यान देंगे तो हमारे हर बजट में आपको 4 प्रमुख फैक्टर्स नजर आएंगे। पहला, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के रूप में रिकॉर्ड प्रोडक्टिव खर्च। दूसरा, वेलफेयर स्कीम्स पर अनप्रेसिडेंटेड निवेश। तीसरा, वेस्टफुल एक्सपेंडिचर पर कंट्रोल। और चौथा, फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन। इन 4 बातों को आपने बराबर देखा होगा। हमने इन चारों विषयों में संतुलन बिठाया और चारों विषयों में ही तय लक्ष्य प्राप्त करके दिखाए। आज कुछ लोग हमसे पूछते हैं, ये काम हमने किया कैसे? इसके कई तरीके से मैं जवाब दे सकता हूं और उनमें से एक अहम तरीका रहा है मनी सेव्ड इज मनी अर्न का मंत्र। जैसे हमने प्रोजेक्ट तेजी से पूरा करके उन्हें समय पर खत्म करके भी देश के काफी पैसे बचाए। टाइम बाउंड तरीके से प्रोजेक्ट पूरे करना हमारी सरकार की पहचान बन रही है। मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूं। ईस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर 2008 में शुरू हुआ था। अगर पहले की सरकार ने तेजी से काम किया होता तो उसकी लागत 16,500 करोड़ रुपए होती, लेकिन ये पूरा हुआ पिछले साल। तब तक इसकी लागत बढ़कर 50,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा हो गई। इसी तरह आप असम के बोगी ब्रिज को भी जानते हैं। इसे साल 1998 में शुरू हुआ था और इसे 1100 करोड़ रुपए के खर्च से पूरा होना था। 1100 खर्च। आपको जानकर के भारी होगी क्या हुआ होता, लेकिन बाद में हम आए, हमने इसको जरा तेज गति लगाई। 98 से चल रहा था मामला, हमने 2018 में उसको पूरा किया। फिर भी जो 1100 करोड़ का मामला था वो 5,000 करोड़ पर पहुंच गया। मैं आपको ऐसे कितने ही प्रोजेक्ट गिना सकता हूं। पहले जो पैसा बर्बाद हो रहा था वो पैसा किसका था? वो पैसे किसी नेता की जेब से नहीं आ रहा था, वो पैसा देश का था, देश के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा था, आप लोगों का पैसा। हमने टैक्स पेयर मनी का सम्मान किया। हमने परियोजनाओं को तय समय पर पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगा दी। आप देखिए नए संसद भवन का निर्माण कितनी तेजी से हुआ। कर्तव्य पथ हो, मुंबई का अटल सेतु हो, इनके निर्माण की गति देश ने देखी है। इसलिए ही आज देश कहता है जिस योजना का शिलान्यास मोदी करता है उसका लोकार्पण भी मोदी करता है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार ने व्यवस्था में पारदर्शिता लाकर टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके भी देश के पैसे बचाए हैं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, हमारे यहां कांग्रेस सरकार के समय से कागजों में, आप ये सुनकर के हैरान हो जाओगे, कागजों में 10 करोड़ ऐसे नाम चले आ रहे थे जो फर्जी लाभार्थी थे, ऐसे लाभार्थी जिनका जन्म नहीं हुआ था, ऐसे विधवाएं थी जो बेटी के भी पैदा ही नहीं हुई थी। 10 करोड़। हमने ऐसे 10 करोड़ फर्जी नामों को कागजों से हटाया। हमने डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर स्कीम शुरू की। हमने पैसे की लीकेज रोकी। एक प्रधानमंत्री कह के गए थे 1 रुपया निकलता है तो 15 पैसा पहुंचता है। हमने डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर किए, 1 रुपया निकलता है 100 पैसे पहुंचते हैं, 99 भी नहीं। ये डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर स्कीम का परिणाम यह हुआ है, देश के करीब 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए गलत हाथों में जाने से बचे हैं। हमारी सरकार ने, सरकार को जी चीजें परचेज करनी होती हैं, उसमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाने के लिए जेम एक पोर्टल शुरू किया, GM। उससे हमने समय तो बचाया है, क्वालिटी इंप्रूव हुई है, बहुत सारे लोग सप्लायर बन चुके हैं और उसमें सरकार की करीब 65,000 करोड़ रुपए की बचत हुई है। 65,000 करोड़ का सेविंग। ऑयल प्रोक्योरमेंट का डाइवर्सिफिकेशन हमने किया और उसके कारण 25,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। ये आपको भी इसका लाभ मिल रहा है, डे टू डे मिल रहा है। पिछले 1 साल में सिर्फ पेट्रोल में इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग करके भी हमने 24,000 करोड़ रुपए बचाए हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, जिस स्वच्छता अभियान का कुछ लोग मजाक उड़ाते हैं, ये देश का प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्वच्छता की बातें करता रहता है। स्वच्छता अभियान के तहत हमने सरकारी इमारतों में जो सफाई का मैं काम करवाया, उसमें से जो कबाड़ निकला वो बेच करके मैं 1100 करोड़ रुपए कमाया हूं। और साथियों, हमने अपनी योजनाओं को भी ऐसे बनाया कि देश के नागरिकों के पैसे बचे। आज जल जीवन मिशन की वजह से गरीबों को पीने का शुद्ध पानी मिलना संभव हुआ। इस वजह से बीमारी पर होने वाला उनका खर्च कम हुआ है। आयुष्मान भारत ने देश के गरीब के 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्च होने से बचाए हैं और उसका उपचार हुआ है। पीएम जन औषधि केंद्र पर 80% डिस्काउंट। और हमारे देश में डिस्काउंट की एक ताकत होती है। कितना ही बढ़िया स्टोर हो, कितना ही बढ़िया माल हो, बगल वाला 10% डिस्काउंट लिखे तो सारी महिलाएं वहां चली जाएगी। 80% डिस्काउंट से हम देश के मध्यम वर्ग और गरीब परिवारों को दवाई देते हैं जन औषधि केंद्र में। और उससे जिन्होंने वहां से दवाई खरीदी है, उनके 30,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। साथियों, मैं वर्तमान पीढ़ी के साथ ही आने वाली अनेकों पीढ़ियों के प्रति भी जवाबदेह हूं। मैं सिर्फ रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी पूरी करके जाना नहीं चाहता हूं, मैं आप आने वाली पीढ़ियों का भविष्य सुरक्षित करके जाना चाहता हूं। साथियों, खजाना खाली करके 4 वोट ज्यादा पा लेने की राजनीति से मैं कोसों दूर रहता हूं, और इसलिए हमने नीतियों में, निर्णयों में वित्तीय प्रबंधन को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगा। बिजली को लेकर कुछ दलों की अप्रोच आपको पता है? वो अप्रोच देश की बिजली व्यवस्था को बर्बादी की तरफ ले जाने वाली है। मेरा तरीका उनसे भिन्न है। आपको पता ही है कि हमारी सरकार 1 करोड़ घरों के लिए रूफटॉप सोलर स्कीम लेकर आई है। इस स्कीम से लोग बिजली पैदा करके अपना बिजली बिल 0 कर सकेंगे और ज्यादा बिजली बेचकर पैसा भी कमाएंगे। हमने सस्ते एलईडी बल्ब देने वाली उजाला योजना चलाकर, हमारे पहले की सरकार थी तब एलईडी बल्ब 400 रुपए में मिलता था, हमें आए तो स्थिति बन गई 40-50 रुपए में मिलने लगा, और क्वालिटी सेम, कंपनी सेम। एलईडी के कारण बिजली बिल में लोगों के करीब करीब 20,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। साथियों, यहां तो आप सब, यहां बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में सीजन पत्रकार भी बैठे हैं। आप जानते हैं 7 दशक पहले से हमारे यहां गरीबी हटाओ के नारे दिन रात दिए जाते रहे। इन नारों के बीच गरीबी तो हटी नहीं, लेकिन तब की सरकारों ने गरीबी हटाने का सुझाव देने वाली एक इंडस्ट्री तैयार जरूर कर दी। उनको उसी से कमाई होती थी। कंसल्टेंट सर निकल पड़े थे। इस इंडस्ट्री के लोग गरीबी दूर करने का हर बार नया नया फॉर्मूला बताते जाते थे और खुद करोड़पति बनते जाते थे, लेकिन देश गरीबी कम नहीं कर पाया। सालों तक एसी कमरों में बैठकर वाइन एंड चीज के साथ गरीबी हटाने के फार्मूले पर डिबेट होती रही और गरीब गरीब ही बना रहा। लेकिन 2014 के बाद जब एक गरीब का बेटा प्रधानमंत्री हुआ तो गरीबी के नाम पर चल रही ये इंडस्ट्री ठप हो गई। मैं गरीबी से निकलकर यहां पहुंचा हूं, इसलिए मुझे पता है कि गरीबी से लड़ाई कैसे लड़ी जाती है। हमारी सरकार ने गरीबी के खिलाफ लड़ाई अभियान शुरू किया, हर दिशा में काम शुरू किया, तो परिणाम यह आया कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर आ गए। ये दिखाता है कि हमारी सरकार की नीतियां सही है, हमारी सरकार की दिशा सही है। इसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ते हुए हम देश की गरीबी कम करेंगे, अपने देश को विकसित बनाएंगे। साथियों, हमारा गवर्नेंस मॉडल 2 धाराओं पर एक साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। एक तरफ हम 20वीं सदी की चुनौतियों को एड्रेस कर रहे हैं जो हमें विरासत में मिली है, और दूसरी तरफ 21वीं सदी के एस्पिरेशंस को पूरा करने में हम जुटे हुए हैं। हमने कोई काम छोटा नहीं माना। दूसरी तरफ हम बड़ी से बड़ी चुनौती से टकराए, हमने बड़े लक्ष्यों को हासिल किया। हमारी सरकार ने अगर 11 करोड़ शौचालय बनाए हैं तो स्पेस सेक्टर में भी नई संभावनाएं बनाई है। हमारी सरकार अगर गरीबों को 4 करोड़ घर दिए हैं तो 10,000 से ज्यादा अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स भी बनाए हैं। हमारी सरकार ने अगर 300 से ज्यादा मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाए हैं तो फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का काम भी बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है। हमारी सरकार ने वंदे भारत ट्रेनें चलाई हैं, तो दिल्ली समेत देश के कई शहरों में करीब 10,000 इलेक्ट्रिक बसें भी चलवाई हैं। हमारी सरकार ने करोड़ों भारतीयों को बैंकिंग से जोड़ा है, तो वहीं डिजिटल इंडिया से, फिनटेक से सुविधाओं का सेतु भी बनाया है। साथियों, इस हॉल में अभी देश दुनिया के तमाम विचारक और उद्योग जगत के गणमान्य महानुभाव बैठे हैं। आप अपने संस्थान के लिए टारगेट कैसे बनाते हैं? आपके लिए सफलता की परिभाषा क्या है? बहुत से लोग कहेंगे कि हम पिछले साल जहां थे वहां से अपना टारगेट तय करते हैं कि पहले 10 पर थे तो 12 पर जाएंगे, 13 पर जाएंगे, 15 पर जाएंगे। अगर 5-10% की ग्रोथ है तो इसको अच्छा मान लिया जाता है। मैं कहूंगा कि यही कर्स ऑफ इंक्रीमेंटल थिंकिंग है। ये इसलिए गलत है क्योंकि आप खुद को दायरे में बांध रहे हैं, क्योंकि आप खुद पर भरोसा करके अपनी गति से आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे याद है, मैं सरकार में आया था तो हमारी ब्यूरोक्रेसी भी इसी सोच में फंसी हुई थी। मैंने तय किया कि ब्यूरोक्रेसी को इस सोच से मैं बाहर निकालूंगा, तभी देश उस सोच से बाहर निकल पाएगा। मैंने पिछली सरकारों से कहीं ज्यादा स्पीड से, कहीं बड़े स्केल पर काम करना तय किया और आज इसका परिणाम दुनिया देख रही है। कई ऐसे सेक्टर हैं जिनमें बीते 10 सालों में इतना काम हुआ है जितना पिछले 70 साल में 7 दशक में नहीं हुआ है। यानी 7 दशक और 1 दशक की तुलना कीजिए आप। 2014 तक 7 दशक में करीब 20,000 किलोमीटर रेलवे लाइन का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हुआ। 7 दशक में 20,000 किलोमीटर। हमने अपनी सरकार के 10 साल में 40,000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा रेलवे लाइन का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन किया है। अब मुझे बताइए, कोई मुकाबला है? मैं मई महीने की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं। (2014) तक 7 दशक में 4 लेन या उससे अधिक के करीब 18,000 किलोमीटर नेशनल हाईवे बने। 18,000। हमने अपनी सरकार के 10 सालों में ऐसे करीब 30,000 किलोमीटर हाईवे बनाए हैं। 70 साल में 18,000 किलोमीटर, 10 साल में 30,000 किलोमीटर। अगर इंक्रीमेंटल सोच के साथ में काम करता तो कहां पहुंचता भाई? साथियों, 2014 तक 7 दशक में भारत में 250 किलोमीटर से भी कम मेट्रो रेल नेटवर्क बना था। बीते 10 सालों में हमने 650 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा का मेट्रो रेल नेटवर्क बनाया है। 2014 तक 7 दशक में भारत में 3.5 करोड़ परिवारों तक नल से जल का कनेक्शन था। 3.5 करोड़। 2019 में हमने जल जीवन मिशन शुरू किया था। बीते 5 साल में ही हमने ग्रामीण इलाकों में 10 करोड़ से अधिक घरों तक नल से जल पहुंचा दिया। साथियों, 2014 के पहले के 10 साल में देश जिन नीतियों पर चला था वो वाकई देश को कंगाली की राह पर लेके जा रही थी। इस बारे में संसद के इसी सत्र में हमने भारत की आर्थिक स्थिति को लेकर के एक व्हाइट पेपर भी रखा है। आज उसकी चर्चा भी चल रही है। और मैं आज जब इतना बड़ा ऑडियंस है तो अपने मन की बात भी बता देता हूं। ये व्हाइट पेपर मैं जो आज लाया हूं ना, वो मैं 2014 में ला सकता था। राजनीतिक स्वार्थ अगर मुझे साधना होता तो वो आंकड़े मैं 10 साल पहले देश के सामने रख देता। लेकिन 2014 में जो चीजें जब मेरे सामने आई, मैं चौंक गया था। अर्थव्यवस्था हर प्रकार से बहुत गंभीर स्थिति में थी। घोटाले और पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस को लेकर पहले ही दुनिया भर के निवेशकों में घोर निराशा व्यापी थी। अगर मैं इन चीजों को उस समय खोल देता, जरा भी एक नया गलत सिग्नल जाता तो शायद देश का विश्वास टूट जाता। लोग मानते डूब गए, अब नहीं बच सकते हैं। जैसे किसी मरीज को पता चले ना कि भाई तुम्हें एक गंभीर बीमारी है, तो आधा तो वहीं खत्म हो जाता है। देश का वही हाल हो जाता। पॉलिटिकली मुझे वो सूट करता था, वो सारी चीजें बाहर लाना। राजनीति तो मुझे कहती है वो करो, लेकिन राष्ट्र नीति मुझे वो नहीं करने देती। और इसलिए मैंने राजनीति का रास्ता छोड़ा, राष्ट्र नीति का रास्ता चुना। और पिछले 10 साल में जब सारी स्थितियां मजबूत हुई है, कोई भी हमला झेलने की हमारी ताकत बन चुकी है, तो मुझे लगा कि देश के सामने सत्य मुझे बता देना चाहिए, चीजें खुल करके रख देनी चाहिए। और इसलिए मैंने कल पार्लियामेंट में व्हाइट पेपर पेश किया है। उसको देखोगे तो पता चलेगा हम कहां थे और कितनी बुरी स्थितियों से निकल करके आज हम यहां पहुंचे हैं। हम जब साथियों, आज आप भारत की उन्नति की नई ऊंचाई देख रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार ने अनेकविध काम किए हैं। और अभी मैं देख रहा था कि तीसरी इकोनॉमी हमारे विनीत जी बार बार कह रहे थे। और किसी को आशंका नहीं है। मैं देख रहा था, विनीत जी तो बहुत नम्रता से बोलते हैं, अत्यंत सॉफ्ट स्पोकन है, लेकिन फिर भी आप सब भरोसा करते हैं, हाँ यार हम तीसरे नंबर पर पहुंच जाएंगे। क्यों? बगल में मैं बैठा था। और मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूं, हमारे तीसरे टर्म में देश इकोनॉमी में दुनिया में नंबर 3 तक पहुंच जाएगा। और साथियों, आप ये भी तैयारी रखिए, मैं कोई चीज छिपाता नहीं हूं, हर एक को तैयारी करने का मौका भी देता हूं। लेकिन लोगों को क्या है कि लगता है ये तो पॉलिटिशियन है तो बोलते रहते हैं, लेकिन अब अनुभव मेरा हो गया है आपको, मैं ऐसे ही बोलता नहीं हूं। और इसलिए मैं बताता हूं, तीसरे टर्म में और भी बड़े फैसले होने जा रहे हैं। भारत की गरीबी दूर करने, भारत के विकास को नई गति देने के लिए हमने नई योजनाओं की तैयारी पिछले 1.5 साल से मैं कर रहा हूं। और बहुत एक दिशा में कैसे काम करूंगा, कहां ले जाऊंगा, इसका पूरा रोड मैप मैं बना रहा हूं। और करीब 15 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों से मैंने सुझाव लिए हैं, अलग अलग तरीके से। 15 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों से उस पर काम करता रहा हूं। जिसकी मैंने कभी प्रेस नोट नहीं दी है, तो पहली बार बताता हूं। काम चल रहा है और आने वाले 20-30 दिन के अंदर वो फाइनल रूप भी ले लेगा। नया भारत अब ऐसे ही सुपर स्पीड से काम करेगा और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। मैं आशा करता हूं कि इस समिट में सकारात्मक चर्चाएं होगी, बहुत से अच्छे सुझाव निकल करके जाएंगे जो हमको भी जो रोड मैप तैयार हो रहा है उसमें काम आएंगे। एक बार फिर इस आयोजन के लिए मेरी तरफ से ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, वाकई आपका कोई मुकाबला नहीं। और मैं भी मई की बात नहीं कर रही हूं, फरवरी की ही बात कर रही हूं। आपने जो रास्ता दिखाया, एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सेविंग का रास्ता दिखाया है, लेकिन तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट में कोई सेविंग की जरूरत नहीं है। आई थिंक वी कैन गिव हिम अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अपलॉज। कॉन्फिडेंस और मार्गदर्शन आपका हमें मिलता रहा है, मिलता रहेगा, ऐसा आपने आश्वासन दे दिया है और आपकी गारंटी भी है। तो हम सब आपको तहे दिल से आपको ऑनर करना चाहते हैं और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी हमारे एमडी विनीत जैन जी को कि जो काम पहले होना चाहिए था वो अब हो जाए, क्योंकि स्पीच इतनी बढ़िया थी। और हमारी गलती को हाईलाइट ना करने का जो आपने बड़प्पन दिखाया उसके लिए भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लेकिन कैन आई कॉल अप ऑन स्टेज एंड एमडी विनीत जैन जी, इफ यू कैन ऑनर द प्राइम मिनिस्टर। Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Vineet Jain, MD of Times Group. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that packed house and the huge round of applause for Prime Minister Modi. I request all members of the audience to stay in your place till we can see off the Prime Minister. MCs, please take over.
Well, thank you everyone for following the security protocol. Of course, that was the highlight of the day and the evening. Thank you so much everyone for joining us. Of course, it was a huge honor to have the Prime Minister here. Just a quick reminder, today, of course, is the close of day one of the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. But there's a lot more to be expected tomorrow. As we all know that it is going to be graced by none other than the Honorable Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah Ji. Ashwini Vaishnav, the Minister of Railways, Communications and Electronics Information Technology will be there as well as Anurag Thakur, the Minister for Information Broadcasting and Youth Affairs, along with industry titans who are going to be gracing the event tomorrow. Sanjeev Puri of ITC, Tapan Singhal of Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. So before we close, a quick shout out to all our partners without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. Strategic partner, Darwin. State partner, the Government of Haryana. The real estate partner, Danube Properties. Logistical partner, Ecom Express. Digital transformation partner, Kyndryl. The experience makers, Adobe. EV partner, Joy EU Bike. Celebration partner, Diageo India. General insurance partner, the Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. You also have industry partner, Nielsen IQ, and GFK NBC FinTech partner. We have L&T Finance. We have Ambient Media partner, Kushi. And of course, the gifting partner is Izhar. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us tonight. Tomorrow we'll see you all at 9 a.m. Don't miss out.
मैं आपको वादा करता हूं मैं ऐसी कोई कमेंट नहीं करूंगा जो आपको तकलीफ दे। गयाना के पीएम श्रीमान मार्क फिलिप्स जी, श्री विनीत जैन जी, इंडस्ट्री के लीडर्स, CEOs, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, फ्रेंड्स, ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट की टीम ने इस बार समिट की जो थीम रखी है, मैं समझता हूं वो थीम इटसेल्फ बहुत अहम है। डिसरप्शन, डेवलपमेंट और डाइवर्सिफिकेशन। आज के इस दौर में ये बहुत ही चर्चित शब्द है और डिसरप्शन, डेवलपमेंट एंड डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की इस चर्चा में कोई इस बात पर सहमत है कि भारत का समय है। This is India's time. और पूरे विश्व का भारत पर ये विश्वास लगातार बढ़ रहा है। हमने अभी दावोस में यानी एक प्रकार का वो इस प्रकार के लोगों का कुंभ मेला होता है वहां लिक्विड कुछ और होता है गंगा जल नहीं होता है वहां दावोस में भी भारत के प्रति अभूतपूर्व उत्साह देखा गया है। किसी ने कहा कि भारत एक अभूतपूर्व इकोनॉमिक सक्सेस स्टोरी है। ये जो दावोस में बोला जाता था, दुनिया के नीति निर्धारक बोल रहे थे। कोई बोला कि भारत का डिजिटल और फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नई ऊंचाई पर है। एक दिग्गज ने कहा कि दुनिया में अब कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है जहां भारत का दबदबा न हो। एक बड़े पदाधिकारी ने तो भारत के सामर्थ्य की तुलना रेजिंग बुल से कर दी। आज दुनिया के हर डेवलपमेंट एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप में चर्चा है कि भारत 10 साल में ट्रांसफॉर्म हो चुका है। और अभी विनीत जी वर्णन कर रहे थे, उसमें काफी चीजें उसका जिक्र था। ये बातें दिखाती हैं कि आज दुनिया का भारत पर भरोसा कितना ज्यादा है। भारत के सामर्थ्य को लेकर दुनिया में ऐसा पॉजिटिव सेंटिमेंट पहले कभी नहीं था। भारत की सफलता को लेकर दुनिया में ऐसा पॉजिटिव सेंटिमेंट शायद ही कभी किसी ने अनुभव किया हो। इसलिए ही लाल किले से मैंने कहा है, यही समय है, सही समय है। फ्रेंड, किसी भी देश की डेवलपमेंट जर्नी में एक समय ऐसा आता है जब सारी परिस्थितियां उसके फेवर में होती हैं। जब वो देश अपने आप को आने वाली कई सदियों के लिए मजबूत बना लेता है। मैं भारत के लिए आज वही समय देख रहा हूं। और जब मैं 1000 साल की बात करता हूं तो बहुत ही समझदारी पूर्वक करता हूं। ये ठीक है कि किसी ने 1000 शब्द कभी सुना नहीं, 1000 दिन का नहीं सुना, तो उसके लिए तो 1000 साल बहुत बड़ी लगती है। लेकिन कुछ लोग होते हैं जो देख पाते हैं। ये टाइम पीरियड, ये कालखंड वाकई अभूतपूर्व है। एक प्रकार से वर्चुअस साइकिल शुरू हुई है। ये वो समय है जब हमारी ग्रोथ रेट लगातार बढ़ रही है और हमारा फिस्कल डेफिसिट घट रहा है। ये वो समय है जब हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है और करंट अकाउंट डेफिसिट कम होती जा रही है। ये वो समय है जब हमारा प्रोडक्टिव इन्वेस्टमेंट रिकॉर्ड ऊंचाई पर है और महंगाई नियंत्रण में है। ये वो समय है जब अपॉर्चुनिटीज और इनकम दोनों बढ़ रही है और गरीबी कम हो रही है। ये वो समय है जब कंजम्पशन और कॉर्पोरेट प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी दोनों बढ़ रहे हैं और बैंक एनपीए में रिकॉर्ड कमी आई है। ये वो समय है जब प्रोडक्शन और प्रोडक्टिविटी दोनों में वृद्धि हो रही हो और ये वो समय है जब हमारे आलोचक ऑल टाइम लो है। फ्रेंड्स, इस बार हमारे अंतरिम बजट को भी एक्सपर्ट्स और मीडिया के हमारे मित्रों की खूब प्रशंसा मिली है। कई सारे एनालिस्ट ने भी इसकी प्रशंसा करते हुए कहा है कि ये लोक लुभावन बजट नहीं है। मेरे तारीफ का एक कारण ये भी है। मैं उन्हें इस समीक्षा के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं, लेकिन मैं उनके आकलन में कुछ और बातें भी जोड़ना चाहता हूं। कुछ मूल बातों की तरफ ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। अगर आप हमारे बजट या ओवरऑल पॉलिसी मेकिंग की चर्चा करेंगे तो आपको उसमें कुछ फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल्स नजर आएंगे और वो फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल्स हैं स्टेबिलिटी, कंसिस्टेंसी, कंटिन्यूटी। ये बजट भी उसी का एक्सटेंशन है। फ्रेंड्स, जब किसी को परखना हो तो उसे किसी मुश्किल या चुनौती के समय में ही परखा जा सकता है।